Hello, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the second AWC Circuit. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host today. Once again, we're joined with Zika, Venriki, and Supatees. We had an incredible day of games yesterday. We know the questions that these teams are going to be trying to answer today for this second round of games. And we also know, Sid, that these teams are trying to get as many points as they possibly can as they head into next weekend.
Yeah, a lot of teams, they're in a good position, and a lot of teams are in a not good position when it comes to morale right now, because this is the halfway point of the circuit and the second round of tournament play. So KUNGARNA is one of those teams where, you know, you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling pretty secured. Looking for Org is a team that I feel like could qualify as like a non-rogue mage team, but they've got to find an answer. And today they've got a series against No Money Just Funny, which again is likely to be rogue mage team. So what have they brought here today on Sunday? Are they still shaken? Is morale low? Like, what's going on there? Because they've got to be battling between Bugs and No Money Just Funny right now. They're all tied 1-2 to try and secure themselves into the top 4.
Most definitely. We saw just a little bit of a sneak peek of the games that we're going to be seeing today. And then on that note, we have the European standings as they currently are. Obviously, this is going to change up just a little bit, but right now, solidly, and honestly, no surprise as well, Van, we've got KUNGARNA and SK Gaming tied for first.
Yep, and those are going to be the first two teams we do see today. KUNGARNA is going to be going up against Bugs. Obviously, a really rough matchup for Bugs here, going up against the team that I would say is doing the best so far overall. And then, of course, we have SK Gaming. They're going to be going up against Casual Dads. So that's an interesting one for me, because at the end of that series, one of those two teams is going to be taking a loss. And I'm curious. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say KUNGARNA and SK Gaming probably both going to pick up a win in their series, going up to 4-0. And just these two teams have been so dominant for such a long time. It's really no surprise to kind of see them in this situation. But we can already turn our attention to game number 1 for the day. We're going to go to the Grand Arena with KUNGARNA versus Bugs.
Yeah, KUNGARNA versus Bugs. Bugs been playing a lot of Rogue Mage, and they are going to be playing the Enhanced Outlaw again. We saw them play this yesterday. KUNGARNA going to be playing the Fire Mage and the Outlaw Rogue here. So there's not going to be any sub-rogues around. And we saw Bugs actually perform pretty well with this Enhanced Outlaw. They were getting crushed at first, but then they started going after the rogues. So now maybe they've gotten a little bit more practice in the matchup. We'll see if they go after Waz again. Definitely take a win that way. But KUNGARNA RMP also on another level here. Let's see what they decide to do here in the opener. Going after next right now, trying to get rid of that holy ward. And so far, Waz just gets feared into a stun, but still trying to set up here. That first setup. Looks like Jamie will be the target of choice here as they sheep Brunhilde full blind onto next. And Jamie immediately responding there. And they're swapping immediately to next here. Big setup coming in. Chain Harvest from Jamie, healing up his entire team. Their defensive Chain Harvest. Very clutch by Jamie, but that was combustion of Raikou. Was a lot of cooldowns there being used on the side of KUNGARNA, so nice response there from Bugs. And so far, they're going to hold on and survive that first blind without too much trouble.
You know, the blind swap is going to be scary because you just can't move your character during the blind. The enemies can surround you and then burst you down. So Next is going to need to be aware of that, but because he didn't go down, he's going to know that's their strategy. But now we see aggression from Bugs as they're racing down Raikou, spiking his health bar a few times there, but Meh has recovered it now with the Apotheosis. We see a pre-grip on the kidney here by Next, and now we see a blind defensively onto Waz. So using all of your crowd control onto the DPS and trying to run the healer out of mana, I think could be a viable option for this Enhancement Shaman Outlaw composition, but they need to be focused on staying alive for the next setup. With no Astral Shift, limited defense from the Holy Priest, this could be a scary moment if Raikou is able to reset his combustion now at 33 seconds. He's not finding any fireballs at the moment, so he's not going to see the reset that he needs in this position. Jamie now has Astral Shift available for a trade. It's Raikou who's actually getting blasted. Waz grappling, hooking over to Next to get a kidney shot, setting up Raikou to land some crowd control. Is he going to be able to switch it over? They go for a blind instead. They're not going to be able to swap, having committed the kidney. They're committed to the Enhancement Shaman. And it looks like Next may have used the IQD there to break out of crowd control and get a big heal. So not having that means later on they could swap. There's no way to break a stun, no Guardian Spirit to use in a stun. I would really like to see this next combustion go out onto Next.
Yeah, I would as well. We'll have to see. They can either crowd control him, go after Jamie. The thing is, Jamie right now, he has his Astral Shift, so still lots of defensive cooldowns that he can kind of rotate through. Raiku's still, once again, on the back foot, and this is the matchup that we did see, of course, Bugs play against Casual Dads, and it was Casual Dads who were able to claim victory. And a big reason why Bugs was able to make that series so close was a lot of swaps on the Rogue. So later on in the game, or even early on in the game, we have to pay attention to Waz, see how he can play defensive and how Raikou is going to be able to back him up, because he could be a vulnerability in this match if Jamie and Brunhilde can both connect. But they're going after Raikou, a blind on Meh. Looks like Bugs is getting better and better in this matchup. If Raikou is forced into the ice block, that would be massive. It's a cheap shot on Meh. Anything to follow it up does not look like it. Guardian Spirit, 100% HP. KUNGARNA holds on.
Oh, a rare mistake there. Raikou and Waz overlapping a sheep and a blind right there, but Jamie might just go down anyway. Imagine if they had a full blind here for Next. And very, very unfortunate overlap there by Waz and Raikou. Usually you don't see them make that type of mistake, but that overlap is going to allow Jamie to survive. Sure, it was at the cost of all his defensives, but still, he should be dead right about now. And now it's going to be Raikou instead, who's going to be in big trouble here. Thundering coming in. Jamie, though, in a kidney shot, was trying to just shut down the damage here for a second. Ray of Hope connecting onto Raikou as well. Should be enough to stabilize him in that position. Ring of Frost defensively, as well as the Leap of Fate. Meh pushing for CC. Next actually shutting him down there. Meh getting kidney shot. Next getting counter kidney shot. Who is going to land that CC first? It's going to be Raikou actually sneaking in with the polymorph there onto Next. Meh in position here to fear. They would like to get a resheep there so that they can make sure that Jamie doesn't tremor the fear. So they can cover him with a kidney shot, but unfortunately not able to find it, and they're gonna have to reset a little bit here until Meh can find that fear potentially, or until Waz can get a blind just off cooldown. But right now Waz getting swapped to, taking a decent amount of damage, and that Guardian Spirit was just used onto Raikou. Full blind secured onto Next, and Meh here trying to do a lot of damage here. Could be big trouble. Raikou ice blocks offensively. They're going for the kill, and they will get it. Boon of the Ascendant doesn't even go off for Meh there before they get that kill. Very, very clean setup once again from KUNGARNA, and they're going to take the game.
Ana's RMP just looks like a completely different animal. Like, they're ending these games so much faster than we saw RMPs into the Enhancement Shaman Outlaw yesterday. I feel like those games were upwards of... This game ended before dampening, and those games were getting, like, pushing 15 minutes sometimes. So the fact that they could have kill windows here in this game so early on and so frequently makes me think that Bugs cannot rely on this composition. Offensively, they didn't get through any critical cooldowns, never a cauterize or an ice block for Raikou. We didn't see any of those types of swaps either, at least not too much, onto Waz that felt like it had too much impact. So I don't know if this comp is going to work for them. KUNGARNA's offense is just so good. I feel like a lot of these RMPs playing at the moment, they're taking advantage of the tankiness of their classes, like Fire Mage, Holy Priest, and Outlaw Rogue are just all innately tanky, and they're trying to play defensive, dampening games. But KUNGARNA mixes it. They have a mixed play style of like the Miyagi-Do and the Cobra Kai. Like they've got both offense, they've got both defense, and they know exactly when to use which style of fighting at any given moment. And that's really what makes them kind of the next level RMP at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things Waz mentioned about Matt as well. Is I think it's something we've seen from Waz for a really long time. Raikou also, but Matt adding in, the moments of, hey, I can go, if you cheap shot this guy, I can fear out of it. They're all three of them are just looking for win conditions. All three of them know exactly what they need to do to close out the game. And I think that's what makes the team special and why they can find these win conditions so early on. So, not a bad matchup here by Bugs. They tried their best. I'm not sure if their mage is going to be available for them. I actually spoke with Raikou a little bit yesterday, and he said this team is actually really good in the mirror match. Like, their RMP mirror is really strong. So makes me feel like perhaps Oscar's not here if they're not going to be playing that RMP. But it is something I would like to see because I think it would be a better option for them right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. RMP mirror would be nice, but we did see Bugs at least take some games yesterday of the casual dad. So maybe, I'm not sure. Oscar, I think yesterday was having internet issues, and we'll see if those are resolved. Otherwise, it might just be the same composition here coming in for Bugs, and they're just gonna have to kind of deal with what they have at that point.
I almost want to see them try an Ellie, but this map is definitely not going to be an Ellie game. An Ellie Outlaw with a Holy Priest, run the Urshield Legendary, just try and be as tanky as possible, and sit at the pillar and do range damage like we saw Swapsy try. Oh, he actually is going to do Ellie on this map. I was not expecting Ellie on this map, but I feel like it's worth a try. Like, the main problem with the enhance is they just can never attack the mage, and you don't really want to attack the rogue. So this way, you can still stay at the pillar and get damage on the mage. Let's see if Jamie can pull it off on the shaman here. It's been a rogue mage show. If Oscar is unable to play, Jamie's trying to step up and fill that role of the fire mage as a shaman. This is going to be very interesting to see. I just keep remembering back to Legion when Ellie Outlaw became a thing. It's like nobody believed in it. Nobody tried it until someone was forced to play it. And this is maybe going to be a similar story here. For all we know, maybe Outlaw Ellie ends up being a viable option.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at this matchup, obviously both teams have a Holy Priest. Both teams have an Outlaw Rogue, and the main difference is going to be Raikou on the Fire Mage versus Jamie on the Elemental Shaman. There are some strengths to the Elemental Shaman. Of course, he's going to have Tremor Totem to break any kind of fears that Meh has. So if he's not in a kidney shot, or if he trinkets to get the Tremor Totem off, that's going to be some disruption. The lower cooldown Interrupt with Wind Shear, Grounding Totem. Purge is going to be able to deal with the combustion of Raikou if he's not in a stun. So it's going to be about, for KUNGARNA, making sure they line up the stuns on Jamie and then go for the fears, go for the combustions. Otherwise, Jamie will be able to disrupt that. And hopefully, for him as well, have a little bit more consistent burst damage. So the Fire Mage, obviously with the combustion, is a huge hit of damage, but the Elemental Shaman is going to bring more consistent damage. The one scary thing, I would say, for the Ellie is he can't blink out of stuns. So unlike Raikou, who's going to be able to just blink out of every kidney shot, he's going to have to eat those. So Bugs is going to have to play around that. But we did see some really good positioning from Swapsy on the Ellie. And I wonder if Jamie's going to try to do something similar, just kind of play at the pillar, bait Raikou in, and force him to take a lot of that Brunhilde damage.
To be honest, the way Ellie Outlaw worked in the past was you would just kidney shot, one guy, like for example Waz, and the Ellie Shaman would just free cast, do massive burst, and then you would just immediately use the next kidney on the other guy, gouge up the guy maybe that you were hitting, hit Raikou a bit, and just constantly swap. And then when your blind gets reset, you just blind and go on kind of the target that's low. So I think if Bugs can get pressure and actually maintain it by swapping around a lot, I think that could be really nice for them, because then it's going to be really tough for KUNGARNA to actually get their setups, because they're constantly going to be kind of forced to retreat. But if KUNGARNA can get their setups, well, Jamie is not going to be as tanky as somebody like Raikou or Waz. So let's see what happens here. Kidney shot onto Jamie. Kidney shot onto Meh. Disarm onto Jamie here. I'm not sure why on the Ellie Shaman, but Waz going to be doing some damage to Jamie, actually dropping considerably low. They throw out the blind here onto next. Big attempt here immediately from KUNGARNA. Waz going for the sap. We're here trying to sap Waz there. And he gets it, but unfortunately he breaks to a flame shock right there. Full kidney shot secured. Sheep onto next. Mind Games comes in. Jamie might just die to the Mind Games. He trinkets out, barely surviving there. And I do believe that was the IQD from next as well. So already checkmate on the next blind. And I think one thing that Super T's highlighted is that the LA on this map might not actually be that good of a pick. But Jamie trying to get aggressive right now onto Raikou, trying to make that. Oh, that is unfortunate. The meatball lava burst spam actually broke the blind there onto Meh. And as a result, all that pressure that Bugs just finally got is immediately just nullified.
I mean, the proc cauterized, though, on Raikou. So, I mean, that's more than any cooldown they've forced so far in the series. But surviving to the next point where they might be able to close out the game is going to be the real test at the moment, having to use all their defense in that first attack. Raikou does not have combustion here, and Jamie is trying to run away and line of sight his opponents, trying to make sure that his Earth Shield isn't purged, because if it is, he's going to get no healing from that Legendary that I think he's likely wearing in this matchup. They do grip Jamie away from the assault, and he manages to survive in a situation that he really probably shouldn't have. So right now, Bugs still have a chance. They're blasting down Raikou with tons of lava bursts. Meh has to grip him back to the pillar. Is he going to get knocked out? Looks like he does manage to get back behind the pillar and stabilize. Jamie's marching forward. Ascendance proc here for him, trying to get a little bit more damage. Perhaps he is actually wearing aggressive legendaries. Meh is getting blasted down a bit here as well, so deciding to lose the defense on the Ellie Shaman is going to be way squishier, but the pressure is noticeable, way more so than with the enhance. But Mind Games can definitely counter you as an Ellie. He trades out the Astral Shift, but he's caught in 2 kidney shots, and it's not going to be enough. I think he's on 1%, catches out a Healing Surge, gets kicked on the follow-up with his Sheep onto next, and there is no way he's making it out. Offensively, this seems a lot better, but the main problem with the Ellie is that they're just mortal. Fighting the rest of everybody else just feels immortal, and they're mortal, and it's like you're just fighting the gods, man. It's a tough battle for them on the Ellie Shaman. I don't even know. I feel like it was almost a miracle there, and he couldn't pull it off. Like, he survived the go before that, got the Astral Shift on that go, and still went down. Like, it's going to be so hard for them. But at least this comp actually got cauterized. Like, I felt like maybe they could win offensively.
Look at this. Kidney shot on Jamie. Barely survives. So he barely survives. I think it was the IQD for next. Trinket, Astral Shift. And now we kind of talked about the checkmate position on the next blind. So Jamie surprisingly able to get a lot of damage here on Raikou, but that's Waz with his Vanish. So once Vanish is off cooldown, you'll see exactly what happens. Waz gets the stun on Jamie with a full blind on next. He goes off the screen, vanishes, gets a sap, goes back to Jamie, re-kidney shots him, and is able to take him down. And that's just the strength of that Outlaw Rogue. A lot of control coming in with that Mind Games from Matt. I mean, there's really not too much Jamie can do in that situation. It's just, once again, well-executed offense from Raikou, Matt, and Waz. But I did like to see the Elemental Shaman. Not sure if it's going to work, but they had a surprising amount of pressure.
A big map. Pick a big map.
Yeah.
So you can spread out.
I think big map for sure. And they had great pressure, but Jamie actually died through Astral Shift right there at the end. So just an insane amount of damage coming out. Even on a big map, like if you can die through Astral Shift like that, 100-0, I'm not sure. What if Brunhilde wears the IQD? I'm not even trolling.
He heals with it? Actually?
Yeah, and just uses it as a heal. He just uses it like old school kind of bobble trinket. Just has it on his rogue, and if they get into execute range, he can use it like that. If they use it, if Jamie gets into execute range, he can just pop him. I think it could be good.
Long cooldown. I don't know.
But it gets you your trinket back at least.
I want to see Windwalker Ellie from Brunhilde. I actually want to see Windwalker Ellie and just go full aggro. Don't try and out-tank the tanks. Like, these are the tankiest classes in the game. Fire Mage, Outlaw, and Holy Priest. You're not going to out-tank them, so maybe just try and out-aggress them.
I would love to see Brunhilde on the Windwalker Monk. I feel like at this point, most of the Windwalker Monks have kind of, abandoned the spec for Outlaw, but you can still pack quite a punch, and maybe they could throw them off guard. Throw them a curveball, I think if they just go with this, I mean, it could work. We'll see. I am afraid for those setups, though. I mean, how do you deal with those setups? The blind, vanish sap, double kidney shot on Jamie. Like, it's like you have to trinket.
Dampen kidney. Brunhilde just dampen kidneys Waz every go. Every kidney that Jamie is
could be
kidney,
a
Waz needs to be kidneyed.
Yeah, it could definitely be a thing, but I think more often than not, he's just getting Dragon's Breath sheeped on that setup.
Yeah.
So he has to kind of deal with that control. But I think Brunhilde, if he's in the right place at the right time, perhaps he can shut down Waz a little bit more, because, I mean, we saw the damage Jamie was able to do, even though he's controlled so much of the match. There's so much potential with that Elemental Shaman. I feel like they're so close to being like an amazing spec. The problem is, like, it's so difficult against, the Outlaw Rogues and the Fire Mages to actually take anyone down, but the overall damage you can do, especially when that Ascendance procs, it's quite remarkable.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure. Jamie here. What if Brunhilde uses every blind defensively? Because last game, they blinded Meh and just broke it. Like, I feel like they didn't really get that much value out of their blinds, and they still had considerable pressure at times. So maybe they just throw every blind onto Waz, like during the setups, just try to counter his blind with Brunhilde's blind. And just kidney him on CD. Just try to, dampen kidneys, dampen blinds, and just try to get those kind of surprise attacks by swapping around. Could be a way for them to win, but I think it will be hard regardless here for Bugs, considering that Meh is also playing mind games, which is just a nightmare as an LA Shaman to deal with.
Yeah, I like the dampen play. Just use all the rogue utility to stop themselves from losing, and then win with Ellie Shaman damage. Like, Jamie is going to top damage meter no matter what in this game. So he just needs to survive every kidney and every sheep. So just use all the rogue CC the exact same time Waz is using it, because he's the same class, to stop him from his own go. I actually really like that. I think that is how they should play here. But Runes of Lordaeron, it's match point. It would be a fitting final resting place. As it is a cemetery, KUNGARNA look to keep their clean record. They have not lost a single game yet in this circuit play, and they look to continue that streak to qualify into the European Championship. Will Jamie's Elemental Shaman be a curveball that will allow them to stain their perfect record, potentially maybe get a reverse sweep? But that's going to be such a tall order for them, because, I mean, Waz could easily go subtlety too if he sees an Ellie Shaman blind locked in, which would be even more devastating, I think. We can see them making a push here with the kidney onto next into a blind. This is where I want to see Brunhilde focus on defense. He gouges Waz, kidneys Waz, kicks Raikou, shutting them down a decent amount, but Meg gets a follow-up fear, connects the mind games, gouge out of the fear. Jamie could be in a lot of trouble with that mind game still active for quite a long time. He drops a grounding totem, pops the Eternal Aegis, and manages to get a heal from next here, holding on to a lot more cooldowns than he did in the first assault. Definitely a better position than game 2.
I really like that play there by KUNGARNA, just kind of making it work, even though Waz got crowd controlled, got the double fear with the mind games, cheap shot on the healer into a gouge, but somehow Jamie hold on, and Raikou absolutely getting blasted down to 1% health. The Ray of Hope does connect. Raikou likely going to go to full HP, but that is the explosiveness of the Elemental Shaman. Full kidney shot on Jamie as KUNGARNA looking to strike back, but Raikou not feeling too comfortable here, getting blasted down by these lava bursts of Jamie. Brunhilde throws a full kidney shot onto Meh. Raikou just using this pillar to line of sight, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Great positioning. And now that Meh is out of crowd control, Raikou's going to feel relatively safe to get aggressive here. He gets gouged. Brunhilde putting out a lot of pressure once again. Big Earth Shocks. They get the ice block. And Jamie, like I said, surprising amounts of damage. It's a full blind on to next, into a gouge, into a polymorph. Jamie preemptively line of sighting, though, Meh and Raikou really not going to be taking too much damage, and Bugs is looking good so far in this one.
Yeah, they forced that ice block without any CC whatsoever onto Meh, by the way, and now Meh is in a blind, and they're again forcing nothing. It's like, I feel like these blinds really aren't doing anything for Bugs, and they're still in a pretty decent spot so far. Jamie still has his trinket. Astral Shift is coming back up. Brunhilde is in a sheep right now. Next has some cooldowns to work with. Jamie's in a kidney shot right now. Big damage potential here. They don't have anything onto next, though. Great fade coming out from next there. Boon of the Ascended by next now. Big damage onto Raikou. No ice block, remember.
No way.
And that's going to be the Guardian Spirit. It's going to be the Ray of Hope, but it could be negative. Raikou, I think it's going to be a positive one. Meh actually getting chastised on it. He's still dangerously low here. They might proc the Cauterize here. And that's the Lightning Lasso getting kidneyed by Jamie. He trinkets out aggressively, pops the Astral Shift here as well. Could be a mistake considering Waz has his blind coming up. very, very shortly here. Jamie, I think he should have held on to that maybe, unless they can just push for the kill right now. They don't have anything. Meh, he's in a full fear. Raikou, what is he going to do? He catches a big heal. He still has his cauterize to work with. Raikou getting topped up now by Meh in the backline. And now Jamie with no trinket. Next trying to Holy Ward the blind. Waz gouges it off. And there's a greater fate by Next. Next might try to def as well here on the blind. Waz not going to risk it. They fear up Jamie, and they go for the kidney shot Ring of Frost here. And they have a full blind out of that as well from Waz. I think Jamie might be toast here. Full kidney shot. Nice fields coming out from Brunhilde, but still CC onto Next. And there's the full blind. Jamie, though, gets topped with the IQD on that blind by Next. Their final lifeline. They need to try to win the game before that next blind, before that next big CC chain coming up. And Waz is going to have the opportunity to sap that blind as well, because his blind is, or his vanish is off cooldown before that blind. So Waz could just set up with a double kidney into a sheep, or they could wait for that next blind. Obviously, it will be a little bit more risky here for KUNGARNA. Meh gets blinded. Now they're trying to blast Raikou. He's taking huge hits. Do they have a sap or anything out of that? Doesn't look like it. Meh is once again coming out of that CC chain. They're not managing to get the kill onto Raikou just yet, but good pressure from Bugs here, showing defiance in game number 3.
Oh, but this next go could be the end of the game here. Kidney shot onto Next. Jamie on the run. They dismantle Waz. They thunderstorm Waz away. He grappling hooks to reconnect. Finds the kidney. Mind games incoming. Massive damage between Meh and Waz. They're going to take Jamie out, I think. He almost goes down, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Next manages to pull his life back from the brink, giving them one more opportunity to take out Raikou. 30 seconds away from the ice block. Lava Burst Lottery. Meatballs are flying in, raining from the skies. Massive damage under Raikou. This is their last chance to stain the perfect record of KUNGARNA. Will they go undefeated in the circuit? 1% remaining health onto Raikou, but manages to stabilize with the defensive plays of Waz. Jamie has to solo Raikou. Can he solo Raikou? It doesn't look like it, as big heals come in from Meh, but it has cost him almost his entire mana bar at this point to heal through this onslaught. And now that they've used blind defensively, they don't need to worry about it to stay offensive. They can keep pushing. Ice block comes off cooldown right now. Raikou trades it out the last possible second. It's cauterized proccing on top of it. They're trying to go for the win without crowd control. They're just trying to handle Jamie with damage. They use mind games there, but it's not going to connect. And this might be it. Bugs might be the first team to take a game off of KUNGARNA with a double fear. Raikou blinks behind the pillar. Defensively, Dragon's Breath. Waz dismantles. Stalling. But this is not the KUNGARNA we are used to seeing. They're just retreating in terror for the last 2 minutes straight. If Bugs can keep up this momentum, they're looking to close this game. Jamie pre-astral shifts, but they don't commit the stun. This could be devastating. If they commit the stun here and have any damage for it onto Jamie, he will have no defense to answer. They've actually reset his astral shift with the symbols of hope. Nice play between Next here, 2 seconds away from it. As he is stunned up, he gets gripped back to the pillar by Next. Great defensive play. Blind onto Waz. They have Meh completely out of mana. There's no ice block. There's no cauterize. This is the closest to defeat that KUNGARNA have been in ages.
This is unbelievable. Jamie has his fire elemental up as well. That's going to really buff up his damage, and they're going for it. Meh is tapped on mana. Raikou, no ice block, no cauterize. Jamie's there. Ascendance procs. Is he going to get dropped?
That's it.
Is. Can they take down the Guardian Spirit? Do they have enough damage? Can they take it down? Is he going to live? Is Raikou really going to live? There's no way. They drop it. They do it. Bugs gives KUNGARNA their first loss, bringing in the Elemental Shaman of Jamie. Super impressive to see.
You'll love to see it. The LA Shaman, we hyped it up a little bit, just a little bit yesterday, but finally we get to see it shown here in full force. LA Outlaw, Holy Priest. And this did not look fun for Raikou at all. And you can tell Bugs, this is probably not their kind of main comp that they were bringing here to the table. Obviously, they knew they were going to go up against KUNGARNA playing that RMP, and they chose the Enhanced Shaman for game number 1. And then when that didn't work out, they decided, you know what, let's just try the Ellie. And I love what Brunhilde was doing towards the end of this game. Dampen blinds onto Waz. You're winning on mana. You're winning on pressure. Just don't die during the setups. That's your win condition. If you don't die during the setups, you win. So blinding defensively onto Waz, kidney shotting him, during the setups, doing whatever it takes to actually get those wins. That's what you need, because look at all these replays when Raikou's using cooldowns. Meh is not in CC. It's just unhealable damage coming out from Jamie in those short moments when the Ray of Hope and things like that are on cooldown. So I think for them, they just need to survive. And here you can see Jamie coming dangerously close to dying there, almost getting the job done there for KUNGARNA, but he does stabilize that chastise barely. If it just lasted half a second longer, he would have died there. And then here, the end of the match, of course, Meh kind of tapped on mana, using his cooldowns there onto Raikou. And at this point, they've gone all in. They've used the trinkets. Jamie popped his Astral Shift. And I really like that Nex is playing the Kyrian Priest as well. They did get some good value out of that Boon of the Ascended. And in general, just a great game here for Bugs. It's going to be the first team to take a game off KUNGARNA's RMP.
They can bleed. They can feel pain. This is like unprecedented moment here in the European circuit. They might even I don't know if they can completely reverse sweep this, because if I was Waz, I would just go sub and this Ellie Shaman just it's gonna be really nasty. I feel like if he just goes subtlety here with triple crowd control, there's gonna be no interceptions that Brunhilde can really make to stop these goes and these setups. So I'm imagining that this could be snuffed out really quickly, but Bugs still could be the only team to take a game from them the entire circuit, so they can at least take that with them here for this tournament if that happens. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they got some surprises, because I was very impressed with that last game and their ability to last as long as they did. I was not expecting them to be able to pull that off facing this RMP, but it looks like KUNGARNA actually are going to lock in the big map, which is strange to me, because I would have thought you want a small map so you can get close to your targets and cross CC easier. No. Whereas if on a big map, you can get longer life grip distance and you can position better.
What you want is Raikou to not be anywhere near Jamie. Like, that's Jamie is really destroying Raikou. It's the Ascendance procs with the Lava Burst, with Echoing Shock, Earth Shocks, and Purges. So he's going to go subtlety. Sub. Yeah, number one, Ashmane's Fall is good for the sub rogue. They always like the big maps to get restells. But number two, Raikou just wants to drag Brunhilde away, isolate him, and then move over to Jamie. When he's in constant line of sight of Jamie, that's when he's get blasted the entire game, and the match becomes really difficult for him. So I think that's probably the play style, or the thought process from KUNGARNA. Pick the big map, be able to just drag, run away, play as defensive as possible, and just let Waz mess set up, and Raikou can come in with the KO combust.
Yeah, I kind of like this adaptation from KUNGARNA, and we're probably going to see some Resonator, maybe on Meh at least, unless he decides, I guess it's an Outlaw. He might play IQD and Relentless, and obviously Raikou going to have to play probably Eternal Ages or Emblem or something. Maybe Waz plays a Resonator. We'll see what they decide to do, but we saw some sub RMP yesterday in North America from NOVUS. It was very exciting games, and yeah, LA Outlaw. This could be a comp. This is what I want to see Bugs kind of invest a lot of time into, because I think this is a comp that is like, if you have one of the top tier Ellies on your team, I feel like trying to make a comp around them might not be that bad of an idea. If you have Jamie, Zeepai, or Swapsy on your roster,
oh no,
those guys those guys are the Ellies. If you have one of them, if you can get them on the Ellie, it's gonna be nice.
Does anyone else think it's kind of awkward that Zeepai is the Outlaw and the Ellie?
Yeah.
That's like,
oh yeah. Mario's like, I guess. Well, the loot boxes are out, so.
That's true.
it's time to make one. I think it's Mercy that needs to play the Outlaw Rogue. Mercy is going to be not very useful, I think, with Warlock right now, unless Demonology. I still feel like teams haven't got a chance to really try a Demonology, but
I swear it's good.
What about Demo Ellie? Demo Ellie might be sick.
It definitely could be.
I actually kind of want to play that now in my Warlock. I'm going to have to ask you to play this. I'm going to try some Ellie Demo, and I'll come back with some information.
Yeah, I have an Elemental Shaman. Play with me. It'll be fun.
Okay, Proc Pooper, I'm not sure.
All right, Jamie's going to get opened up on right now. Watt's going to be looking for triple crowd control, so that's going to be the big difference here. Big Ascendance procs right away. Kidney shot on Jamie as he gets gripped away, so not necessarily the best opener here. They don't get too much. They do get the grip. There's a cheap shot onto next. Raikou there for a polymorph. Immediate wind shear, though. Nicely done by Jamie. Full blind's just going to trade. They're just going for it on Jamie here. Mind Games could connect into a polymorph. Big damage. Jamie still hasn't really used anything, though. I mean, he has his Rock Elemental up right now. That's going to bolster his defense, and doesn't have to trade his Astral Shift. Doesn't have to trade his Trinket. The Rock Elemental getting huge value in this game, and now he's going to mix it up. Fire Elemental is down, and he is ready to blast.
Oh, Waz actually getting blasted here. Using the Coco Shadows, a bit overlap there with the Ray of Hope. Might be a negative Ray, and Waz will recover as a result there. Cheap shot now coming out onto the next. Raikou looking for the Ring of Frost. Lands it. There's the Resonator. This is a perfect setup next with the immediate IQD. He gets sheeped on it, though. They might actually be able to kill him through, but I kind of doubt it. Jamie holding onto his cooldowns. Baboon of the Ascended now coming out onto Raikou here. Man's in a full blind. Brunhilde pushes in. Dragon's Breath to deny the sap of Brunhilde. He vanishes for the cheap shot instead. Jamie just absolutely blasting away right now. Going after Waz. He needs to be very careful. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. That's just a massive heal with that Guardian Spirit. And now, once again, Jamie could be in trouble. He's got Trinket. He's got Astral Shift next. Not in crowd control just yet. Waz, look at the setup here with a Smoke Bomb Resonator play next, though, positioning on top of it. Getting stunned, though, at the end of it. And what an insane amount of damage coming in here from KUNGARNA. They make quick work out of Jamie, 50-0 in a cheap shot. Those Resonators, I don't know how many of them were running it. We're going to take a look, but they definitely got some value.
Pretty sure there was 3. I feel like that was like an anime scene where like a guy gets cut in half by a sword and it takes a couple seconds for them to like realize that they were cut in half. Like Jamie's body just falls apart suddenly.
What was really weird about that is Nex took no damage though. Like, was it the Resonators? I feel like it could have just been like a double Eviscerate. Because if you look, Nex health does barely moves at all, and it should be split between Jamie and Nex in that situation. So I'm really curious to see exactly how that went, but just a lot more control in this game, a lot more calculated coming in here. So this is, I think, where it happened. So here's the kidney shot, Resonator, bomb, Nex runs in, he gets cheap shot. Look at his health. So it's, yeah, that was just Eviscerate.
Oh, I think it was Mind Games triggering on Nature's Guardian.
And Eviscerate at the same time?
Yeah, Mind Games hit him twice, I think. So like the initial damage, and then his Nature's Guardian triggered. He got double tapped.
Dang.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
I mean, I'm KUNGARNA once again displaying absolute dominance with their Rogue Mage Priest. It's like, you beat us on Outlaw, okay, we're going to show you like our final form with the Subtlety Rogue. And they just look so on point with their setups, their damage, everything looks good. But really excited kind of for Bugs here, because this might be a composition that they can, it came out of absolute necessity. So we can see these final moments here once again, but this composition kind of came out from absolute necessity. But it actually seems okay. They're the first team to actually put a point on the board against KUNGARNA. Here it is. So we're going to see the Mind Games. Next runs into the Smoke Bomb. Waz is like, all right, well, thank you for letting me cheap shot you. He gets the cheap shot here. Mind Games procs, and it's just, there's a moment where Jamie gets, maybe it's the Nature's Guardian range. He just kind of explodes. So Mind Games is up, and then boom.
Jamie had the Eternal Ages active. That's why the Resonator didn't do that much to him. It soaked it up, and then he got Mind Games, and it was the Mind Games. Plus, like the Abyss brought him to, I think, Nature's thing, and then, Mind Games just sent him Nature's Guardian.
Yeah, but I mean, like you guys have said, good job for Bugs for being able to get at least one game off. Is that a comp that you would want to see again, Zico? Is that something you think could work in the long run?
Yeah, I think if I was like, this is the big thing. Most RMPs are just like people who've been playing Outlaw for like a month. They're not, you're not going to face Waz on sub rogue, really testing you to the limit. A lot of these rogues, they're alts, they play Outlaw because it's really good right now. And if you're facing a lot of Outlaw RMP, this seems to be a kind of a good answer, especially if they practice it a lot and kind of polish their strats, what they want to do. Probably clean up their offense a little bit, clean up their defense a little bit, and and that way you get Jamie on his main as well. So it just seems to be a win-win. And also Waz quickly gave me a little screenshot here of exactly what happened. So he got a 4-set proc as he went for the Abyss on that kill right there, and I don't think he was even running Nature's Guardian, Jamie, but it was just the double Abyss doing like 25k.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what happened.
He is. I don't know if this is up there, but the add-on does say he's running Nature's Guardian.
Yeah, but it didn't hit his Nature's Guardian either way. Might have died before it procced or something.
Eviscerate does a lot of damage.
Yeah, Eviscerate's good.
Very good.
Well, either way, we are ending that matchup 3-1. So KUNGARNA, they're going to be taking yet another victory, continuing on in their winning streak here in the circuit. So they're going to be very happy ending the second weekend of the circuit with just absolutely no losses. So very, very well done to them. Another team that has yet to lose here in the circuit is SK Gaming. They're going to be coming up next, and they're against Casual Dads, who had a pretty good game yesterday against Bugs, Supatees.
Yeah, their rogue mage is looking solid in terms of defense. They're kind of still playing towards the strategies that they used to when they won BlizzCon, which is just run away from your opponents, put them in agony, and dampen them to the deepest depths possible. So SK Gaming, though, are a team that are used to treading water deep and dampening. So I'm not sure if this is a team that will be as effective, or whether or not their offense is going to be really tested in this series.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how they do handle that. So to find out, we are going to go to a break first. And when we come back, it's going to be Casual Dads versus SK Gaming. We'll see you soon.
By Waz and Reich, and they're going to have to reset a little bit here until Meh can find that fear potentially, or until Waz can get a blind just off cooldown. But right now Waz getting swapped to, taking a decent amount of damage, and that Guardian Spirit was just used onto Raikou. Full blind secured onto next, and Meh here trying to do a lot of damage here. Could be big trouble. Raikou ice blocks offensively. They're going for the kill, and they will get it. Boon of the Ascendant doesn't even go off. Trying to sap Waz there, and he gets it, but unfortunately he breaks to a flame shock right there. Full kidney shot secured. Sheep onto next. Mind Games comes in. Jamie might just died to the Mind Games. He trinkets out.
I'm in a situation that really probably shouldn't have. So right now, Bugs still have a chance. They're blasting down Raikou with tons of lava bursts. Meh has to grip him back to the pillar. Is he going to get knocked down a bit here as well? So deciding to lose the defense on the Ellie Shaman is going to be way squishier, but the pressure is noticeable, way more so than with the enhance. But Mind Games can definitely counter you as an Ellie. He trades out the Astral Shift, but he's caught in 2 kidney shots, and it's not going to be enough. I think he's on 1%, catches out a Healing Surge, gets kicked on the follow-up with his Sheep onto Nick.
Making it work, even though Waz got crowd controlled, got the double fear with the Mind Games, cheap shot on the healer into a gouge, but somehow Jamie holds on, and Raikou absolutely getting blasted down to 1% health. The Ray of Hope does connect. He's going to feel relatively safe to get aggressive here. He gets gouged. Brunhilde putting out a lot of pressure once again. Big Earth Shocks. They get the ice block, and Jamie, like I said,
He toast here. Full kidney shot. Nice fields coming out from Brunhilde, but still CC on to next, and there's the full blind. Jamie, though, gets topped with the IQD on that blind.
Grappling hooks to reconnect, finds the kidney. Mind Games incoming. Massive damage between Met and Waz. They're going to take Jamie out, I think. He almost goes down, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Next,
they're going for it. Met is tapped on mana. Raikou, no ice block, no cauterize. Jamie's there. Ascendance procs. Is he going to get dropped?
That's it.
Is. Can they take down the Guardian Spirit? Do they have enough damage? Can they take it down? Is he going to live? Is Raikou really going to live? There's no way. They drop it. They do it. Bugs.
Waz will recover as a result there. Sheep shot now coming out onto the next. Raikou looking for the Ring of Frost. Lands it. There's the Resonator. This is a perfect setup next with the immediate IQD. He gets Sheep very careful. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. That's just a massive heal with that Guardian Spirit. And now, once again, Jamie could be in trouble. He's got Trinket. He's got Astral Shift next. Not in crowd control just yet. Waz looking to set up here with a Smoke Bomb Resonator play next, though, positioning on top of it. Getting stunned, though, at the end of it. And what an insane amount of damage. Overlapping a Sheep and a blind right there.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is SK Gaming facing off against Casual Dads.
Wow. Okay. So we are going to see Asgrath get off the Restoration Druid and go on the Priest, and we're going to be seeing some RMP mirrors. And I actually don't really know who comes out ahead here, to be honest. I mean, SK Gaming has Zeepai kind of ulting the Outlaw Rogue. To be fair, he has been doing a good job. Asgrath normally plays a Restoration Druid, but he's also a really solid Holy Priest. But Casual Dad's one of these teams, Nixie on that Rogue. They seem to always do well in mirrors, so this could actually be a difficult matchup here for SK Gaming. If Casual Dads could win, this would be a massive win for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Casual Dads here having an opportunity to upset SK Gaming. And you already know that majority of the top end of that top four, they want SK Gaming to lose here, especially if you are KUNGARNA, which just played, because they are going to be tied for first again with SK if SK wins this one. And we'll see Alec right now getting tested here. Clyde was put in crowd control. He might have used his IQD already, getting kidney shot now onto Clyde, full blind onto Asgrath. Nice Dragon's Breath onto Nixie, shutting down the sap there, but he continues to chain with a kidney shot. Alec going for the Ring of Frost, gets it, and look at Alec there, actually trying to avoid getting gouged, going for the Ring of Fire here as well, doing a ton of damage to Morrow. And Asgrath will come out of that CC chain now, so should be completely fine here for Morrow. And now it is going to be Zeepai and Morrow looking to get aggressive onto Alec here. Nice fear coming in from Clyde though onto Asgrath. Clyde, definitely, if he got feared first, that could have been disastrous. And they're still going for it though. He does get feared now. Morrow looking for the Ring of Frost, gets kidney shot, gets kicked on the sheep as well. And the fact that Clyde kind of won that fear battle right there is going to save Alec a lot of cooldowns there. So really good job by Clyde there. And still anybody's game here, even at this point.
Yep, mage race underway here. Who's going to reach the finish line first? Morrow, pre-alter timing here. Looks like it still hasn't been purged off. He can alter. Oh, almost got purged off, but he doesn't alter too high of HP. Asgrath having to trade Guardian Spirit. Is he going to die through Guardian Spirit? You see a massive Boon of Ascended come out from Clyde there, almost proccing the Cauterize, but not enough damage. Now Clyde caught in a Polymorph that could turn this around onto Alec. He's going to use Shifting Power, try and move away, gets kidney shot on it. And he's slowing down some of that cooldown reduction as he's trying to race down Morrow once again. Blazing Barrier is going to be activating. We have a little bit of a difference in the priests here. Asgrath opting for the Night Fae, Clyde opting for the Kyrian Boon of Ascended. So Asgrath's build is going to be more mana efficient and stronger in terms of defense, but Clyde will have those big swings on the Boon of Ascended hits, and we'll have to see which one ends up edging out ahead.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, I would say Clyde is way behind on mana, so that's one thing that SK Gaming definitely has going for them, but it might not matter. Morrow's very low right now behind the pillar. Asgrath's going to have to play catch-up. Shifting Power comes in, full kidney shot. Does get gripped away at the same time as a blink, so a slight overlap in mobility there. Clyde pushes forward, lands Saphir on Nixie. A beautiful, I think it was actually a ward there by Asgrath, so that's going to deny the fear, but now he's into a full blind, so crowd control still never ends, but Morrow actually in no trouble with crowd control on Nixie, and they managed to turn that blind around, get really aggressive on Alex off the back of crowd control on Nixie. A great offensive push there by SK Gaming, and now at this point, definitely ahead.
Yeah, big ice block there being forced, but Alex gonna have his combustion right up, coming off cooldown right now. So if they can get something going with that, it could definitely equalize the situation. However, if SK gets another setup here, Morrow might be able to get some value out of his combustion as well. Here comes the setup. Here comes Morrow. Here comes. What is he going to do? Alec with the combustion rolling here, trying to take down Morrow. They try to stop the re, but Nixie's there with the sap. Morrow might have to ice block here. He's trying to greed it, and greed is good in this case. If you are SK, Morrow will survive without having to use that cooldown. And now Clyde's in a fear. Morrow's combustion getting ripped in onto Alec. Alec behind the pillar. Rare positional mistake there, but he does manage to barely make it into Clyde's line of sight there. But Clyde in the micro right now. Asgrath definitely doing some work right now on that priest with the fear. Kind of setting up his team there with that CC chain. Now Alec once again in a little bit of trouble here, dropping to about 50%. Zeepai all over him. Ring of Fire coming out. Asgrath in a full blind, but it's Alec actually on the run here. They can get anything onto Clyde. This could be very dangerous. Zeepai has the blind. Alec is low. Clyde knows it. Everybody knows it. They want to top Alec off, and they want to avoid that fear. But Zeepai, he wants to get that blind as soon as possible. Morrow still quite low on HP. Boon of the Ascendant coming out here. Zeepai might have to defensively blind here if he doesn't go for it soon. Morrow still hiding here. doing a great job. Clyde running low on mana as well with that Kyrian. Here's a full blind onto Clyde. Here comes the damage potentially from SK. Who are they gonna go after? Finally, looks like they will go after Alec, but that CC chain already ending. And now Asgrath putting a kidney shot into a Ring of Frost. Maru once again on the run, but doing a great job avoiding damage during the CC chains. Nice alter time. He's avoiding the people that can dispel it as well. Clyde getting counterspelled there as well in the fray of things. And Maru surviving another setup there. And now having an opportunity again to get aggressive with his combustion onto Alec. Still, Guardian Spirit was used in that exchange by Asgrath. And Asgrath had to spend a lot of mana here as well, trying to keep Maru in the fight. So they need to get some offensive pressure here on the side of SK if they want to close this one out. Here we go. Cheap shot into Ring of Frost, but gets Dragon's Breath by Alec. Clyde trying to Holy Ward incoming Sheeps here as well, trying to make sure that he stays out of crowd control. Meanwhile, Asgrath blind, zap. And again, Maru has to survive while his healer is in that long CC chain. Maru gets kidneyed, uses his human racial right there. Alec dropping low, but gets topped up as well. Maru again also dropping low, but getting back to full HP. And Clyde here about to get CC'd. Asgrath there with the fear out of the chastise. Maru blinking in, trying to follow up maybe with a DR CC here, but not going to be able to find it. And it is going to be Alec here running away while that new CC chain is being launched onto Clyde. Nice Dragon's Breath onto Nixie. Nice blink counterspell by Alec, shutting down another CC chain there. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail right now, trying to get the win here in this opening game.
Boon of Ascended available for Clyde. That's going to be a big power play opportunity. I feel like that cooldown will need to net Cauterize or Ice Block from Maru if their team still wants to have a shot here, with Asgrath having a mana lead and the defensive advantages of those Fae Guardians. So let's see when Clyde decides to connect this. Pairing it up with the combustion of Alec would be perfect for powering through the defense of Maru and forcing those vital defensive cooldowns. Boon of Ascended has been launched, but Clyde gets kidney shot on it. He connected a couple hits on Maru, but I don't think nearly enough damage. Now into the full blind. He's not going to find any more value out of the Boon of Ascended. It's going to be up to Alec's combustion here to push through for that cooldown. Is he going to find a good connection, though? He's just trying to stay with Clyde at the pillar and trying to dampen, but Zeepai is pushing him over. Here comes combustion on Maru. Guardian Spirit from Asgrath going to trade pretty efficiently here. Maru is going to tank this entire combustion with it. Now Maru has combustion of his own. He's going to be launching that onto Alec. Alec alter times. Will it be enough? Clyde is interrupted for a moment by the kick of Zeepai. He pre-Holy Wards, anticipating crowd control, is trying to stabilize Alec 1 second away from a Serenity Charge, and the Serenity Charge allows him to top off Alec in this position. Even though Clyde was behind on mana this whole game, it's somehow evened out at this point. These Fae Guardians active from Asgrath need to have a return and give him some mana. It looks like he may be positioning for a drink as well. Asgrath so far in the back here off to the right. Alec is trying to hit him, snipes him with a Flame Strike around the corner, denying that regeneration, keeping mana at least close at this point, but Alec is falling behind on heals. Clyde is trying to stabilize with the Apotheosis, going for a slow casted heal, and manages to greed it out and stabilize Alec in this position. But look at the mana tank, absolutely zeroed out here for Clyde at 16% dampening.
Yeah, dampening getting higher and higher, and both these priests getting lower and lower in terms of mana. Asgrath sitting down for a drink. This is massive for his team. Maru just playing full-on survivability right now. He gets interrupted, and now retreating to the pillar with his Aegis to get topped off. And that puts SK Gaming in a really prime position. That being said, they have lost the Ice Block lead, and if they can get Maru's Ice Block right now, they put them in a prime position at this point in dampening. Full kidney shot will land on Asgrath. Alec pushes forward with the combustion. There's the Cauterize, the Guardian Spirit, and Maru gets interrupted on Frost. That is unbelievable. He goes for a Frostbolt, I think, and got kicked on it and dropped before he could actually get it off. I feel like SK Gaming was in such a good spot for most of that game, but Casual Dads just capitalizing on one little mistake, pushing forward, putting the first point on the board, and this is definitely scary right now for SK Gaming.
Yeah, SK Gaming, I mean, you said it yourself. They were kind of in the driver's seat. They forced the first Ice Block. They had good pressure. They had a mana lead throughout the whole game. And then Asgrath sat down there at the end for the drink. And Maru getting kicked and things just spiraling out of control for them. And you got to give it up to the Casual Dads as well. These guys, this is one of the things that sometimes happens for them. They just trade out the first Ice Block. They can lose the Mage Race, but they're really good at just kind of coming back and just playing out the long game here, finding opportunities later on. And this is one of those opportunities here. Maru getting kicked there on the Ring of Frost, and Cauterize triggers, and he just goes down before he can do anything about it. I think probably a second or so left on it. And fortunately for Maru, that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you got to go for that Ring of Frost. If you can get it, you can hold your Ice Block. But Sometimes you can get kicked on it as well and die. Unfortunately for Morrow, this time around, he did die.
Unfortunately, isn't it? This mirror matchup is so much different than a lot of the other kind of RMP mirrors. It seems like the only strats for the teams is running at the mage. We didn't see any like rogue swaps or priest swaps with the outlaw version of this comp. They were just trying to race each other. The only major difference I've seen between RMPs, it seems, is the Holy Priest Covenant. Like NA seems to like Venthyr a little bit more, like Korlik and Whaler have been playing a lot of Venthyr Holy Priest. Now over on North America, you got like Relza wanting to run the Kyrian, and then in this game Clyde was Kyrian, but then some other priests like Asgrath are Night Fae. I still feel like I'm in the Night Fae camp. I just feel like defense is more valuable than offense right now.
Mana.
But at the same time, yeah, but even with the mana, I don't even know if the mana mattered that much. I feel like these Holy Priests keep healing even when they're Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is in the toolkit. Are they running the mana regen talent? No, they're playing Renew increased healing. I'm trying to figure it out because I'm looking at it and I'm like, Clyde is 0 mana right now. Asgrath's 30%. If this game is just like efficient damage output, this game should end like in the next minute with Clyde losing his Doom. And then Asgrath's mana just hits 0. And then it just keeps going after both of them are at 0.
Yeah.
Like another 3 or 4 minutes. So I don't know if the mana regen actually matters, but the extra wall, like when you don't have an altar, or you don't have an ice block or a cauterize, like having an extra wall, I think is the most value from the Night Fae, because it doesn't seem like mana is a problem for Holy Priests. They just keep going even when they're on empty.
Yeah, I mean, Ashvane's Fall going to be selected, and we're going to an RMP mirror once again, and it does seem to be just kind of like an all-out mage race. It's just the little things, right? I mean, I don't even remember the last time we've seen a mage, like a fire mage, be kicked on Frost and not be able to ice block. I feel like that's literally like a world first. And one of the only reasons why the mages cast Frostbolt is to proc their legendary. So if they used a Frost spell, an Arcane spell, and a Fire spell, then they get a 20% damage buff. So
you normally use Frostbolt for that, not Frost Nova?
You can use Frost Nova, but I think a lot of mages... I mean, Frost Nova is super valuable, right, for keeping the rogue off you. So sometimes you don't want to just kind of waste it, just throw it out, into oblivion without actually getting the crowd control out. So just casting a Frostbolt, normally you're not going to get kicked on it. And normally, if you do get kicked on Frostbolt, it's like, great, they wasted an interrupt on Frostbolt. I can cast Fireball, I can Pyro, you can do whatever you want. So it's not really that bad for baiting out interrupts. But what?
You need like the TBC low rank Frostbolt. You need like a rank 1 Frostbolt so you don't get kicked on.
Well, it kind of is. Like,
is it that fast?
It's pretty fast. I don't know what the base cast time is on Frostbolt now. I want to say it's like 1.5. It's around there. It's not a very long cast. It's between 2 and 1.5, I think, is fire.
I think 1.5 sounds kind of right.
Yeah, it's quick, fast, especially the haste these mages are running.
Yeah, but that's the tricky thing as well, though. If you get that Ring of Frost off, then all of a sudden, you're chilling. You don't need to ice block there. You're going to ring the rogue. You're going to proc maybe the Night Fae slow on him as well. If he gets dispelled, gives you just a tiny second to potentially
it's probably
save a huge cooldown. Yeah, he was casting Ring of Frost.
No, okay. I don't know what was going on with Frostbolt.
I thought you guys were just talking theory, getting kicked on a Frostbolt. But either way, the Ring of Frost was nice if you could get it off, but unfortunately, couldn't get it off. Gets kicked and gets punished for it. And now, Casual Dads with a lead. And game number 2 about to start. And Casual Dads, they used to be known in 2017 as ABC. Well, not minus Clyde, but Alec and Nixie. And they used to be the team that a lot of the other Rogue Mage teams, they did not want to face them because in mirrors, they were good. But in the other matchups, maybe not as good as the other RMPs. This was kind of the RMP to avoid in those mirrors.
They won with Asgarath. This is actually like old friends or rivals now, like 5 years later.
Oh, yeah.
Asgarath's on the other team fighting against his teammates, Alec and Nixie. So I wonder, it's probably not playing into too much here. It's been like 5 years since they won together, but I don't know. It's a pretty big experience to win BlitzCon together. So going against each other here in this series. Casual Dad's up 1 point right now. Morrow just trying to deal with Nixie behind the pillar, but Nixie still gets the sap on Asgrath, putting Morrow further behind here in game number 2. Is he going to fall? Are they going to get a caught so early on? They might. Asgrath IQDs, gets re-polyed on it, but already connected a big heal. Morrow should survive through that initial crowd control chain, but that Quantum Device trinket is a 3-minute cooldown, unlike the normal PvP trinket on 2 minutes. So Asgrath not going to have a safety net to escape crowd control in the near future, but in the meantime, SK Gaming trying to get offensive here with a fear onto Clyde. Alec down at half. Zeepai reconnecting here with the Blade Rush, popping his Adrenaline Rush now, trying to connect a lot of damage. This is where he needs to be making a big push. Is he going to connect the damage and get a little CC on the Clyde? Clyde's getting heals out here as Alec blinks behind the pillar. Maro seems to be the one that's more so on the back foot here in game 2, though.
Yeah, Maro and a gouge right now. Both mages just kind of trying to avoid each other. It seems like Alec is just kind of blinking out of line of sight as much as possible, and Maro's trying to chase him, but really not able to get out too much damage. A full kitty shot on Maro right now. Alec once again blinking out of line of sight. It's a full kitty shot that does land, and that's the problem. If you blink too early before the stun, you're going to eat that entire stun. Alec a little bit behind right now. Clyde into polymorph, into a fear. What is he going to do? Looks like he's still not out of yet. The Guardian Spirit is used on Alec. He's just going to trade out the Ice Block. So trades out the Ice Block. He hits Master Spell. Cauterized procs. This is a huge push by SK to get the blind on Clyde. Alec might just get dropped. There's no Guardian Spirit. There's no healing. And it's very likely he gets potted. He does. How are they going to keep it alive? They might be able to. There's a blind on Zeepai, a gouge on Maro, a fear. I think Alec is actually going to survive. And Casual Dads, they pull it off. Keep the pod alive. And they get another fighting chance in this matchup.
Beautiful, but they still are in that same situation where they have literally no CDs left. And Maro, he has his combustion rolling very, very soon. But right now, Maro, though, taking a little bit of damage in that stun lock. Dropping quite low here. Asgarth in the backline, though, spamming out the heals. Nixie coming in with the kidney shot. Maro with the combustion now. Alec running for dear life. Actually, that was Alec's combustion that Maro spell stole. Maro still has his combustion. The next time they get something on Clyde, I think Alec actually dies. He just used his Eternal Ages as well. Alec, though, getting kidney shot and just blinks it. Not the greatest kidney shot there by Zeepai. Maybe he thought that Alec blinked there when he used his Alter Time. I'm not sure. Either way, Alec, though, is still taking a decent amount of damage. Maro as well, sitting in that full kidney shot, but finally making it out alive. Full Ring of Frost being casted. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. Nice shutdown by Alec, realizing that he needs to try to stall as much as possible, but as Sheep does sneak in here onto Clyde. Alec in a full kidney shot, mind control onto Nixie. Big damage coming in from that Ring of Fire as well. Deepai getting defensively blinded here. And this is just a story of defense right now from Casual Dads. They are playing to survive. They know Alec has no Cauterize, no Ice Block. Clyde probably still CD on his IQD as well. So they're just trying to buy time to get some of those cooldowns back. And then maybe they can find a win in dampening like we saw in the previous game. But Clyde full blinded Alec. I think this might be it. IQD actually coming out for Clyde there into the Greater Fade. Gets the Guardian Spirit off. And Alec will live to fight another go.
Yeah, let's see how many more goes he's going to get here. He's used a lot of his cheat death mechanics with the Cauterize and the Wild Seed and Ice Block already out of the way. So he's going to be vulnerable for at least another 2 minutes here. So SK Gaming need to close in that time, and they might be able to. Combustion gets ripped out by Maro. They're trying to push in, but Alec blinks back to the pillar. He's right next to Clyde. He defensively fears Zeepai. Zeepai manages to break out. Looks like blind now into Asgrath. They're trying to get aggressive onto Maro. Are they going to get any CC out of it? Doesn't look like they get the follow-up, so Maro should begin to restabilize through this. It is scary damage, though. Boon of Ascended and Combustion. They grip Maro behind the pillar to line of sight that incoming burst and survive the blast attack of Clyde and Alec. And now they need to think about turning it around. Their blind is coming up in 17 seconds in this position. They're trying to get onto Alec here, but Alec gets gripped back away from his push. And that kind of support ion cannon between the Boon of Ascended and Combustion could be a threat, but maybe not. That's not going to survive to the next point. Full blind on Clyde, more than enough to take down Alec in that position. And yeah, SK Gaming are just going to be walking off that first defeat. They're not going to be letting it get to them at all. This looked like a really good game from them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just kind of controlled from start to finish. Initial pressure. Actually, I believe it was Casual Dads who kind of struck first. There was a kind of a scary moment there for Maro, but luckily for him, it was just the IQD trade from Asgrath that kept him alive, and we were able to reverse the pressure at that point, keeping Alec kind of on the back foot for the rest of the game, getting every cooldown. They got the Guardian Spirit, they got the Cauterize, they got the Ice Block, they got the Pod Tender, all in a single push. Luckily for Casual Dads, they were able to kind of hold on at that point, but yeah, just a really, really scary moment. Here's the Guardian Spirit. Alec goes for the double Dragon's Breath. Then this is kind of where things spiraled out of control. So gets kicked on the shifting power, still taking a ton of damage of fear on Clyde into a Ring of Frost. Nicely set up. Massive spell on the Ice Block from Asgrath. A little bit slow on the kidney shot is Nixie. And unfortunately, at that point, Alec's just so low. Clyde has already traded out his Guardian Spirit. and obviously keeps the pod tender alive at that point. But the pressure is just still unrelenting. Alex is just, it feels like their team is trying to play catch up for the remainder of the game. Not really too much pressure on tomorrow. You can see now with the full blind on Clyde, there's no defense really left for Alex. Not much he can do. And you can see it on the scoreboard as well. I mean, Morrow in this match almost doubling the damage of Alec. And, you know, the damage meters don't always tell the full story, but in a matchup like this, being able to get out more pressure, you know, twice the damage is certainly going to have an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that maybe SK just did a little strategy change here for this game and just decided to be a lot more aggressive, because that first game went on for quite some time. This one didn't even go to dampening, and there was, you know, a pod tender res that actually extended this match as well. So I think in RMP mirrors, it looks like offense is still king, just pushing in, being as aggressive as possible, getting those blinds, getting those big CC chains, and trying to take down a mage during that time. And this time around, SK Gaming, whatever was going on in game number 1, they seem to have fixed it. And they looked really good in this game, especially, like you mentioned, Morrow just being able to do a lot of damage. Alec just getting really, really pressured in this fight, not really able to get too much work done here. But it's 1-1, and this is probably what we're going to be seeing from both of these teams all the way through. So we'll see what happens.
I can't imagine seeing any changes here for either side, unless one of them had a subtlety, but I feel like neither team has that well-versed enough that it would even be able to compete in this matchup.
You don't think Nixie can play sub? I mean, I'd be blown
they
away.
haven't played it in so long. They have not played sub RMP in so long. I can't even remember the last time I saw Nixie play sub.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Because I feel like that would maybe give them an edge in the matchup. Maybe.
But it might not even be better.
Didn't we see sub versus outlaw and sub lost?
It can probably go back and forth. I felt like we weren't concrete on it 100%.
Yeah,
which one
we
was
weren't.
I'm not sold on it. Maybe they're not sold on it either. So
more
it's gonna
data
be outlaw.
points.
Outlaw all the way.
It's interesting that casual dads are picking the aggressive maps, because I would have thought them to be the defensive team, but it was SK Gaming that picked Ashamains and won with aggression, and now casual dads are picking the aggressive map, even though they just lost to aggression. So, I mean, I don't know. Are they going to flip a switch here? Maybe they're going to meet aggression with aggression.
Could be.
Could be. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it seems like at this point, it just comes down to little things, right? Like which mage can kind of deflect better. It's about getting control on the rogue. So if you can fake out a kick and you can spam polymorph on the rogue at the right time, or get a good dragon's breath, or blink out a line of sight, or, you know, and not allow the mage to connect. Little things like that are going to have a big impact on the game. So we'll have to see which one of these two mages can play better defensively, get out the damage when it counts, get in position when it counts, and equally so, I mean, these rogues are very impactful. If you don't get faked on your kick, then you get kicks and you get kidney shots after a blink, and you're gouging the right target. It can be very important in the match as well. Z-Bat is going to chase in immediately, and that's one of the things about Outlaw. You can kind of just get the fight started. You have a little bit of ramp up with your slice and dice, getting your pistol shot on the target. But once that's up, you are ready to go. Full blind on Asgrath gets traded out into a full kidney shot. Nixie getting aggressive very early on, but they're not able to get too much with it. And I don't know if I necessarily like just throwing out the... Maybe it's going to work. I mean, Namaro is taking a lot of damage, but with no crowd control on Asgrath, he should be able to survive. Nixie threw out the kidney shot as well as the blind so early on, but no one was really there to actually attack Morrow. So I don't know if I really like that initial push from Casual Dads.
Yeah, I think maybe wait until you get the stacks rolling. Wait until you have, rolled the bones, slice and dice, whatnot, before you commit the CC chain. But either way, they're not really going to net too much from it. Mara right now doing a great job just running around while Asgrath sitting through that CC chain. And we're going to see Mara now finally getting some control on Nixie. And finally, Asgrath is out of the CC chain, so he can start playing a little bit more aggressive. And he's going to Dragon's Breath Nixie here. Scorches onto Alec. Just wants to get topped off here. But he is stacking with his healer. Asgrath very afraid of getting blinded. He doesn't know exactly when that blind is up, but he just tried to holy ward it, try to def it as well, but with still 2 or 3 seconds left. And he gets a full fear here onto Clyde. No follow-up though. Alec though, with a nice ulti time there, I believe. And full blind now onto Asgrath. And they get the follow-up. Nixie gets disarmed on his Vanish there. That is absolutely disastrous as a rogue. can't really do too much there. And these are the small plays that we're talking about. Disarming the Vanish, Dragon's Breathing the Vanish, denying the follow-up crowd control, and landing your own crowd control, landing your damage, just getting good value there out of the combustions, unlike that one that Mario just popped right there. And those are the things that can really matter in this matchup. And so far, it's a little bit of a mana lead to Casual Dads. Clyde, though, in a full blind. It could change here. Mario still feeling the pressure of Nixie, though. Can't really get too aggressive during that. Nixie actually aggressively cloaking to stay on target here during this situation. Doesn't want to allow Mario to try to follow up the CC here, but Mario does get kicked and now has a chance to do it. Ring of Frost getting casted out. Alec, does he have Dragon's Breath? He gets kidneyed. Doesn't manage to get the Ring of Frost in time. Mario still going for the sheeps, but look at Clyde. Runs into the Ring of Frost and deaths just to make sure that he DRs himself so he doesn't get faked into a full sheep right there. Excellent decision making by Clyde, kind of abusing that Ring of Frost on the ground. And as a result, a lot of the pressure that SK Gaming had is completely gone.
And Mario's been kind of getting owned for the last minute or so. His combustion getting completely nullified. That crowd control chain he used Will to survive to break out of the stun to land that ring, and then missed. And then didn't get the follow-up sheep. Now he's kidneyed on his next combustion. They're really just taking Mario out of the game this time around, trying to focus on limiting his potential. And I wonder if that'll be represented in the scoreboard. It could just be, you know, which mage gets the most effective damage out is going to be the team that wins. So I'm keeping my eye on that. How many combustions are shut down? How many sheeps are shut down? Like here again, Ring of Frost out of blind, shut down on Clyde. They're not going to find it. Also, it appears that Clyde has joined the Winter Queen ranks and is running Night Fae Priest, abandoning the Kyrian here in this game, wanting to make that shift. And maybe that extra bolster of defense will allow Alec to be in a better position offensively. Deep-Eye mind controlled off into the corner. Asgrath repositioning to purge that, but Asgrath actually falling behind on mana. Goes for a fear onto Clyde. Could set their team up for some big damage onto Alec. Alec all their times back. Now blasting down Morrow. Asgrath trades out Guardian Spirit. They're cutting through it. Kidney shot on Asgrath. Can they manage to push through the Guardian Spirit? They're going to activate the Aegis and absorb some damage. Blink to get the Blazing Barrier, then Soul Shape away to get massive absorption value here. Morrow defensively DBs, but gets stopped on his Ring of Frost by a Chastise. Goes for Polly, instantly dispelled on it. Morrow blinking again in with Alter Time, trying to chase down Alec and then altering back if he's in trouble to redirect that push. I really like that type of Alter Time usage as a mage, is altering before you make an aggressive blink, so if the enemy tries to punish you, you just get a free heal back to full.
Yeah, beautiful, honestly. Right now, Morrow using a defensive Ring of Frost. Offensive Ring of Frost going to be used there by Alec as well. Combustion once again getting used by Morrow, trying to get damage out, but Alec just in a really good position to avoid damage, and this is the kind of positioning I'm talking about. He basically completely avoided that cooldown. Z-Buy's going to be looking to interrupt this polymorph, but Nixie is just destroying Morrow by himself. Alec's not even in line of sight, and Morrow just almost dies. And this shift to Night Fae has looked pretty good for Casual Dad so far. They're winning on mana. I would say Morrow's getting pressured down. The positioning from Alec has been great. There's a lot of pressure here by Nixie. There's the Cauterize. Can they get the Ice Block? It's a Guardian Spirit. And things are just unraveling here so quickly. I think they actually proc the Guardian. And can they get the Ice Block as well? That would be absolutely massive, but there's no Cauterize. 3-minute cooldown on Guardian Spirit. This is not looking good for SK Gaming. Casual Dads is on fire.
Casual Dad's absolutely running away with this one right now. Mario's in a full fear. Clyde has no IQD. That's the one thing. He did trinket that last blind with his 3-minute CD, so that is the one opening for SK. But Mario right now on the ropes. They don't have too much to work with, and Nixie's all over him. They have no Guardian Spirit for 3 minutes. That is so brutal. Poor Asgrath, who is right now locked out. Mario, how are you going to survive? He gets a sheep onto Nixie, blinks back to Asgrath, resetting some of his cooldowns with that shifting power. Alec actually taking a massive heal there from Clyde after getting absolutely blasted by Z-Fi. And now Mario with the combustion, probably going to pop it right away. Alec here taking huge damage, but nice alter time by Alec. Goes for the sheep, but Asgrath human rituals the stun and deaths the sheep right there into a full blind though. Is it going to be enough? Mario still on the run here, uses his eternal Aegis, and that might be enough to keep him alive during that setup. Beautiful human racial death combo there from Asgrath as well, making sure that he doesn't get crowd control there. He did. Surely Mario would be dead, but another kidney shot coming in from Nixie and a sheep getting casted by Alec. This might just be the end of the match. Mario's got an ice block, but they could mass dispel it if they have a long enough CC chain. Full fear, mass dispel for Clyde. Z-Pi is there to stop it. Does he get faked on the kick? He does not. Z-Pi saves the day with that kick, but now SK Gaming has absolutely zero cooldowns left.
A dominant game 3 here for Casual Dads. They're really bouncing back in this. I thought SK Gaming were going to be taking this maybe 2 games in a row, but I'm not certain anymore. They're certainly not going to go down without a fight, as they have a massive lead here. A 30-second window with no defense for Morrow. Can they manage to find that window and jump through it? Nixie and Polymorph unable to connect. They need to get Nixie on Morrow as soon as possible. He's going to interrupt the second Polymorph, trying to put him down here. Can they connect some damage? Defensive Ring of Frost. Looks like Nixie's going to run into it just to DR himself. We see Zeepai aggressively Cloak of Shadows here to try and get pressure on the board against Alec. It's these types of aggressive plays they're going to have to make if they want to even the score here. Now we see Combustion out for Morrow, but Alec is able to blink behind the pillar while Clyde's in a blind. Still has Ice Block here on the kidney shot. Fireball's coming in from Morrow. Massive combo of damage here. Trying to get some heating up. Rox is surprised to see him cast a Fireball during his combustion there. But not enough damage regardless to force Alec's block. Now Alec launching his combustion back at Morrow, racing even though he's low on health, trying to finish him, knowing that he doesn't have an ice block to fall back on in this game of combustion chicken.
Yep. Alec in a kidney shot, blinking out of that one. In position, gets a double Dragon's Breath. Fear on Asgarath right now. Let's see what they can get done. The Ring of Fire is going to drop down. Potential big damage there if Morrow decides to move into it. Doesn't look like he's going to. Alec retreating behind the pillar. Repositioning. If you look at the positioning of Clyde and Alec right now, I really like this. Clyde's out of line of sight of Morrow, as well as Alec. But no, only one of them is close to Zeepai. So that's the kind of positioning that you want. Not allow the Outlaw Rogue to basically be on top of 2 people, because that's when they're going to excel with, you know, a kidney shot on the off healer, a gouge on the off healer, while still doing consistent damage. So you really want to space out against the specialization. This is the position you kind of don't want. Exactly what we see here. But kidney shot on Alec. Doesn't look like he's going to be trading out the blink, and he will use an ice block. Okay. So he's going to trade out the ice block, wants to save Clyde's mana, I suppose. Let's see if they can push forward. There's no cauterize. There's no ice block on Morrow. And Alec just kind of aggressively just wants to stay ahead. Maybe buy a little bit of time for Clyde to actually go down for a drink. The Symbols of Hope going to be channeled out there by Asgarath. 22% dampening in this game as Morrow is playing very defensive right now. Gets the Ring of Frost on Nixie. That gets dispelled. Well done by Clyde. Now it's Alex on the back foot. Remember, he does have Cauterize, but there is no ice block left. The Guardian Spirit should be more than enough for him to get topped off. Morrow is just in a very defensive position, and this is basically how it works. I mean, both these mages just want to avoid the other mage unless there's like a very opportunistic moment. Like right now, Alec just immediately throwing out his combustion. Morrow's not even in a stun, but you got to get that damage out when you can. It's going to tax the healer's mana and also potentially just give you that extra little bit of burst that you do need. But it's not going to be enough to really force out anything, and Morrow stays alive. And that's actually Alec on the back foot.
Oh, IQD coming out there by Clyde on that blind. Clyde trying to sit down for a drink right there. And honestly, Casual Deads had a nice big lead, but they're starting to throw it away. Morrow's going to have his Ice Block coming back up. He's got his Cauterize coming back up. That Guardian Spirit for Asgarath is coming back up as well. And mana, Asgarath is completely tapped. Clyde is almost tapped. So I would actually put SK Gaming for the first time in the front seat or in the driver's seat right now. But Morrow might just go down as I say that. Gets a big heal, and look at Alec here on fire. What are they going to do? He's line of sighting Clyde on that big heal. He gets kidney behind the pillar, and it's going to be SK Gaming potentially taking out the seed here as well. Chastise coming out from Asgarath there onto Clyde at the end before he can get into line of sight. And SK Gaming, they're able to survive the literal worst position that you can possibly have, stall out the game to 20-30% dampening, get their ice block back on Morrow, get some of those defensives back that they didn't have, and just play really conservatively with the mana as well. Big shout out to Asgarath for that. They're able to turn it around and take this swing match right here.
I can't believe they turned that around. Like that was like a checkmate position for like 3 minutes straight with 0 mana, and they still managed to stay alive in a checkmate position with 0 mana here, and then pull off a win and kill Alec through every single defensive cooldown. Like it was kind of an unbelievable game. I think this was the push where we saw Morrow forced to use all of his defensives, and then they were put in checkmate, like Guardian Spirit, Cauterize. I think they also get Ice Block, right, on this push. So they get him really low here. Asgarath struggling to heal him. He blinks back behind the pillar. Oh, and then it was later on they got the Ice Block. So they procced Guardian also on that push. Like, how do you come back from this? Asgarath hits 0 mana just a moment later. You have no block, no Cauterize. You play out for like another 3 minutes and somehow turn this around. Alec has to Ice Block here. Did he really?
I don't think so.
Seems like that might have been a waste on his part. And then later on, Clyde gets CC'd. He's trying to race Morrow. Little does he know, Morrow pre-alters all of that and has COD and his block back. Meanwhile, Alec has nothing to play in the game of combustion chicken as they're driving head first at each other, and they're gonna get completely decimated at the end here. I feel like you can't believe it, but they did such a much better job here, Casual Dads, of making the scoreboard even, right? Because in the other game, Alec was significantly behind. So if they can keep playing like this, they can definitely still pull it off.
It's kind of remarkable how often we see like the, if there's two fire mages in a match, do like basically identical damage. It's like they're casting the same spells at the same time. And I think it's really unprecedented to see what we saw in game number 2, where Alec was kind of way behind. And it's just interesting to me how that happens so often now, where the scoreboard is basically all tied up. When it comes down to kind of who puts out the damage at the right moment, when there's crowd control on the healer and they can kind of overwhelm that defense. But yeah, really close game. I feel like that one could have gone either way. And I could definitely see Casual Dads kind of strike back in this one. And I'm kind of wondering what map we go to. Like, what is Casual Dads going to select next? That they the ones that picked the small map, but did it really work out? I would say yes. I mean, they seemed to do really well on Morrow. They got basically all the defensive cooldowns out of the way. They're completely out of mana. It's just like one miscalculation at the end that really put them over the edge. But yeah, we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak. Casual Dads likely going to be locking in the exact same composition. I think it's just going to be Outlaw RMP mirrors for probably this entire series, and I'll have to see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Casual Dads, maybe Nixie heard Super Tees earlier, and he's like, you know what, Sid? Actually, was it you? No, it was you, Ben. He might have heard you when you said, oh, yeah, there's no sub-rogues. So
well,
I don't know.
Maybe he heard me. I doubt it.
Yeah. All right, Nixie. Be
I don't
boring
even
then.
know.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's what's so interesting. There's like the rogue triangle right now. Do you have assassination? All 3 rogue specs are super good. It's hard to know which one does come out ahead, but like, I can't help but feel like if we saw KUNGARNA in an RMP mirror, they would play sub. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong and they would just play Outlaw, but I would think that's like the edge that like these main RMPs have, like 3.5 men in North America, and if KUNGARNA in EU, like if you're a main, maybe you do play sub, but we haven't actually seen that exactly play out. Like I believe we've seen like Aiden play Outlaw in the mirror, and
yeah.
Even when we saw 3.5 men go head to head with Polymore's team, they both played Outlaw. So maybe it's just Outlaw all the way.
That's what I'm thinking. Because otherwise, I feel like Nixie would just play sub.
Yeah. Okay. Math checks out.
But it's interesting though, because I feel like it shouldn't be better. But it is.
It shouldn't be, but it is.
I feel like it shouldn't be because you have like less, AoE. Like a sub-rogue can stun the whole team and set up for the mage and really guarantee that you land the CC. You have better burst. Like I feel like it shouldn't be, but it is. And I think the reason is just because of the long range, low cooldown blinds. That's got to be like the main thing, because a lot of these kills that are happening is at the back of the healers not moving their character for 20, 30 seconds. So I think that's the offense that the Outlaw brings. And then you just have you can choose. Would you rather have a squishy rogue or a really, really tanky rogue that can just insta-blind people? So yeah, I guess it makes sense to run the Outlaw, but I still would like to see more data points on that. And we're going to get some more data points now in the Outlaw matchup between SK and Casual Dads, because we are live with game number 4, match point here for Casual Dads. They need to win this one if they want to bring it to a game number 5. And let's see how they try to do that. Kidney onto Askarath. Ring of Frost gets interrupted by the gouge of Zeepai right there. And Askarath is just going to walk out of that Kidney. No problems whatsoever. Now Maro getting aggressive. Kidney on the Clyde. Maro gets stopped on the Sheep. So both mages unable to land their crowd control. Both rogues doing a great job shutting it down. And so far, the opener is even. But as Sheep sneaks in for Maro, Combustion, he gets a little bit of value there on that Combust as well. This is a big opener. Maro's just standing on that Alter Time as well. And Clyde, I think, had to use his IQD already, as well as that Guardian Spirit immediately here. So a lead right off the bat for SK.
Yeah, let's see if they can maintain it. Askarath and a Kidney, setting up for Ring of Frost from Alec. Alec gets shut down. Chain has been dropped. Now Clyde into the blind. Looks like Clyde did get out of this blind, so I feel like that had to either be a death or an IQD, but it felt late into it, at least from what I observed. So looks like even another crowd control breaker out of the way here. Maro taking some damage, trying to blink back to the pillar potentially. Alec and Morrow just standing right on top of each other, casting fireballs in Fire Mage fashion. Frost Nova on Nixie gets dispelled. Dragon's Breath on Z-Pi gets dispelled. Instant dispels from the Priest here, trying to make sure their rogues are getting maximum uptime. Kidney shot onto Asgrath once again. Is Alec going to be able to get in position to chain it? Doesn't look like it. Morrow now in a kidney, gets gripped behind the pillar. Hasn't been combustion yet from Alec, though, and that's actually coming off cooldown in just a moment. He's going to get his before Morrow, and if he can race and get more combustions, that could be a way to get value here in the exchange. When is he going to pull the trigger on it? Morrow's combustion's coming up now in about 9 seconds. We see the Fey Guardians active onto Morrow from Asgrath, so this should allow Morrow to be really aggressive in this position. But Alec alter times, but he's not too healthy still at the end of it. Here comes combustion, big damage, Prox the Cauterize onto Alec. Is it enough to get blocked too? He's very low at the moment on match point, can afford no more errors at this point in the series. Clyde trades out the Fey Guardians here at this point as well, and they should stabilize. Now Alec needs to return the favor. They've got crowd control on Asgrath, they've got crowd control on Z-Pi. Send the combust. Why is Alec not sending the combust? Makes no sense to me why he's not just sending. He sends it now, but the crowd control is over for Asgrath. He's going to connect some heals on tomorrow with the Guardian Spirit, and it looks like that combustion is going to get purged off. Clyde into a blind. Alec on the run. Line of sighting Morrow. Line of sighting Asgrath, trying to avoid their participation of damage as well. Morrow blinks in aggressively to close out this game, forcing the ice block. Doesn't look like Asgrath's in any sort of position to mass dispel, so they're just going to kidney shot Clyde, maybe poke him a little bit, wait for the ice block to subside. They might even CC him through the ice block. Doesn't look like they have enough. Alec trying to blink and get CC on Asgrath out of this kidney shot, trying to turn it around, and now it's SK Gaming that are in the dominant position that we saw Casual Dads in last game, but it's match point here. Can Casual Dads stall so long? Can they stall for 4 minutes?
Yeah, so far this has been an absolute blowout. Morrow has his combustion coming up in about 10 seconds. Alec is going to have to be a miracle worker here with this positioning. Z-Pi all over him. There's a Dragon's Breath on Z-Pi. Kidney shot on Morrow. Morrow's going to blink out of that. Counterspell Alec. Now going for potential full polymorph. There's a combustion. Alec is all alone. There's no cauterize. There's no ice block. Clyde is in a polymorph, and he gets seated. SK Gaming with absolute dominance. Can they crack the pod? It's looking close. Can they actually take it down? They do. And SK Gaming with a 3-1 performance over Casual Dads. Definitely a bit of a slow start, but it just felt like they were getting better and better as the matchup went on. And in this game number 4, I think SK Gaming had their best performance.
Yeah, this game was just kind of one-sided for SK Gaming. It started out very evenly, you know, that very first setup, both teams trying to get the Ring of Frost out of the kidney shots and trying to get the sheeps. But it was Morrow that was able to land the first sheep, get a clean, high-value combustion. And if you manage to do that, well, you're just going to put your team super far ahead. And from that moment on and forward, they kept landing CCs. Even here at the end, when they got the kill, it was at the back of Morrow landing another sheep. So Morrow just landing tons of crowd control, and they just had the damage as well at the right time to back it up. You can see Alec here, and Morrow pops combust. They get the cauterize, and then here, this is the moment that I'm thinking about, where Morrow gets a sheep just out of thin air, basically onto Clyde right there, and it just generates so much pressure. You get the ice block because of it, and then here when they end the game as well, look at Morrow here. There's a fear, and Morrow actually blinks a stun right prior to this because he was kicked on Ring of Frost, and then he got kidneyed on his sheep cast, and he blinks, and then sheeps out of the fear, gets the combustion, gets blinded on it, doesn't even ice block it. I was just thinking to myself, like, this is the easiest ice block of your life. Like, he's dead. What can he do? But Morrow just keeps his cool in case they survive, because we've seen, you never know with these outlaw rogues. You never know, a ray of hope on the seed. Anything can happen. So he just keeps his cool, and they have the damage to take it out at the end.
Well, that's yet another victory for SK Gaming. Do you think that at any point in time, and we know Casual Dads, they were able to get that first victory, Ven, do you think that SK Gaming was like at all worried they were going to lose the series? Because they very quickly were able to turn the series around.
I'm not sure. I mean, even in game number 1, it felt like SK Gaming was doing really well. And I think what ended up losing him the game was kind of just like a little play error, a little bit of a miscalculation, getting kicked on the Ring of Frost, and ultimately going down, because they actually were ahead at that point. They were up an ice block. And yeah, so I feel like they were able to just quickly shake it off. They're a veteran team. Mistakes do happen in the match. And if you can just, move forward from that point, not worry about it too much, play the game you can. I feel like that's kind of what we saw from SK.
Well, SK Gaming and KUNGARNA, both teams that haven't lost a single game in the circuit. And I'm starting to think, Supatis, that the only teams that are going to be able to win or to disrupt that winning streak from either side is each other when we see these two teams play each other. What do you think of that?
Possibly. I feel, depending on who qualifies, right? Because some teams that might have had a shot are out of the way now, like LF Org and Bugs. Like, I feel like maybe if they can find some sort of Ellie Shaman comp, and then like something to do with sub RMP, that they could, but they failed at this point. So yeah, in terms of the gauntlet, SK Gaming are kind of the last guard to try and take out Ghana in Europe. Can they do it though? Because is it really going to be Outlaw Mir? I guess we'll finally see. Like, is Waz going to play sub or Outlaw in that series? That's the main determining factor for me.
Yeah, I can't wait to see when those two teams finally go head to head. So looking forward to that. But we are going to be moving on to the next series. Up next, we've got My Way versus No Money. Just Funny. Do we think that this is going to be a pretty damp game, Zico? Damp series?
Nah, I don't think so. I think My Way going to make quick work out of No Money, Just Funny. They have been struggling a little bit with RMPs, but you have to think My Way, the teams that they fought right now, they're both undefeated. It's SK and it's KUNGARNA, so they've already fought the two hardest teams, and you can never count My Way out, even if they have a slow start. I think No Money, Just Funny. If they lose to them, I'm going to start worrying about My Way's qualification. So I think they're going to make a convincing 3-0 statement here.
All right, let's see what they can do. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, My Way versus No Money, Just Funny coming up next.
Still never ends, but Morrow actually in no trouble with crowd control and Nixie, and they managed it off. And that puts SK Gaming in a really prime position. That being said,
welcome back. We are now on our last European series of the weekend. It is My Way versus No Money Just Funny. My Way, one of the last standing teams to, not have an RMP option, Super Tees. Are they going to be able to bring down No Money Just Funny? I know Zico sounded pretty confident before we headed into the break, but I want to hear your thoughts.
I think it depends on how polished Acro is at sub. I feel like having sub RMP, if you don't have a Druid for the Outlaw version, jungle can actually find a win here. But if they can play maybe 70% of KUNGARNA's sub RMP, I think they could still beat My Way. So, well, that's kind of what it's the determining factor, is how polished is their subtlety RMP. If they try and just run through this with Outlaw, I think My Way may tear them apart, but we'll have to wait and see. Is My Way going to start with Survival, BM, or MM? It seems like the Rogue specs and the Hunter specs are what gets flipped around the most in a lot of these series. He played BM yesterday, Kasu, for the first two, and then switched to Survival. I think offensively Survival felt better, but defensively Beastmastery felt better, so maybe they just start with Survival.
What's interesting also about that is I think that was a mistake when they locked it in. They didn't mean to lock in Survival. They actually meant to lock in BM, but now you're saying that's actually a better comp option for them, you think, in this situation?
Maybe they just messed up their lock-in on their draft.
They messed up the draft.
It seemed better.
Yeah, it seemed, I don't know. I mean, it's back and forth. It seemed like the Feral Druid became more of a target when they were Survival as opposed to BM. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I feel like dating a team to go on your Feral is actually a good thing. You'd rather go into the Feral Druid. So we'll see. Then if that was a mistake, then they'll probably pick BM in game one, I would imagine.
Yeah, I guess so. We kind of know the base comp that they're going to play, but it'd be interesting to see what specs they actually do end up playing with. But that being said, both of these teams obviously looking to get a point here before they finish out the weekend. My Way, they had that difficult game yesterday against SK Gaming. We weren't able to see, we saw No Money Just Funny, of course. They 3-0'd Delirium. So both of these teams, have already played this weekend. So we'll see what they can do here playing against each other. It's game number 1 on the Grand Arena. My Way versus No Money Just Funny.
Both teams coming off of a hot win yesterday. Both teams looking to make some points, and both teams definitely need these points. Actually, My Way lost yesterday, so one of these teams coming off of a win. But My Way, they need to pick up some steam here, because they are one of those teams that you're kind of expecting not only to qualify, but to be in like that upper portion of teams that qualify first place, second place, third place. So for them, they really need to start winning a lot now, pick up some steam, and make sure that they can kind of live up to the expectations. But at the same time, No Money Just Funny, been proving that they are a really good RMP here, and they can take down My Way. That would be a big statement, because My Way, aside from KUNGARNA, they don't really struggle too much with a lot of these outlaw RMPs. So we'll see what these teams decide to do here on the Grand Arena for the blind.
Yeah. My Way right now, what's their score? 0-2, right?
Yep.
I do believe, yeah, they're 0-2. So they're going to be playing up against No Money Just Funny, Outlaw, Fire, and a Holy Priest. So Kyrian Holy Priest going to be coming in from No Money Just Funny. My Way locking in the Beast Mastery Hunter here in game number 1. This could be a very back and forth series here. Potential for a game 5, but what we saw yesterday was actually really difficult for the Mage. So Maro yesterday on Mage, it seemed really difficult for him to actually push in and get crowd control. So the game's kind of reverted to a really defensive playstyle, and that was maybe the advantage that the Druid had in a really long defensive game. You can drink a lot and get crowd control. And I wonder if for Acro, a big problem here is he doesn't have that, the control of the subtlety rogue to actually push in and overwhelm. So I feel like they're kind of in this weird middle ground where I'm not sure they're going to be able to take people down, but I'll have to wait and see. Tony right now is going to be opening up onto Tittery, taking a huge hit of damage. He is on the run. This could easily be a cauterize. The Guardian Spear will be used by GG. See who they decide to go after. A little bit of damage here onto Kasu out of that kidney shot. Ring of Frost on Tony. Good kind of counter setup here by No Money Just Funny, but I still feel like Tittery's going to be the one on the back foot here shortly.
Yeah, Tillery, they did have to use that Guardian Spirit right there, so that next setup, they won't have that available. And the next setup is happening right now here. JJ in a Shasta Sphere. It's down onto Tillery. Big damage coming in. Nice kidney shot there onto Tony, though, slowing down his damage there during that assault. Boon of the Ascended now coming out here for JJ. Big damage onto Kasu. Relza is counterspell. JJ looking for the crowd control here, doing a lot of work as well with that Boon of the Ascended. Decent damage on the castle, but Relza with absolutely godlike positioning avoids all that crowd control. And now they have to grip Tittery back because of that pressure that Castle and Tony are doing. Tittery going for the combustion here. Now, might go for the combustion. He has it available, and he needs to be kind of careful right now because Tony is just digging in and doing tons of damage. JJ in a full trap. Dragon's Breath Sheep, he's trying to go for it. He gets it. Nice alter time. Nice gouge there on Tony. He needs to go back in time, though. Almost procs there. He might have gotten a tranquil shot, actually, by the Hunter. I think that's why he didn't alter time back there. Very close call for Tittery. Here's the combustion getting traded out for the Roar of Sacrifice. So Kasu will be able to survive this time around here. And it looks like, once again, My Way looking to launch another attack. Bash into trap. Tittery, there's no way he lives this without ice blocking. And they get the fear out of it as well. They don't have Will of the Forsaken. Tittery gets counter shot. And they connect. Boon of the Ascended. Few hits left. But it's going to be Tittery recovering once again so far. JJ going for some heals. I think he actually fake cast Tony's kick right there. And as a result, Tittery might be okay. The GC chain is still going. Maimstad onto JJ. Fear onto Tony. Tittery finally getting a sheep onto Rose out of that blind. And it's going to be Kasu in trouble here. I can't believe this. Kasu actually forced to use his human racial as well as his aspect of the turtle when it was Tittery on the back foot for such a long time.
Yeah, this is not a good position for My Way here, and being down 2 points in the circuit, this is not the performance you would expect from the reigning champions of Europe. They are having a difficult time in this RMP meta, and losing to a team like No Money Just Funny, just based on their seeding, might be the final nail in the coffin for their potential qualifications into the top 4, which would be astonishing to not see them there. They will need to battle back through a brutal gauntlet of Rogue, Mage, Priest if they want to secure a position in the top 4. They're trying to turn it around right now with pressure onto Tittery. JJ is interrupted by Tony, but JJ then fears Tony away. He's looking for a Cyclone, finds it onto Tittery's Guardian Spirit, trying to slow down the aggression during the adrenaline rush here, but this is massive damage available from Tittery whenever he decides to pull the trigger. You can get crowd control on these pets. He's trying to drop a Ring of Frost onto Relza, and he's just going to send damage without bust. No, Roar of Sacrifice before the combustion. We all know what's about to happen. Every time Kasu sends this cooldown before combustion, he does a Houdini and disappears.
We'll see if he can hold on. I mean, Kasu right now is going to be taking potentially a lot of damage from that combustion, as Sid mentioned. Both healers relatively even on mana. Tony's going to be going for a Cyclone. He gets Dragon's Breath on it into a Fear. Tittery, can he get any crowd control? Here's the big damage on Kasu. But he gets gripped away, and it looks like Relza able to heal through it. They kind of just sent the damage with no crowd control on Relza whatsoever. I don't know if I necessarily like that. I mean, Holy Priest throughput is quite high, and if he's able to just free heal during those moments, it's kind of a waste, honestly. So I'm not a big fan of how No Money Just Funny kind of wasted that potential that they had there. And I think for My Way, that's an excellent trade.
Yeah, My Way got to be happy to take that one. And Counterspell snuck in onto Relza here. Acarina Cyclone, though. Not going to be too dangerous. And we're going to see Tittery now. Going the pets, going for the Ring of Fire here, trying to build up some pressure with the Ring of Frost. And this is where Kasu is so excellent. He always calls his pets back, tries to avoid them before those Ring of Frosts come out, so that he can access his sacrifice, which, as you can see, he just did. And Kasu should be fine in the setup. Because of that, he's got his pets doing massive damage onto Tittery. Tony's there as well. They got a full freezing trap onto JJ. Fear coming out as well from that. Water Storm coming out from Tony. Tony just doing tons of work here onto Tittery. And so far, JJ avoiding the CC chain, but he gets kicked by Tony. Guardian Spirit, though, will trade onto Tittery as well as onto Kasu. Tony looking for the Cyclone, gets kicked. Going for JJ here, but JJ deflects there with the fade, I believe, into a full sheep shot here onto Kasu. Kidney shot comes out. Is he going to survive? He feigned this with the legendary, and that's got to be an IQD heal or something right there. Reza just lay on hands Kasu right there, and Kasu still in some trouble with a full blind onto Reza into a DR Fear. Can he get the polymorph? Tittery's trying, gets it onto Tony, not able to find it onto Reza, but they do get the aspect of the turtle nonetheless, and Kasu's trinket. So now, My Way in big trouble.
Let's see how much longer they can hold on here. They've actually almost JJ. That might be like the last glimmer of light at the end of the RMP tunnel. They've been marching down this entire circuit. So can they manage to pull off just an insane amount of damage here and overwhelm Tittery through heals? As we see a freezing trap sniped onto JJ, a great opportunity to try and push for Ice Block, but his pets are caught in Ring of Frost. He's trying to connect them here as we see them charging forward, but Tony's Dragon's Breath as Tittery blinks. They need to get a block here. Are they going to get it? They're so close. They do. They finally force an Ice Block from Tittery, keeping themselves in the game, but now it is the opportunity of No Money Just Funny to attack back as Acro pulls the trigger. Massive damage available from that Adrenaline Rush, just tearing into Kasu. Rel's mana is it's desperately low here. He's going to pop the Fey Guardians, reduce damage, and try and get mana back. He needs a return on this right here if he wants to keep his team in the game. But at the same time, Boon of Ascendant's coming up in 20 seconds. Combustion is coming up in 20 seconds. If they can survive to that point on the side of No Money Just Funny, they can evaporate Kasu from the center of the arena. Relza manages to sit through the blind. They probably should have saved that blind for this moment right here. A blind kidney and the game is over. They have Bust and Boon of Ascended. They've baited out the Guardian Spirit, though. There's not much defense to stand in the way of this massive amount of damage that's building up on the side of No Money Just Funny. Here it comes! Big hit of damage on the Kasu. They grip him around the corner. A miracle surviving moment for Kasu here. He's at 1%, but JJ is going to be the closer here with massive Boon of Ascended damage and put the first point on the board. And this is bad news for My Way.
I mean, My Way is just struggling right now with Rogue Mage. This isn't exactly normal for them, and it's just so difficult because basically, I think like what, 5 out of the 6 teams are going to fight, 5 out of the 7 teams are going to fight are going to be RMP. So I feel like they need to pick up some of these wins if they can. No Money Just Funny, though, with a beautiful performance in game number 1 with that Outlaw RMP. They're able to overwhelm with the Boon of the Ascendants and really just push them back and take them down. So it's nice to see. I mean, this game was close in a lot of ways. JJ didn't really have that much mana left, so if that's one of the win conditions My Way has, it is possible that they could put a point on the board, maybe swap to the Rogue. It's just so difficult. Outlaw is definitely really, really, really tanky. This is where Kasu's aspect of the turtle was actually forced out, and this is where you can see, Boon of the Ascended is going to be almost ready. Tittery actually forced into his Ice Block here, so a lot of signs of life here for My Way. Near the end of the game, I mean, you can see Tittery no Ice Block for quite some time, but it's just an overwhelming amount of damage with JJ and his Boon of the Ascendant up right now. He actually gets gripped too, so it's a combustion, the Boon, he gets gripped, but just some huge hits of damage, and unfortunately for Relza, just didn't really have cooldowns to trade, didn't really have the throughput he needed at that time, and No Money Just Funny really seized that opportunity.
Yeah, No Money Just Funny, not kidding around right now. Taking that game number 1, and I mean, I thought that at least My Way are going to come in here and show what's up, but this is looking scary. No Money Just Funny looking absolutely deadly right now in this game, forcing out the sacrifice, and that's really the big win condition. As when you're playing that jungle into the RMP, your hunter is going to survive the setups when he has that sacrifice available, and the way you get around that is maybe by crowd controlling the hunter pets, usually with a Ring of Frost, or something to that effect, and then you get that combustion, and you get big value, and immediately the hunter's cooldowns, the healer's cooldowns, and usually that's where you can kind of desync those 2 cooldowns, and that's your goal as the mage. You want to desync those 2 so that you have combust before Aurora Sacrifice comes up, or you have it saved up, or we saw, I think it was Raikou doing this, he would combust on Tony would get Roar Sacrifice, and then he would swap with the leftovers onto the hunter and kind of do a 2-in-1 like that. So there's a lot of ways you can be creative with that, but I think in this game, Tittery and No Money Just Funny, they're just able to find those windows, and when you have a window like that where there's no aspect of the turtle, there's no Guardian Spirit as well, I mean, the fact that Relza even gets that grip there in time is quite impressive, but regardless, Kasu's never going to survive a situation like that. They're just too behind at that point.
I want to see some cheese. Like I feel like My Way have tried to play like standard jungle for so long now that it's like I want to see a Convoke Feral. Like I want to see some cheese. I want to see that new trinket that makes you immune to 2 CCs, and you Holy Ward Tony on a big Convoke. That's when their kill window is.
I think it's an undocumented change, but that trinket doesn't make you immune to interrupts anymore.
That one also doesn't make you
immune that one also doesn't make you. It's not affected by interrupts. So you can use it, but you're just going to get kicked or counterspelled. So I feel like that kind of cheese is kind of it doesn't exist anymore. Unfortunately, I don't know if Tony's going to be able to do that.
You could do 3-2-1s. If you play MM Convoke, you play Kyrian MM Convoke Feral. I feel like I want to see something different. Like, how many times are they going to ram their heads into this with, like, you have 3 players, all you can play is jungle, and you're going to play the same version of jungle. You're going to try turtle jungle, but you're not going to try full meme offense jungle. Like, what if it works and you're just winning in the opener every game as full offense jungle? Like,
Convoke
what else
is
do you have
really
to lose?
scary. I mean, Convoke, if you can figure out a way to get Convoke off, it can just one-shot. Like, you're right about that. Like, I've been back-to-back 37,000 ferocious bite crit in under 1 second and just literally deleted from the game. So it is possible, but I just fear when you're in this level of competition, you know, the ability to just get a counter spell, get chastised on it, get, you know, anything on it is going to be really, really devastating. So they're going for the standard build, but I do agree. Maybe we do need to see some kind of adaptation here from My Way, but what can they really mix up? That's the problem when you play jungle. You're kind of a jungle-only team. When it works, it really works. But when it doesn't work, you're in an unfortunate situation. And they chose to just go with the 3-person roster. Cassie right now on the back foot in the early stages of the game, just going to be retreating to Relza, who easily tops him off with a flash shield. But this is a great push here from No Money Just Funny.
Yeah, and let's see if they can keep up that pressure here. Tittery going to be blinking back towards the opposite side of the map. Tony going for CC onto JJ, but gets feared in the process. Tony into a chastise now. Kazu kind of having to fend for himself against Acro and Tittery here. Relza's in the backline though, with the Apotheosis, spamming out a couple of heals, resetting some cooldowns. Some damage coming in here onto Kazu now. He's stuck in a kidney shot. He's taking a lot of damage actually from this Outlaw Rogue, but so is Tittery on the other side here, dropping quite low. Kidney shot onto Relza. Tittery going for the Ring of Frost. Can he get it? No, Tony shuts it down. They get a blind onto Relza, but look at Tony way ahead here. He's just going to clone Tittery out of that stun, make sure there's no Ring of Frost, there's no sheep out of that blind. If they want to get a follow-up, it has to be the Vanish, and Acro right now does not have it. Going to be JJ now into a trap. Kidney shot onto Caster here. Flash shield's coming out for Relza, and a Cyclone coming out for Tony actually. Tittery is still in a little bit of trouble here with that CC being extended, but he's going to blink behind the pillar, soul shape back to his healer, and now JJ has an opportunity to respond here. Nice grip from JJ here, and he is casting some heals there. Nice Dragon's Breath onto Tony, into the gouge, shutting down Tony's attempts there to kick JJ on those heals, because that could have been scary for Tittery. But now Tittery has recovered, and it's once again going to be Caster in trouble. Ooh, that polymorph Tony barely has time to kick that polymorph right there, and as a result, Casu should be able to survive. Drops quite low right there, but he will survive. And now Tittery did blink in here. Alter time is up. Tony tries to, Casu tries to purge it. Not able to find it. To get a fear onto JJ there. Tittery, if they got the purge there, they surely would have gotten the Ice Book as well. But they do get the Cauterize on the side of My Way, and that's going to be the first lead of the game right now in favor of My Way.
Cassie's very low. Can they get Turtle here full blind onto Relza? He's going to use the Gladiator's Aegis to absorb some damage, get gripped out of the Ring of Fire, and try and line of sight. But Tony's actually caught a poly on his off heals here for a moment. Another kidney shot connects onto Casu. Massive damage being ripped out, but it gets denied by Casu's Roar of Sacrifice. Good timing here. Relza and Dragon's Breath needs to avoid this crowd control. Is he ready to death? Looks like he gets faked on his death. He's got Holy Ward, and they've stunned Tittery. They've stalled it. Holy Fire by Relza, trying to fish in a little bit of extra damage here to go for the kill. He doesn't have the safety net of Cauterize anymore. JJ pre-fading, anticipating some crowd control here. We see symbols of hope from Relza, trying to reset some defensives and get some mana back. He's in position to get a fear. This is where they need to get a block, maybe even a win, a massive spell on the block, and just win the game right now. They power infusion. They're trying to go for the kill. They get the block. Where's the MD? Relza's not risking it. He's just going to stay at the pillar. He sees the crowd control chain is dropped. They got one cooldown after the next, and they are in the best position they've been so far in the series.
Yeah, not looking bad whatsoever here from My Way on the smaller map. Really making it difficult for Tittery to actually kind of drag Tony away. Full kitty shot right now onto Casso. He gets gripped by Relza, getting topped off. Let's see if they can get any crowd control here onto GG. Here it is. Going to be a full bash into a full trap. Tittery now is in a lot of trouble. Looks like GG actually was able to get out of the trap there, or didn't land. So crowd control will not land. Tittery gets the Guardian Spirit, but that's another little win there for the side of My Way. Just getting those defensive cooldowns out of the way. And now there's no Cauterize, no Ice Block, no Guardian Spirit. Casu, though, in trouble. Full Ring of Frost. Casu, how are you going to handle this situation? He goes for the feigned death. This is going to be a turtle. So low. A little bit of greed, but at the same time, Tittery might just get dropped. He is so close to getting potted. He uses the Stoneform Racial in order to remove all the bleeds and stay alive. The Dwarf Racial really paying dividends here for Tittery. holding on to that in his back pocket. But that was such a good push. And now it's really anyone's game. Both priests playing relentless, can't get out of crowd control. Tittery on the back foot, Casu on the back foot. Either one of them could fall in just mere moments.
Full fear onto JJ into a full trap. This could just be it. Tony's there with the backup stun as well. Can they proc the seed and kill it, though? That's the question. We've seen a lot of these seeds bloom. JJ's trying to make it happen, but they stun him and they take it down. My way fights back. Tony right now clapping and showing off how excited he is to win this match here. Let's go, My Way.
Got to celebrate the wins against RMP. They're few and far between. Like, if you don't relish in the moment here, it might not come back again. So, very well earned game here from the side of My Way. Really standard play and just setting up for the win. Can they do it consistently? Can they do it on the bigger maps? Is then the question, because Tittery's going to have a lot more distance to escape during these dangerous moments in the match. Curious to see if they could improve anything either. Because My Way, one of the traps that could have won the game, I think, got deathed. While it was in the air, it was sent a little bit late, so that actually could be the end of the game there. I think this is the push where we saw them get everything from Tittery. We see them get the Cauterize earlier on. This is when they landed a trap into a Fear to get the Ice Block. Really good setups. Relza was always in a great position for follow-up crowd control this game. And because of that extra couple of seconds of CC, they were getting the vital cooldowns they weren't able to get in game number 1. So My Way stepping up their aggression here. This is where Casu almost goes down. He's trying to just tear into Tittery during the crowd control. Is like the best time to attack an RMP is actually in the middle of their go, because they'll just stand in the open. But Casu knows he can't win that race at this point. Makes a calculated decision. If he tried to gamble it a few seconds later, he's probably dead right now. And they were just able to rush down Tittery. And it's really Relza's CC. Like, this Fear right here wins the game. The Fear earlier got the block. Like, if Relza's not in these positions getting these Fears, his team is not going to have enough damage in that small amount of time to win the game. So all of My Way really stepping up offensively here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But it's just such a close call. I mean, Tittery kind of knew his back was against the wall, just threw out the combustion, just like, whatever, it's a race at this point. There's nothing I could do. He was in CC. It's do or die. And unfortunately for him, he did die. So that's going to tie it up 1-1. I think we're going to a big map, 100%. GG, Tittery, Acro. Seems like if Tittery can at least pull back and retreat, kind of isolate the Feral Druid a little bit more, he gets caught into control. He can get feared. He can get Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. And that's what it seems like. That's what these fire mages really want to do. They just want to drag the DPS away and then get full control of them with their CC. So very likely we go to a large map here. Ashamane's Fall would be my guess. And I really do think this is one of those series that could go the distance. My Way definitely not making it easy here for No Money Just Funny, showing that they can still do it with this jungle.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're gonna have to win on on a large map at some point. So for My Way, it's very important that they win this game, because let's be honest, they need some wins right now in the circuit. And for No Money Just Funny, this is of course, this is not a team maybe that we would expect to make it into the finals later on. So for them, this is just as important. They want to get that momentum. They want to get a win against one of the top dogs. And if they can do that, maintain their lead, that would be fantastic. But it's going to be Black Rockhold, which I think My Way don't mind Black Rockhold that much.
I just think as long as the mage has an area he can drag the Feral to, he's happy. So if he can just like, hey, follow me into the room, guess what's going to happen? Dragon's Breath Ring, or a Fear that you can't get dispelled out of. Basically, it's about bringing the Feral out of line of the priest and getting CC. So I don't really mind Black Rockhold, but at the same time, the smaller maps can allow Tony, Casu, and Relza to work together as a unit, and maybe all three of them push in. And as long as Relza can get the dispels, I think they're going to be in an okay position to keep up offensively.
I can see it working out here with the small entrance rooms is a great place for line of sight. No Money Just Funny, you have to shake off that defeat there. My Way played a really aggressive game. I wonder if they'll be able to just stay on top of them this time around as well and close this game out before No Money Just Funny can overwhelm them, because the series could just be over pretty fast if My Way keep as well coordinated as they were with their CC chains here moving into game number 3. They really need it. Like, I feel like this could be the end of My Way. Like, they just spiral into an RMP descent if they lose this series here, where it's just not possible for them to qualify into the circuit, which would honestly, I think, be a disappointment for them, having been the reigning champions of Europe here. So they got to power up. They've got to persevere and continue to push through the pain here. if they want to find a chance to qualify into the circuit. Because that third, it feels like right now the 4th place and maybe the 3rd place are the most contested. It seems like KUNGARNA and SK Gaming are pretty locked in. So you've got to start worrying about like LF Org, Bugs. I feel like those 2 teams and Casual Dads are like the top 3 contenders for the 3rd and 4th. And then My Way would normally be the expected one, but if they lose here, I think it's all hope is lost.
What do you think about, I mean, this is kind of maybe a different conversation for a different time, or a conversation for a different time, but what about Disc? Discipline actually got a few buffs. Like, is there any world where Discipline Priest could work well for the jungle again, Sid? What do you think?
I mean, they buffed its damage, but I feel like just getting CC chain is going to still be a really big problem for it. I'm not sure if it would really work out for them. I mean, Relza would probably be the first one to go Disc if he thought it had any whiff of a chance. And he's still playing Holy, so it's probably unlikely. Holy Priest also just does pretty comparable damage still. I'm not sure how much you'd have to buff Disc damage to get it even with Holy at the moment.
All right. Well, we'll have to see if that ever happens. For now, it's going to be the Holy Priest all the way. Tony getting gripped away from that ring of fire. So it's all about actually going after Tony more in the matchup. Maybe this is like an adaptation. This could be an adaptation that works. I mean, Tony's getting a lot done in these matches. Lots of crowd control, lots of disruption, stopping the damage. And Acro finds himself in a fear as they push on top of Tittery right now, getting a lot of pressure out. But yeah, it seems like a strategy change here for the side of No Money Just Funny. Go after the Feral Druid a little bit more in the match. Relza still not any crowd control. Acro making it very obvious he wants to go for CC. Let's see what he can do. He gets the full blind. Relza already in bear form, and that was just really, really good positioning. Now they go after Casio, a full stun, but he could get dropped. That is going to be his trinket as well as the sacrifice. So trades out in a big way, using that feigned death to barely hold on, but I kind of like that. It was a very televised go by Acro, like kind of chasing after Relza for a really long time. Tony just went in bear form and was just across the entire map, realizing he was probably the target. But I think No Money made the most of that situation with that swap on Casu, getting that crucial trinket out of the way.
I actually would like to see Tony try to power through with a heal or 2 there in that situation, try to greed it a little bit, but still not the worst trade here from My Way, but they have an opening now onto Casu. They could potentially take him down later on before he can access that turtle if they have a combustion ready and a tractor on the pad. Right now, though, they are going to be going after Tony here on the side of No Money Just Funny, just allowing everyone to kind of go into the room and just try to do as much work as possible, and then they're going to chastise him into a fair, going after Casu here. He gets gripped back to safety with Relza, and Casu going to use that Feign Death legendary as well, get a temporary shield there. Relza just happy to run in and out from that ring of fire and try to dot himself because he doesn't want to get blinded right now. And you can see Acro wants to send it. He's moving in here, and Relza knows it. Relza actually might avoid this blind, almost manages to, but that Holy Ward not going to be quick enough for Relza. He gets fully blinded. Do they have a follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Nice roar there by Tony on the vanish of Acro, stopping the sap right there. They get a fear onto Relza. Do they have a sheep though as well? Doesn't look like it. It's going to be Tony here using his survival instincts as well as poking that frenzy. And Tony is going to survive with that defense. But that was a lot that they got from Tony there. They got his Barkskin too in that exchange. So Tony could be an open target for a little bit later. And let's see what they decide to do here as now My Way looks to get aggressive. But it's going to be Casu with the Boon of the Ascendant stun. Big damage hits coming in. And this feels like My Way can't really go offensive as much as in the previous matches. They're just constantly forced to sit at the pillar because Tony just can't lead the charge like he uses to, like he does in the other games. In this game, he's just forced to be a bear a lot of the time and just soak up damage. And they can't really find that initiation that they had in the previous match.
Dash, Fleshcraft, Tony trying to make himself durable here for the push. Trying to charge in, find some crowd control. When are they going to go for the stun? They fear Tony, they blind Relza, perfect cross CC. They're actually going after Tony, but that pre-Fleshcraft may be one of the key reasons why he's able to tank this swap without having to use too many cooldowns. So good premeditated move on his part to get that shield channeled before pushing. Here comes the Berserk. Here comes the Sickle of the Lion. This is the big push from the Feral Druid. Unfortunately, I think Tittery can just stone form every single time and remove that powerful bleed. So that Berserk cooldown and set bonus is nullified entirely just by playing a Dwarf here in this matchup. And I think that's what Tittery does. He just removes the bleed and line of sight's in the room. That's going to counter the EM Hunter. That's going to counter the Feral Druid as well. So such a tough move on their part to find their target, and attacking the Outlaw Rogue, which is kind of a damage sponge, especially for physical damage, where they can just evasion on such a low cooldown, makes it so there's no real good target for the jungle here. In the meantime, No Money Just Funny, they're racing down the healer Relza here, but they don't manage to kill him. Just one Serenity, Relza's back to full health, trying to stabilize Tony in a swap, and No Money Just Funny are all over the place. They keep My Way guessing, and they keep them at the pillar. They're keeping them contained, which is what they need against jungle cleave. They can't let them grab momentum, and as long as they keep up these swaps, they're slowly burning down Relza's mana, and I think they're going to take this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not looking bad for them whatsoever, and we're all tied up here, so whatever team can pick up a win is going to be ahead here, obviously. Full kidney shot onto Tony. Big damage once again, but Gigi gets trapped, unfortunately. This is his Boon of the Ascendant. He's getting controlled on it. Not able to get any value whatsoever. Beautiful. Now a Cyclone. That is super sad for No Money Just Funny. Beautiful denial there by My Way, allowing themselves to stay in the game and avoid that huge hit of damage that No Money Just Funny did have available. Cassie right now under fire, but they're making a swap over onto Acro. Acro forced to trade out the feint. Now I think if Acro is caught into a stun lock, it's likely he can go down, but I feel like just training the Rogue, I don't know how much they're really going to be able to get done. Outlaw is kind of notorious for being able to keep itself alive with all the defensives that it has, the bolstered health. But it looks like with this target change, maybe they could take him down. GG right now, Chastise. Are we going to see a fear? It is going to be a full fear, potentially into a full trap. Casu in trouble, though, at the same time. Acro just going for it. He does not care. Throwing caution to the wind. Kidney shot on Casu. Kidney shot on Tony. Throwing out the double stuns, committing the vanish. He's got the blind as well when he needs it, but the Holy Ward from Relza will deny. They need to get that Holy Ward off, and that's an opportunity for Acro to get aggressive with that blind and potentially close out the game.
All right, let's see if he can do it. Acro right now, a little bit of trouble, but he has that evasion active, so he's going to be completely fine. JJ just came out of that bash, so he's going to be able to pick him up. And big hits now onto Tony. That's going to be the Roar of Sacrifice from Casu, and now they're going to swap onto Casu, but he already pre-pops his Trinket with that Eternal Aegis, soaking up a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Tony and Casu both taking a lot of damage. Full sheep secured onto Relza. It's going to be Casu. It's going to be the target. Surely this is going to be his aspect of the turtle. Nice roar onto Acro there. Fear onto Casu. Trying to stop him from activating that turtle, but he will get it off. He will secure that last cooldown here onto Casu. Tony's an open target, and so is Casu. Relza's mana not doing super hot right now, and Tony as well taking massive hits of damage. That Guardian Spirit will come out here for Relza, which is his last cooldown here for a little while. He's trying to reset them though with that Apotheosis. Kidney shot onto Tony and a silence there onto JJ, trying to slow down the RMP here, but they secure a full sheep. Acro's in a stun though. Big trouble for Acro, but also big trouble for Casu. It's a bit of a race. Full trap onto JJ, full sheep onto Relza, and I think it might be Acro actually that falls first. They broke his Guardian, and they will take him out. My Way turns that situation on its head, gets aggressive, and all of a sudden takes the lead in the series.
Kind of unbelievable. They managed to take down an Outlaw Rogue. This is a very rare occurrence here. Almost a feat of strength to be able to achieve that. And I don't think Acro is playing Dwarf, which is a big deal. I feel like if you're playing this, you can just win this matchup by just slow and steady grinding down the jungle. And that's what they realized was, let's just go on the target that isn't going to remove my damage that can win the game with Racial. So like he's not gonna shadow meld unless if he pre-shadow melded the bleed application, it'd be insane. But he's never gonna do that. Making sure that you're actually able to connect your bleed damage going after a target that isn't a dwarf was a key part of My Way's ability to win this game. I think for the next game, Acro needs to make a dwarf rogue. If you just, I don't think triple dwarf is necessary, but double dwarf seems like it would be a really good move on their part. Was he Night Elf or Human actually? It's kind of hard to tell being pretty far away. So Human allows him to escape some stuns, but I feel like that win condition is almost always during the Berserk timing. And those dots are not something you can deal with as Outlaw with just evasion, especially the bleeds. He gets caught in a stun here. That Feral Frenzy is up. That extra bleed damage is just ticking in and just killing him here slowly while his healer is trapped. He manages to clutch out a little heal, but then gets feared by Relza. And as that CC chain by My Way, they persevered, found the opportunity and pounced on it, and were able to pull off a win. Now they're just one win away from finally getting their first point in the circuit, and this is the series that they have to do it on.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. So, I mean, Acro obviously going to be really tanky on that rogue, but he doesn't really Unless he's, using his vanishes defensively. Maybe he goes over to Dwarf. Dwarf is risky, though, because, I mean, the nice thing about being a human is, number one, you get to play Relentless, which I think is the most important thing, is you get to play Relentless, so all those stuns are going to be shorter. Number two, obviously, he has to be Alliance in order for Tittery to actually be a Dwarf right now. So he's kind of committed. He could go the Dwarf, but that means he has to use the Medallion, and then all the stuns are longer. So the chance of him actually dying in stuns is way higher. So I think it's a bit of a risky play, but it could be something that they decide to do, because he wasn't actually stunned when he went down there. And if he does have the global to use the file or the stone form, he can stay alive for a long time. So yeah, interesting adaptation from My Way, going after the target that doesn't have the same kind of outright immunities, and maybe even less healing. I mean, Outlaw probably has less healing than the Fire Mage, so I think taking advantage of that was smart. And I don't know, that was kind of convincing to me. I mean, for GG, he got caught in a really long CC chain, the trap into the fear. That's a long time with your cooldowns to take down aggro, and I could definitely see them having repeat success with that strategy.
Well, yesterday we saw Zeepa. I know it was RMD versus jungle, but Zeepa was playing the Dwarf. So I think there is something in what Sid is saying here. Maybe having that double Dwarf and just trying to kind of grind them out, like we've seen a lot of Outlaw teams do. It could work, but also maybe it might just be as simple as cleaning up their setups, getting like more setups onto one specific target, because they were swapping a lot between Tony and Casso in that match. Which I didn't mind that much, but when you're trying to close out the match in the end, it can be tough if you force cooldowns on two people and you don't really know what your best option is. Either way, we'll see what No Money Just Funny do in terms of adaptations, and we are going to go to Ashamain's Fall. I feel like it's not too bad of a map. I feel like map in general doesn't matter like super much in this series. It's going to be more about just getting the clean setups, getting good pushes, getting good value out of things like Boon of the Ascendant, and just getting good value out of Bust and stuff like that. So I think it's anybody's series still, but My Way does have No Money Just Funny here on match point, and No Money Just Funny selecting Ashamain's Fall as the map against Tony on that Feral Druid. It is their home field advantage, so we'll see if that ends up working in their favor. Game number 4 between No Money Just Funny and My Way, about to be live here. Let's see who can take it, and let's see if it's going to be No Money Just Funny going home, or if they are going to be able to bring us to a game number 5.
Okay, this is last chance for No Money Just Funny. They're not in a fantastic position either, and really that 4th place and 3rd place are in contestation. Is that, I can't think of the word right now for some reason, it's escaping me here. But No Money Just Funny need to escape defeat here. Similarly, will they be able to? They're starting to fight on JJ, a very peculiar opener from the Jungle Cleave here. Not very often you see the Holy Priest targeted down. Are they just going to race him down? I don't think he's playing a Dwarf, so they're really trying to maximize that bleed damage onto JJ as he is playing human. And they're actually swapping to Relza. Very odd game number 4 here for both sides as they're racing each other's healers. Relza has survived, and Relza's actually swapped over to Mind Games. So they may actually be committed to killing JJ, trying to land a stun Mind Games one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the right move here with both these healers playing Undead, playing IQD. Big damage right now onto Casu. Casu forced to trade out his Trinket, and this is a much better start here for No Money Just Funny. They seem a lot more coordinated with their offense. They trade in a huge way. Casu no longer has any defensive cooldowns. There's no Exhilaration. There's no Aspect of the Turtle. There's no Trinket. And No Money Just Funny has an opportunity for a big push. Combustion's going to be rotating up here in about 30 seconds, and that's when they can really take him down. So Relza's going to have to be there. I don't know if he has his IQD available. Guardian Spirit's up in 20 seconds, but one thing's for sure, he's going to have to save the day if we see No Money Just Funny make a coordinated push.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're going to have a full blind as well on Acro soon, so a lot of opportunity for No Money Just Funny. They sneak in a counter spell onto Relza. They might just take the game right here and then. Castle dropping super low. But Relza will save the day for now. Kidney shot coming in onto Relza. Tittery get interrupted. He actually fears up Tony to get a full blind. They could cheap Tony here. Tittery would have loved to see that, but that is going to be the IQD from Relza coming out right there. And Relza will break up that chain with his last cooldowns. But guess what's ready? It's Combustion, and Tittery is hungry right now. They're shipping up caster, going after Tony. They might combust Tony, bait out the sacrifice, and then immediately swap back onto Kasu. We have a lot of options here on the side of the RMP. No Money Just Funny, just one clean setup away potentially from winning the game. Kasu knows it. They know it on the side of My Way, and they are swapping over to JJ. Can they take him out in a war stomp? I think they procced his Guardian there. We're going to have to see in a little bit when that cooldown is visible, but JJ barely surviving there on 1 HP. My Way still finding opportunities, and they did proc that Guardian. So 3-minute cooldown now for No Money Just Funny's Guardian. And that could be an opportunity to take somebody down here from My Way. But first, they need to survive. And it's going to be Relza right now in huge trouble. He gets feared out of the kidney, but into a re-kidney out of the fear. And they take him down in the kidney. Relza has greater fate. He has his triple fear. And Relza will survive that swap. JJ could now be the target of choice here for My Way. And they take down JJ. They're looking to power through here. But Kasu also in a lot of trouble here. Activates his Word of Sacrifice in trade for the combustion here from Tittery. Full trap secure on Tittery. JJ dropping dangerously low. There's the stun of JJ. Stun out to Tony. Mind games. And that should be it. My Way. Unless they're playing the Res Legendary. Pull it off here. And they are not playing that Res Legendary. You can see them leaving. Kasu right now clapping excitedly alongside with his teammate Tony as they win against the Outlaw RMP. This comp has been a bane of their existence. Both of their losses has been to that Rogue Mage with the Outlaw Fire. But this time around, it is going to be My Way taking it 3-1 and making some quick work out of that Priest in the end there. That was their basically do or die moment. If they don't kill there, they have nothing.
I really liked where they allocated their berserks. Like, they coordinated that together multiple times onto JJ, so they were able to min-max their peak damage. Like, that's when the kill damage is available. Put it on a target that can't remove it, won't evasion, won't run away from it, and then just overwhelm that target and take the risk to do it. So very impressive game here from My Way. I don't know if it'll be repeatable against Rogue Mages in the future, especially now that they've shown their hand, but right here at the end, you can see the aspect of the Wild from Kasu gets coordinated with Berserk and Feral Frenzy, and JJ has no Guardian Spirit because they procced it. He tried to pre-Fade, he tried to pre-Holy Ward, but they waited for all of it and just all-in them with their cooldowns, connecting all of the damage that they needed to at that peak moment. So I do like that they flipped the switch and decided to play more aggressive rather than a standard game. Definitely caught No Money Just Funny off guard here, and does at least keep their hopes of qualifying alive for now this weekend.
Yeah, I really impressive performance. I just want to reiterate kind of what you were saying. I love the fact that they mixed it up. I think of these tournaments, and especially in these series, it's just so important, especially when you're in a situation where you're on match point, just running an entirely new strategy to really just kind of go all in and catch your opponents off guard. It's really, really clutch. So I'd love to see that one. My Way putting, I think, their first point up in the circuit, and we'll have to see if they can have repeat success, but this is definitely an impressive performance by them.
Yeah, most certainly. And also, if you look at the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, it was actually it was in Cup number 4. It wasn't on broadcast, but it was My Way that lost, that actually won also. So I know that was kind of unexpected heading into that series, but, you know, incredible performance for them. So super excited for My Way, super excited to see them next weekend, see if they can build off of the success that they just had against that composition. So well done to them. And that concludes Europe for today. So that means we're halfway through, Zico.
Yeah, halfway
for
through.
This region.
Yeah, halfway through for Europe. And I mean, it's we're starting to see the teams that most likely kind of are for sure making it. We know that KUNGARNA, they're in a great spot. Same thing for SK. And I think the question marks that we have are, I think, for My Way. They have played one series less than the others because they had a break week. And I would say LF Org as well. Those two teams really, really want that last spot. And then you got Casual Dads kind of trying to block them from making that happen. So Europe, I think the first 2 spots are somewhat secured, but the last 2 spots, especially the last spot, will be very, very competitively. There's so many good teams that all want it, and we're starting to see as well some adaptations, some answers from some of these teams. We saw from Bugs earlier as well. They had that LE Outlaw that managed to take a game from KUNGARNA. I think if they polish that up and they bring that in for the last 2 weeks, maybe they could be one of the contenders for that last spot. We'll just have to wait and see. Those last couple of teams are quite closely matched, so it could be anybody qualifying there.
Yeah, and honestly, that's also, you know, really unfortunate for No Money Just Funny. They just to go off of what you just said, they're really going to need to try and get points next weekend, or it's going to be looking really tough for them. So moving on to North America, the first up series that we've got is Cloud9 and 3.5 Men. And before we, get into North America, this is the schedule as well. Like I just said, we can see that first matchup, 3.5 Men versus Cloud9. But looking at it, Super T is taking a look. Is there anything else that, you're looking forward to seeing any matchups?
I mean, Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid is always a highlight series. I feel like there's always very exciting games between these teams, and Golden Guardians, similarly to My Way, are really in a position where they can't afford any more scuffs. Like they need a win here today, and Team Liquid is a scary team to be a team that you need to win against.
Yeah, and I feel like they're ramping up quite a bit. I mean, they had that really quick 3-0 series yesterday against UNITAS, and just with that double outlaw event, it seems like they may have found a solution for RMP. What do you think?
I mean, it definitely feels that way. So I think worst case scenario for them, if the double outlaw doesn't work out, then they can always have Sam just go on the mage and play mirror matchups. So I think that kind of speaks volumes to the fact that they do play the double rogue instead. Obviously, they feel like that's even better than going into a straight mirror. And you could see, I mean, the results speak for themselves. Their series have been really, really dominant so far. They're up 3-0. And it's like Sid said, this is just such an important series for the Golden Guardians. I think this is probably the one I'm looking forward to the most today, because we got to see kind of a redemption here for the Golden Guardians. What are they going to do to put a point on the board, give Team Liquid their first loss? Because if they can't, I think things are looking pretty dire for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of the move, you're definitely a little bit nervous right now. So looking forward to that series. Looking forward to the one coming up right next right after this break as well. 3.5 Men versus Cloud9 coming up soon. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are now heading over into the North American region. The first up match that we have is Cloud9 versus 3.5 Men. And both of these teams have recently, made adaptations to their composition. So what is our take on this series, Zico? Who do you think wins this one?
I think it could be close. I think both teams could play RMP and kind of make it close, but I feel like 3.5 Men are favored to win this one. And Cloud9 desperately needs this one. 3.5 Men, they could actually afford to lose one. They're like in a pretty solid spot. Obviously, they don't want to lose one, but they would still be, like in a decent spot if they did lose it. Cloud9, however, I feel like they kind of have to win here because they are really, really falling behind on the standings. And that's another one of those teams that in the past you would expect them to really be one of the top dogs in North America. And all of a sudden, they're rebuilding their roster. They lost some members. They picked up some new members, and they're trying to find their stride. But guess what? We're not going to see an RMP mirror.
I heard you as soon as you saw the comp, stop talking a little bit.
I feel like that's a good question, though. Would you rather be a team playing in a position of like comfort, like you can afford to lose? Like, what if that means you're not playing like your absolute best because you don't need to, versus a position where you have to win or you're out, but you've also got the stress of the fact that you could be out? What do you think is a better position?
For me, I would rather be the team that has to win. I think I would play better if I was on the team that has to win.
This is all right. We're going to see the double Outlaw Rogue once again coming in from 3.5 Men, making an adaptation here. Fuse, I think he heard me yesterday when I said all the bench players need to be playing Outlaw Rogue. So they have prepared this, and this is going to be really interesting to see if it does work. I was fully anticipating Rogue, Mage, Priest, Mirrors, but that seems like 3.5 Men. I mean, this speaks volumes, right? Because 3.5 Men, I would say, is probably the most experienced Rogue, Mage, Priest in America, or in North America, at least in the mirror match. And the fact that they don't even want to play the mirror here, and they're opting to play double Outlaw, is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what double Rogue can do in this matchup, so why even risk it? Mirror could always, something can always go wrong. Things can always spiral out of control. You can get a bad opener. Anything can happen. But when you have double Outlaw, it's kind of smooth sailing here. And we're gonna see KAWHI in a kidney shot right now. Not taking too much damage though, and Fuse reconnecting here onto Wealthy Man. And I gotta say, Wealthy Man so far, I feel like he's been the mage that's impressed me the most against these double Rogue teams. I feel like he's been the one who's been able to kind of survive them the best. He blinks the cheap shot into a kidney though. Wealthy Man on this combustion getting a little bit shut down here. KAWHI actually removes the Holy Ward there from Flop as well. Fuse looking to get something going. There's the blind onto Flop. They're going after Chun-Li potentially. No, they're going after Wealthy Man. They're just cleaving Chun-Li passively. They go for the sap, but unfortunately there they do put him in combat with the fear, so they go for the kidney shot instead. And now Flop is out of crowd control. Wealthy Man is going to be completely fine here, and it's going to be Chun-Li instead taking some damage here from both of these Outlaw Rogues. Wealthy Man though quick with the polymorphs with the heals, and setting up that Ring of Fire, trying to get some damage going, but a grip onto KAWHI means he's going to be fine. Mana even between both healers, and I would say KAWHI has another blind, so they're going to roll out and look for that next opportunity here onto Wealthy Man. No alter time available for that one. Full blind secure onto Flop, and they back it up with the damage that they need. KAWHI can sap this, and he will go for the sap, and they connect onto Wealthy Man. That's the question right now. They're going after Fuse, actually. Fuse is getting absolutely demolished here, and he will get his Trigger Cloak there, and Sean actually just going to get gripped back to the pillar, and he's going to be completely fine there. And now Wealthy Man with his combustion looking to make something happen. He gets stripped off though, and Wealthy Man is not going to get too much value out of that one.
Let's see if they can keep pushing here. Oh, look at the cleave damage between these double pirates at the moment. Flop caught into a full blind. Big swap onto Chun-Li. Is he going to get dropped? Big heals coming in from the back line. Chun-Li recovers. Now they're switching back to Wealthy Man here and getting aggressive towards the mage. Mana is actually surprisingly even. We don't see nearly as much pressure as Team Liquid's double Outlaw, if I'm being honest so far. I feel like Wealthy Man has been pressured much harder than this in the past. So let's see if 3.5 Men, what their damage looks like at the end of this game on the scoreboard. The pressure so far has not been too high on towards Wealthy Man. Chun-Li pre-feints this kidney shot. Evasion's out. Really nice read by Chun-Li. Flop is now stunned though, and they chain this kidney into NECC. Fuse wanted to stab it looks like, but he wasn't able to. He's just going to have to walk back towards Wealthy Man and try and do some damage without any sort of crowd control. Flop's going to pre-activate the Fey Guardians to reduce damage here. Chun-Li grappling hooking towards Kearney. Kearney doesn't look like he's got crowd control. I think Chun-Li might have gouged off his Holy Ward there, trying to wait for crowd control later on. These Holy Wards are going to be difficult for the double outlaw. They're going to have to constantly remove them with gouge if they want to land these kidneys, blinds, and saps. Fuse didn't dismantled at the moment. He's not really able to connect, just evasions, trying to avoid the kidney shot. Chun-Li grappling hooks behind him on the evasion and gets the kidney shot. Really nice play by Chun here, but still not enough damage to take him out. He's going to cloak, turn it around onto Chun-Li with a kidney shot, blind onto flop, into a kidney. Chun-Li still at half, pops his evasion now. I'm not sure if they're going to try and attack from behind or just switch targets. They're just going to switch targets to Wealthy Man. They've cut him down so low in that swap, but Kearney is in a blind here into a polymorph. Fuse is going to vanish and pop that Crimson Vial. Insane healing output on the Outlaw Rogue with the stamina being so high. Those percent healing mechanics can heal for even more value. As Kearney is finally out of crowd control, his team is A-okay. They're just polymorphing them now, trying to stall, maybe trying to get Flop a drink. Calvish sees it, grappling hooks over. Flop pre-fades, anticipating a sap on that grappling hook. So nice read by Flop, but unfortunately they were patient, so blind will land. They have crowd control out of it. Doesn't look like it. No, a cheap shot. Is that going to be enough? Just in a cheap shot, they'll get cauterized? No, it isn't. Guardian Spirit comes through from Flop, stabilizing him. Now they're swapping back onto Chun-Li with another kidney shot, just stun after stun from 3.5 men.
Yeah, it's a lot of consistent damage. It's a lot of control, but at the same time, Cloud9 has opportunities here. They're going after Fuse. He's going to trade out the Feint. And one big difference we're seeing from 3.5 men and what we saw from Liquid yesterday is a cheat death. So Calvish not going to have cheat death. If he gets caught in a stun and dropped, that's going to be KO in this one. And we're at 3% dampening at this point. Chun-Li right now into a gouge, a full sap out of the blind on Flop. It's a long crowd control chain. Chun-Li once again another kidney, but Flop is able to escape and connect those heals. But it's still not over yet. Calvish with a beautiful interrupt on Flop. He goes for a mind control to just shut down the damage just a little bit, doing everything he can keep his team in the fight. Chun-Li's going to charge forward, get the cheap shot on Fuse. This is combustion. Can Fuse survive? He gets a gouge. Looks like Kearney will be out of crowd control. Mana still relatively even for these healers. The full blind, defensive blind into a kidney by Calvish, saving the day here, and also just continuing the pressure, burning through the mana of Flop. Wealthy Man actually ice blocks. I don't know if I like that ice block. It's a huge cooldown that he basically just traded for free, and it seemed like Chun-Li was going to be okay. That could be a free opening here for 3.5 men.
Yeah, 3.5 men has been struggling to find that pressure if we compare it to Team Liquid's double outlaw. And now they have a big opening onto Wealthy Man. Do they have any crowd control, though? It doesn't look like any blinds are off cooldown just yet. Chun-Li, though, taking a little bit of cleave damage, disarming Fuse. Calvish leaping over to Flop to remove potentially a Holy Ward or bait something. Not going to fall for it, though. Flop still holding on to his Greater Fade and his Holy Ward. And Calvish now leaping over, getting the kidney shot. This is the beginning of the chain, potentially. Can they... Calvish could actually banish there and reset his blind, and Flop actually going to be the one who gets blinded. And exactly that is what Calvish did. And they get the sap, though, as well. Fuse actually able to find the sap there onto Flop, and they're able to find a kidney shot onto Kearney. So a little bit of a race. Wealthy Man still in a little bit of trouble there, but Flop does come out, get the double fear. Wealthy Man now with the combustion here, looking to make some work happen. They get the cloak of Chun-Li now going after Calvish, trying to hit him. He doesn't have a cloak, so he's going to be taking some significant damage there, but it's going to be Chun-Li putting the kidney shot, taking a decent amount as well, dropping to about half HP. Flop now with some big heals in the back line there, trying to stay efficient. Both of these healers dropping low on mana right now. And we're going to see Fuse here put in a kidney shot. She gouged onto Chun. And Calvish here with some nice peels, trying to lead the charge here onto Wealthy Man. Beautiful all the time by Wealthy Man. Fuse still taking a lot of damage. Chun-Li gets put in an off kidney shot here, leaving up Wealthy Man and Chun a little bit. And they get a blind onto Kearney. That is the question. Calvish is going to have his vanish here. So he could just vanish to reset the blind, or, yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to vanish, and he's going to just reopen with it. And now he has the blind, and there's a full blind now. As a result, I think Flop actually used IQD right there. He gets feared on his IQD into a DR blind, and they get a kidney shot here as well. Nice Dragon's Breath by Wealthy Man, breaking up that chain, stopping that kidney shot, because that would have been absolute huge trouble. But Wealthy Man right now holding on to his Cauterize, and the Guardian does not proc. So Wealthy Man surviving a very dangerous situation for now, but Kearney with no mana left, and Flop still with a lot of work ahead of him, and still not out of the woods just yet. Calvish gets a massive heal there, and will survive that kidney shot.
Let's see how much longer 3.5 men can stay above water here with 0 mana on their Priest. Calvish the target, evasions, pops the Gladiator's Aegis. They swap to Fuston, who does not have evasion. He's trying to stay on target, but is he going to be able to? Kearney's healing's going to be limited here. They're getting cleaved down by Cloud9. This is a terrible position to be in as 3.5 men. Fuse is on the run while Kearney tries to drink, but he gets popped by Wealthy Man. He's not going to find too much mana, but does get a heal on Fuse. Calvish is in a Frost Nova, unable to connect. I think Flop is drinking in the background. He's getting a big advantage here. Fuse caught into a sap. Kearney into a cheap shot. Holy Fire incoming. Damage on the Calvish. He pre-feints the stun, reducing a tremendous amount of damage, and manages to hold strong here at half health as 3.5 men are bunkering down at the pillar and trying to weather the storm.
Yep, Calvish right now in a lot of trouble. There's no cloak, there's no vanish. He could easily get dropped. Wealthy Man casting out a Frostbolt for a snare. Does he have the damage? It's a power infusion. The end of power infusion. A full sap now on Flop as Chun-Li is equally in trouble. There's really nothing for him to do. He's flailing to survive right now. It's a full kidney shot. Mind games coming in from Kearney as well. Flop throwing in some heals with the Guardian Spirit. Combustion now gets ripped out. Mind control from Kearney to deny it. And Calvish is going to vanish out of there. He has this Cloak of Shadows. I mean, both these teams just trading out the defensive cooldowns, trying to avoid damage. Kidney shot on Calvish. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got the cloak. He's got the Feint. He crosses the map. Chun-Li in hot pursuit. Calvish, how are you going to live? We've seen him defy death many times. That's the Guardian Spirit. They proc it, but he does get topped off. Now a kidney shot on Chun-Li. Chun-Li's going to have to be afraid. Such a back and forth match. Both these teams just playing it out to the bitter end. 30% dampening. Kidney shot on Flop. Kidney shot on Calvish. We're going to see a kidney shot here on Chun-Li. Very, very soon. Calvish gets dismantled and still just kind of getting ripped apart here in the midfield. The cleave damage of Chun-Li. That Blade Fury, but at the same time, Chun-Li needs to be very careful. He's in a full stun right now, but Calvish doesn't seem to have too much damage. Flop, he needs to get the heals out on Chun-Li. Chun-Li is trying to run. It's a full blind on Flop. Chun-Li's so low. Kidney shot on Calvish. Calvish can get dropped. He does. Wealthy Man trades it out. Are we going to a 2v2? No, we're not. Wealthy Man says no way. Kills both rogues with his combust. And I mean, what a close call that was. I can't help but feel like 3.5 men. This is their game to lose, but I don't know if I like the Venthyr pick. I don't know if I like the Venthyr on the Priest. It seems like Nightfay is just going to be way better value in this match.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all these priests in NA are on Venthyr like all the time. I don't get it.
Not Sea-Doo.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
standard.
I think the only acceptable situation where Venthyr is like the go-to here is if they're planning on going after the Priest, but you're not going after the Priest. I just don't see the value in the mind games. Like, sure, you can mind games the caught, but that's really about it. I feel like the Nightfade does outvalue it, but still a nice victory here for Cloud9, finally besting this double rogue comp that's been kind of plaguing NA here. And you can see here so many close calls here. Look at this Dragon's Breath by Wealthy Man. This was insane. Flop here, he's going to get blinded into a kidney, and look at that double DB. Flop gets a couple of globals, and then he gets kidneyed. And if it wasn't for that, he might have just died then and there. A lot of close calls here. This Shaz dies onto Fuse here. If that didn't happen, Chun might have just gone down here. He dropped dangerously low there to about 20%, and there was a full blind. I think Chun actually dies there. He had no banish too, if they could have done that. So really, really nice split-second decisions. And then there at the end, you see Wealthy Man. He's left free. You're in his kitchen, and Combustion will take care of the rest.
This is what I think, though. It's like the mana return is just so massive for Kearney. If he just had mana, the game was over. He was for so long in the match. You could see the damage speaks for itself. Look at how much damage Calvish was able to do in this game. 3.1 million. The next higher is going to be Fuse at 2.3, but that consistent damage just adds up so much, and mana is a real win condition here. So I'm wondering, are Kearney, Fuse, and Calvish going to mix it up? Do they kind of realize the mistakes that they made in game number 1, or are they going to kind of default back to the mirror? Say, okay, well, that didn't work. Now we got to play Rogue Mage Mirrors. Because I kind of feel like they should stick with the double Outlaw.
Like, if you play double Outlaw, like, as good as you can, it should win. I feel like damage on Fuse is low here. I mean, there's this pretty staggering difference, almost 1 million between him and Calvish, and this is the first time we've seen him on Rogue. Like, Fuse has always been playing Feral Druid, so there might be a little bit of inexperience on the damage rotation side of it for Outlaw Rogue, because it can be a little bit different with Roll the Bones and trying to manage your combo points compared to a Feral Druid, with keeping your bleeds up on the target. Yeah. But he's got to be pumping out more damage, and I think that Ernie should also be playing a more defensive-oriented Covenant, playing Night Fae and focusing on mana, just grinding out for the late game. Because Because if they have the damage, then Wealthy Man's not as comfortable. He's just running away dead the whole game, like we've seen mages in this matchup. And then if Kearney has mana, the game just keeps going, and eventually Wealthy Man dies. Is the way that I see this playing out.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that working.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Something tells me they're just going to go to the RMP.
You think so?
3.5 men. Yeah, I think
Not
so.
on this map. I don't
Maybe
think so.
not on this map. Yeah, on this map, maybe they will give it one more go. But if they lose this one, they're for sure going to go RMP. They're going to try it again. Down on Sewers is obviously a little bit easier than the Grand to get some pressure on Wealthy Man. But is it going to be enough? I feel like they might need to do some of those other adaptations for Kearney. Unless they're going to go after flop. If they are going after flop, I don't mind the Lentier, but then you have to actually make use of it. Try to set up some mind games and try to set up some big hits there. Because otherwise, it's just not going to get that value compared to the Night play. So we saw it even in the last game. You know, Fuse and Calvish did way more damage than Cloud9 did. But flop just had way more healing than Kearney. And it was a battle of attrition that kind of closed it out there at the end. So we'll see what adaptations they make. But for now, they're going to stick with that comp.
All right, double outlaw versus RMP. I mean, we're still trying to figure out which one kind of comes out ahead. It's been a little bit back and forth. I would say the double outlaw is looking a little bit better. And once again, it kind of, to me, the biggest thing is it speaks volumes that I would say the most experienced RMP in mirrors isn't playing RMP. I mean, that says something, right? Like, so theoretically, like if I was to just line up all these RMPs toe to toe, I would give 3.5 men the edge in a mirror match against basically anyone. From what I've seen so far, and they're opting to not even go with the mirror. They want to play the double outlaw. We're going to see Venthyr once again from Kearney. So I'm wondering what the adaptation is. What was it that went so wrong in that last game? Was it Fuse's overall damage? Just the overall pressure wasn't what it needs to be from the two rogues? Or where was the mistake made? Because Cloud9, they look kind of comfortable in that one. There's a few scary moments there for Chun-Li, but I think Wealthy Man in general, like you mentioned it, Zico, he seems to be doing a really good job kind of handling the pressure of these two rogues.
Yeah, Wealthy Man has just been an absolute all-star. We saw so many situations where Wealthy Man is just living the most ridiculous situations. And if you are going after a mage in that RMP, Wealthy Man is definitely not the guy that you want to be that mage. And right now, Wealthy Man is popping off with his first combustion here, immediately just shoving it here onto Fuse. Getting some pressure, but no Cloak of Shadows yet. No cooldowns being traded. Big damage onto Fuse. He might just die in the opener here if he's not careful. Finally, trades out the Cloak of Shadows, but already look at Kearney's mana. Has to trade out so much. Fuse has to trade out the Vanish. High value combustion. And look at Wealthy Man. He's got his combustion back cooldown in 3 fireballs. Like Alvish now taking huge damage as well. So much pressure here. Chun might just close it out already. Kearney in some crowd control. Dragon's Breath as well, but now finally out of crowd control. Flop in a full blind. Can he get anything out of that? Wealthy Man gets kicked on his polymorphs, going for the Ring of Fire here. Not able to find anything just yet. And that was an extremely close call. Both rogues already down, vanished, down with their cloaks and down with their blinds. Now Fuse in a full kidney shot. Ring of Fire is out. Kearney going for potential mind games here, but they can't really get aggressive right now with his teammates just dying over and over. Wealthy Man, another combustion here, getting huge value onto Calvish and a big hit onto Fuse as well. And they are going to force out the Guardian Spirit there. And Calvish still on half HP, still taking decent damage. Wealthy Man just standing still, recasting here with Rune of Flower, trying to get something going. Flop pushing in for crowd control. Can he get it? He fades. He gets the fear. Wealthy Man look for the Ring of Frost. Can he find it? And he does. And Chun, though, in a little bit of trouble, has to use a Vanish there as well. Calvish now in a full kidney shot. This could just be the game. Can Wealthy Man find a crowd control? He's not able to, unfortunately, there. And that means that the rogues will survive here on the side of 3.5 men. But this game is looking like all Cloud9 so far.
Yeah, I mean, Wealthy Man is just standing still and casting. Like, this doesn't look at all like we've seen previous double outlaws into RMP, which is signaling, unless something significantly changes, like right now, a Resonator kill on Chun, that we're going to be going to RMP mirrors, and 3.5 men will have to reverse sweep. I can't blame them for wanting to try this composition with how potent it was looking, but it doesn't look like they've put enough practice into it to take down some of these highly skilled RMPs such as Cloud9 just yet. Like, look at the pressure of Houston Calvish getting cleaved, getting AoE'd right now. They're looking like the Mythic Plus trash pulls that Trill was making his opponents look like the other day. Like, this crowd control is endless. Calvish is just about to flop like a fish here as Kearney is kidney shot. Is he going to trade out in time to survive? He vanishes away from the fight. Flop then feints and evades the attacks He does get crowd control onto Flop, but there's just no damage. Like, Flop just sat through a CC chain and nobody took damage on the side of Cloud9. Kearney is almost out of mana at this point, and they're going after Chun-Li on the Outlaw Rogue. This just seems so odd from 3.5 men in terms of strategy, output. Everything just appears to be going wrong for them.
Yeah, I really don't know why they're not going after Wealthy Man. That seems to be the strategy that's kind of foolproof. Kidney shot right now on KAWHI. He's in so much trouble. There is literally no cooldowns left. He's on the run. He's going to use that Crimson Vial. It's a big heal. Kearney gets out of the crowd control. Should be able to top him off, but I think Fuse and KAWHI, they need to turn their attention to Wealthy Man. You have to go after the mage. You need to shut him down. He's just free casting, resetting his combustion. A big setup here on Chun-Li, though. Maybe they take him down. Double Dragon Thrust by Wealthy Man, playing defense. Big heals there by Flop, and now it's actually Kearney on the back foot. Wealthy Man once again just literally ripping into everybody. Kidney shot here on KAWHI. Big damage output from the side of Cloud9, but looks like KAWHI should be able to hold on. He's got his Vanish, he's got his Feint. Mana starting to even out for both these priests, but once again, we're just not seeing the value from Mind Games. I don't know why Kearney's going to be running it, but maybe it's what ends up securing them the kill. They have to survive these setups, so a full blind on Kearney is going to be traded out by Chun-Li. Now Wealthy Man finally under a little bit of pressure. This is a combustion, a full gouge. Nicely done there by Fuse, kind of saving the day. Kearney grips KAWHI to the pillar, and that should be more than enough to survive. So this is where you go. Full on pressure, Wealthy Man. He's got no ice block. I think he actually ice blocked aggressively or to play defense for Chun-Li. So without that immunity, I feel like this is kind of a no-brainer here for 3.5 men. Go after Wealthy Man the rest of the game. Pressure him down, and I think that's going to be their path of least resistance for a win.
I think Wealthy Man wants them to go on him. I don't know. He seems like a madman. He's like, yeah, I'll just ice block. I'll do it in the last game as well. Come then. For some reason, it seems to be working out right now for Cloud9 because they got massive pressure. Flop is pushing in, trying to bait the crowd controls here, trying to get something on Kearney, but Kearney responds with the Holy Ward, and they get something. They get a full sheep there. Wealthy Man sneaks it in, and he get a resheep. He's going for it. They get a kidney shot here as well. Ring of Frost being timed out here, and Flop pushing in for the follow-up fear. No more crowd controls, but they get a kidney shot to extend the chain to allow Flop to get that fear. Should he be able to get it, no problems, but unfortunately, that a Greater Fate comes out, maybe decides to just hold on to it for a little bit here. You're still taking good damage, though. KAWHI now with a blind onto Flop. Adrenaline Rush running for both rogues here. This is their opportunity to get aggressive. I'm not sure, actually, if that blind ran out there on Flop or if it used IQD there. But Flop will no longer be in that crowd control. Should be completely fine to keep his team nice and aggressive. Full blind onto Kearney. Here's the Wealthy Man again with combustion. Fuse responds immediately with the cloak. He gets a sheep. Fuse running for his life right now. Wealthy Man with the combustion, going for the Ring of Fire, going for the resheeps here, and he still has a couple of fire blasts left here. They might actually be able to get the kill here. Mind control coming in.
Good night.
And Fuse. Good night here. Potentially cheat death, I think, proc there for him. I'm not sure how on earth Fuse survived that. That looked like a clean KO, but Fuse defies death. And 3.5 men will stay alive for a little bit longer.
I don't think neither rogue is running cheat death here, so that was just like almost a luck of the draw, I guess, for Fuse to have enough HP to survive in that position. That trinket buff definitely playing key to him still being in this game right here. That extra stamina, most certainly, as Wealthy Man just blinks back with Alter Time, setting up to try and keep his team grinding down Fused in and grinding down KAWHI. Find more opportunities like that in the near future. Now they're switching to KAWHI. Alter Time's away. Double fear under the rogues here by Flop. Maybe setting up for a kidney shot. They're going to go for the kidney shot onto Fuse, but Fuse not in position for Wealthy Man to attack. Flop in a blind. They're swapping to Chun-Li. Chun-Li pre-feints the kidney shot. Wealthy Man soaks the resonator hits with him as well. Just kind of different tech. 3.5 men playing resonators. I don't think we saw Cedu's Double Outlaw doing that. Might be a difference in terms of being able to break through with burst damage, but in that moment, not enough damage. Now Fuston falling behind. Chun-Li at the same time is falling behind, getting grinded down, but here comes Combustion. Kidney shot, massive damage onto Fuston. Somehow, some way surviving a full kidney with Combustion up there, but Kearney is still sapped. He's still on the run, trying to hold on throughout this crowd control chain. Polymorphed out. Kearney gets the Guardian Spirit. He's DB'd for a second. Is that going to be enough to proc the Guardian Spirit? Maybe go for the kill, as Kearney hits absolutely 0 mana at this point. 15% dampening. Gets grappling hook kicked by Chun-Li. Now they're looking to reconnect. No, they're swapping to Flop. The 3.5 men are desperate. They're just flailing around, attacking what they can to try and get pressure, but They're the ones falling behind. Chastise on Kearney. Chun-Li in pursuit to go for the win here. Chun-Li tries to pre-evasion the kidney, doesn't get it, has to break out with Will to survive. Stuns Fuse. He's stunned up behind the pillar. Kearney Holy Wards. He's trying to duck next to Fuse and get some heals. He's got no mana. That Crimson Vial of Houston is healing so much right now. Trying to stabilize at 18% dampening, but now they swap their pressure onto Calvish. They're still trying to go after Flop. Can they drop the Flop here? Oh my god, just so close to the kill on him here at this moment in time. Manages to hold on a little bit longer for his team. And look at the pressure. Fuse and Calvish still at half health. As long as Flop can stay alive here, his team should be grinding the win. Full blind onto Kearney. Calvish is stunned up. They're going for the kill, and they secure it. And Cloud9 are on match point, and they're calling 3.5 men's bluff. Where's your RMP?
Let's see if they rise to the occasion. I mean, you mentioned 3.5 men at this point. They either need to just kind of ride or die this double outlaw comp, or they need to swap in the RMP and go for a reverse sweep. But Cloud9, they're looking good. Honestly, Chun-Li on the outlaw rogue has been super solid. Wealthy Man on the fire mage, always one of my favorites to watch. Just super aggressive in his play. He's been really helpful for keeping Chun-Li alive. Every time Chun-Li gets stunned, we're seeing the double dragons without polymorphs, and then immediately going to get crowd control on Kearney to kind of set up his team. So just clean play all around from Cloud9, and they are not going to get tricked by this kind of double outlaw cheese so far.
Yep, right now they are cheese connoisseurs on the side of Cloud9, just having a tasting day here of these pirates. And you can see Wealthy Man here. This is right at the start of the game. Look at Fuse already. They're barely holding on. Just wants to greed his Cloak of Shadows so much. I mean, it's for good reason. Well, if he doesn't have that, he might just die. But again here, Fuse in a lot of trouble, living on 1 HP. And that's because Wealthy Man got chastised right there. Fuse again here, barely surviving. This was when we thought it was a sheet death, maybe that proc, but it was an Arcane Explosion that came out. It kind of looked a little bit similar there for a second, but he does survive there by just a pure miracle. And then here, Flop kind of gets the miracle returned to him. Look at his Guardian cooldown. He actually didn't have it there for 1 second. If they just got a little bit more damage in that setup, Flop was dead, as his Guardian was still, like 1 second away when that stun ended, and he got that big Serenity heal. And then, of course, as soon as that setup fades, you get the blind, you get the combust, you get the holy fire. Fuse can't get a gouge onto the Wealthy Man. He can't slow him down at all. And Cloud9 takes it, 21% dampening. And we got to start asking some questions here. Like, why isn't Wealthy Man dying when he's literally blocking, like just throwing it out there both games? They're not even forcing the block, and they still can't take him down. I don't know if that's because maybe they're not that practiced on the side of 3.5 men with this comp, or exactly what it is. If Chun is making it too difficult for them, I really don't know why, but Wealthy Man seems immortal.
Damage is noticeably different, right? I feel like when we saw Trill and Sam play, they were always like significantly above the RMP's overall damage, whereas that last game is like dead even. Uses the same damage as Wealthy Man, and Calvish was close to the same with Chun-Li. I think, did Chun-Li actually beat him in there? I forget what the scoreboard was just a second ago, but it was way too close. Like, you have to be significantly higher on damage for this comp to work, and the damage is just not there. So that seems to be a key ingredient to this composition's success. And now it's match point. Do you throw the cards in again and go to Outlaw, or do you show Cloud9 what's up? We're the best RMP in NA.
I think Venthyr is just a total waste. I think that is a huge factor. They don't have the wall from the Guardians. They don't have the additional mana. Like, there's just so many things that you lose out, and what are you gaining, really? I feel like there's two things. That's number one for 3.5 men, and number two, I think they're just not really super coordinated in their strategy. It doesn't seem, like you guys mentioned, that they're super well practiced on this. They're kind of just all over the place. Whereas when we saw Liquid play it, it's a very, very focused on just getting crowd control on the healer and going after the mage. Just all damage on the mage as much as possible. Maybe occasionally go on the rogue if he's overextended and he's being cleaved down a little bit to cause a panic. But for the most part, it's very, very clean the way they approach the matchup. And I think for 3.5 men, it hasn't looked nearly as good. And I think they're kind of realizing that. So Nuked will be tagged in. And now we're going to an outlaw matchup. And I said at the beginning of the series that in kind of an RMP mirror battle, I feel like 3.5 men should come out ahead. They've looked really, really good as they're kind of like an RMP main. I think in theory they should be able to go toe to toe here with Cloud9, maybe even best them. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that we do see a reverse sweep here, but I'd say Cloud9 has some serious momentum right now.
Yeah, and what an insane match to do it in for Cloud9 as well. If they can win here, being one of the bottom standing teams, it's going to give them a big win here against one of the top dogs that's kind of beating everyone else. So you have that at least going for you. And also teams like Team Liquid, they're watching this game right now. They're wearing the Cloud9 jerseys. They're cheering on right now. They want 3.5 men to lose here, because then if Team Liquid continues their streak, well, all of a sudden, Team Liquid might get that first spot, and that's going to, of course, matter later on in the finals. For seeding, it's going to matter as well for the Cross-Region Tournament to qualify there and for the seeding there. So it's definitely a lot on the line. And Cloud9, this is one of the teams that historically should be at the finals. This is a team that's been really, up there with the likes of KAWHI. So Cloud9, if they can pull off just one win, you have 3 chances to do it. If they can just pull off one win in a mirror, it's going to be pretty good for them for the rest of the circuit.
Big opportunity here. 3 games now. 3.5 men have to reverse sweep. Their pirate experiment has failed. They're looking shipwrecked at the moment, and they might be drifting out to sea here if they lose one more game. So it's going to come down to the mirrors. Can they pull it off here? 3 in a row. And this is where that question I asked at the beginning of the series: would you rather be the team that's like comfy, up 2 points, like you can, it's okay if you lose a game or 2, it's fine, or would you rather be 3.5 men where like daggers at your throat, like wrong move, it's over type of deal? So I don't know. I kind of think I'd rather be the comfy team, maybe.
Sounds a lot better when you say it like that. Like doesn't really seem. It doesn't really seem like those are like fair choices or even close.
Well, yes and no, but I think what Sin's saying is, like, mentally, are you a team that kind of performs better when you're under heavy pressure? Because some people are like that, and then or are you a team that's better when they're rise to the occasion? They're feeling the pressure and they know they got to perform, and they're already playing on a high level, but they somehow like take it to the next level. There's people like that, and then there's also people that if they're comfortable, if there's no pressure, they don't make any mistakes. But as soon as there is a lot of pressure, that's when they can mess something up, and it can cost them the game. So I think it just depends on the player, honestly. Some people, they rise to the occasion and kind of add an extra level, and some people they might let the pressure get to them. I think for Cloud9 at least, they have more experience as a team, so they've been in these situations more where the pressure is really high, whereas 3.5 men is still like a newly formed roster. So this could be, they could crack under the pressure right here, make some mistakes. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and we can see here kind of the stats for these cups. 3.5 men and Cloud9 are tied 1-1 in their head-to-head matches, and have each won 3 rounds. And I'm going to assume that's before going into this series. Yeah. So very, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, these teams are very evenly matched, but I feel like in the world of kind of like an RMP mirror matchup, theoretically 3.5 men should come out ahead. I know in the past when these two teams have met, I think it was Chun-Li on his Windwalker Monk. They had some very back and forth games, but I think the last time Chun-Li actually did fall on the Monk, and he's just opted to kind of abandon that specialization for now in favor of the really, really powerful Outlaw Rogue specialization. And I think if they can go toe-to-toe in some of these mirrors, it's going to speak volumes. But they have some all-star players on their roster. Cloud9 is looking absolutely fantastic right now. They have Cubsy kind of just waiting in the wings on that Warlock, and I think he has a few other alts that he can play, but for now it seems like the Holy Priest, the Outlaw Rogue, and the Fire Mage is going to be all Cloud9 does need, and they're 1 away from closing it out against 3.5 men. This is not at all how I expected this series to go, but 3.5 men are going to have one last stand in defiance to try to come back in this series.
All right, let's see. Can they do it? Cloud9, 1 away from the clean sweep here against 3.5 men. Undefeated in the circuit so far. 3.5 men, RMP mains. They're bringing in Nuke. They're trying to make it happen here. And Cloud9, I mean, can they run that momentum? They've already beaten the kind of final boss version comp that you could run into as RMP with the double outlaw. But now they're going to have to go up against the full experience here of 3.5 men. And Flop doesn't seem phased at all. He's just laughing and having a good time right now. Gates are open. And let's see what they can get done here. Wealthy Man immediately getting kicked. Childish getting cleared into a chastise stun, into a sheep here potentially. No, Childish will start playing the game now. Chun-Li and Childish both kind of ramping up. But the first blood has already been kind of extended onto a Flop. Kidney shot though onto Kearney. Chun still has his blind to work with, so he's going to send it right now. Blind into a full ring of frost. Childish going for a restuff right now. They're going after Nuke. Nice all the time by Nuke. But can they reconnect? Do they have any more CC onto Kearney? Doesn't look like it. And Wealthy Man doesn't really get the most value out of his combustion there. Nice defense. And now Nuke popping his combustion onto Chun-Li, but also not getting a whole bunch of value there. And so far, both teams down a combustion, and they haven't really gained any real cooldown.
Yeah, 3.5 men, you've procrastinated your homework to the last night. You had weeks, so you could have been doing these RMP mirrors, but you chose to slack off with your double outlaw, and it might cost you here on the final night. Are they going to be able to finish the assignment here and win 3 games in a row against Cloud9, who appear to be confident and restored mentally? I feel like Cloud9 were kind of on maybe a downward slope, but in this series specifically, they are popping off. They've leveled up a lot here in the second week of the circuit, and they are gunning for those top positions to qualify into the North American Finals. 3.5 men were an esteemed rogue mage priest, likely the top of the ladder of the tier list of Zico's RMPs. So it was surprising to not see them mirror it right off the bat, but they wanted to get the advantage of the double outlaw, but it's not practiced enough. They're going to be forced into the RMP mirror. Can Cloud9 beat what is considered at this time the best RMP in North America in a mirror? So far, so good. Look at this push right now onto Nuked. He does get an alter time, but they're killing him through it. Big heals come up from Kearney at the last possible moment, and both Holy Priests in this series have decided to play Night Fae, which I think is the right move here. It's going to give you the most consistency over time, allow your mages to play the most aggressive, and maintain your mana the longest for what seems to be an attrition mirror between both of these teams. We haven't seen too much pressure just yet onto Wealthy Man, and I'm really waiting to see when 3.5 men strike. Here it comes. Crowd control on the Flop, crowd control on the Chun. Wealthy Man down to 10%, but is he going to go down? Nuke is on the run as well. Chun-Li chasing him down out of the Frost Nova. Wealthy Man's confident to blink on top of Nuke. Nuke blinks away from Wealthy Man, trying to buy time for Kearney. Kearney finally out of crowd control, goes for the Fae Guardians, trying to reduce damage on Nuke, trying to get him in a position where he can start fireballing Wealthy Man, working on that combustion cooldown. Wealthy Man getting DB'd on shifting power. Big swap onto Chun-Li. And they're still committed to these resonators on the side of 3.5 men. I feel like they might be the only RMP in these mirrors that decide to go with that tech.
Yeah, I mean, it really is really interesting to see. We do see a kidney shot right now on Kearney. Wealthy Man there. Look for a polymorph. Did he fake the interrupt? He did, but he gets caught into a kidney shot, into a gouge. So lots of stops there by Calvish. Is able to shut down that follow-up crowd control. Nuke right now in a very defensive position. Gets a polymorph onto Chun-Li, or at least tries to, and he gets interrupted. And as a result, it will be an ice block. Nuke right now on the run. They get the Master Spell on the block. Kearney's out of crowd control, but just slowly, surely, Cloud9 is pulling ahead in this match. Nuke has been defensive for a majority of this match, and now actually down a major defensive cooldown, looking for a full Ring of Frost. Gets the double. Beautiful position there, but Flop is there to dispel Chun-Li, and Chun-Li does get dispelled, trying to get aggressive into a polymorph. Calvish now potentially making a swap, but I think Chun-Li actually evasioned it, so beautifully done there by Chun-Li. Evasions the off kidney of Calvish, reading that situation perfectly. I know there it is. There's the kidney shot. Big damage here on Chun-Li. Can they take him down? The double Dragon's Breath from Wealthy Man, always there at the right time. The hero play to keep Chun-Li alive, and that was actually the vanish of Calvish to get that second kidney shot there onto Chun-Li. He thought he was safe after evasioning the first one. The second one does land. Luckily, Wealthy Man was there. Now Nuked under a ton of pressure. Gets gripped across the map here by Kearney. As Cloud9 looks to continue their assault. Blink from Wealthy Man gets punished with a kidney shot on Calvish. And now for the first time, we are seeing some pressure here on Wealthy Man. We look at mana, relatively even for both these priests. So this is the point in the game where maybe they want to consider looking for some drinks if they can to maintain for the long game.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that, as we are about to enter dampening in about 30 seconds from now. Still a big opportunity here onto Chun, potentially. Nice sheep, though, by Wealthy Man, and they're trying to turn it around. They get a Ring of Frost onto Kearney. Big damage with that combustion. Wealthy Man trying to chase down Nuke. You get a full blind onto Flop. Nuke in a full kidney. He's got no blink for this. Wealthy Man gets gouged, though, and he did have that alter time active. He will go back in time. Nicely done there by Nuke. And he will survive a very dangerous situation. But I gotta say, Cloud9 are landing more crowd control here comparatively to 3.5 men. And all of a sudden, you can see them. They just need to win one single game. They'll be able to get some big wins here in this series. So Cloud9 to really just keep their momentum rolling right now. Both mages with actually Nuked with no ice block, and Wealthyman still with both his cauterize and his ice block. So Nuked right now might proc his cauterize, and he might just go down here. They got a full sheep to Kearney. Can they protect the seed? Kearney doesn't have anything right now for the seed, and they crack it. And Cloud9, ladies and gentlemen, gets the 3-0 against 3.5 men. Their hopes of qualifying very much still alive. And now Team Liquid also with a great opportunity to climb the standings. This really shakes up North America.
That is a big win for Cloud9. I feel like they were critical of their plays at the beginning part of the circuit, felt kind of downtrodden, but they went back to the grindstone and came back sharper than ever here to beat what was considered the best rogue mage priest in North America, and besting the double outlaw that, let's be real, kind of just threw them around the last time they played against it. So this is a much improved Cloud9 here with their newly formed roster. They had to start off this entire thing in the cup stages with a new healer, with Cubsy going over to DPS, trying to figure out what comp would work for them in a meta that was not really great for the classes that they mained. So this is great progression for Cloud9 throughout this. Like, this was a confident win. You win this game still with Ice Block cauterized. Like, you are in the best position you could possibly be in. You win literally just as dampening starts. So honestly, a quick win in this matchup. So very impressive play from Cloud9 overall here today. I'm sure this is going to just continue to boost morale for them moving forward for the rest of the circuit.
So happy for Cloud9, and that's a 3-0 them as well. I mean, that's definitely crazy. I mean, would you say, you know, the fact that 3.5 men, they didn't even lock in their RMP in the blind pick tells me that they weren't confident in it to begin with, which I feel like is kind of surprising, Zico.
I don't think it's the lack of confidence in the RMP mirror. I think it's more like there's an old saying, I believe it was Swapsy who said it. I would rather play a matchup where I can play bad and win than play a matchup that's like 50-50 or 60-40. And I think for 3.5 men, they maybe observed some of Team Liquid's success, and they're like, wait, we could do that. We already have 2 out of 3, and our bench warmers obviously been playing Outlaw, so let's see what we can do here and try to get an early kind of cheesy win. Unfortunately for them, they try to do it against Wealthy Man, and even Team Liquid had some trouble taking down Wealthy Man. This guy is a tank. He's a tank, and he gets sheep. So it's the last guy you want to be doing this to. And all of a sudden, Cloud9, they kind of called their bluff, takes 2 wins, and after that, an RMP mirror, you know, anything can happen. If Cloud9 gets a lead and snowballs it, they'll just win. And that's kind of what happened in that last game. And 3.5 men as well, not as experienced, not been around for as long, maybe haven't been in that situation that often where they're down 0-2 and they need to, you know, really make it count on that last game. Whereas Cloud9, they have all the momentum. They already beat the scarier comp, so they're feeling good, and it showed.
Yeah, most certainly did. And also, you know, they are a team full of arena veterans. They've probably been in that situation that you're describing, Zico, multiple times. So well done to them. Hopefully 3.5 men can come back even stronger next weekend. KAWHI versus Novus is up next. We know KAWHI, you know, not much of a surprise. They had a pretty solid game yesterday. We were able to beat Cloud9. And then Novus, they had that lovely game with Polymore wearing a dress. So I am curious if we see him wearing that again or not. But that being said, we do have to go to a break, and when we come back, we will find out soon enough. So Novus versus KAWHI coming up soon. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are moving on in the North American region. It's KAWHI versus NOVUS up next. NOVUS, they won their first point yesterday in the circuit, and they are looking to get another one. However, we know that KAWHI Venruki is going to be no easy task for this team.
I mean, Kawhi's not going to be an easy task for anyone. In all honesty, I feel like this could be their most difficult opponent yet. I think out of all the teams so far, KAWHI has seemed, maybe Liquid as well, but KAWHI has seemed to be the one team that has come up with kind of an answer for RMP. You know, they could still lose, but their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin has just been kind of on a different level. I think a lot of the Rogue Mage teams have struggled with them. Brain on that Holy Paladin going to be holding it down, and that is the matchup we will be seeing for game number 1. KAWHI actually going to be leading with the Outlaw. They experimented a lot yesterday with the Assassination Rogue, but I think overall they just decided that Outlaw is going to be better for them, and that's what they're going to go with here in game number 1.
Yeah, we had some questions about that Asa Rogue, so I'm happy to see Drake on the Outlaw, able to get 2 wins yesterday with that. And now we are going to see the opener here. Fear onto Palomar, Cheap Shot onto Brain. And so far, it's going to be Prev actually pressuring Dopamine here. Dopamine popping the combustion, though, behind the pillar onto Drake. Smoke Bomb connects here. Big damage, but Drake seems to be completely fine. Not going to trade out his valuable human racial there for that Smoke Bomb. And Palomar is going to be the one getting pressured now. And also the Mage having multiple pressure points here. Blinding Light onto Wailor. Kidney Shot onto Prev. And they get any nice grip there on the Ring of Frost. Prev using his Trinket there to deny that crowd control, and Brain will come out now. Palomar taking big damage here as well. Drake now chasing down Dopamine. Can they keep up that pressure on Dopamine, or will he recover to full HP? They got a full blind here potentially for Wailor. Drake just needs to pull the trigger. Wailor tried to deft the blind there from range, not able to get it. And now, as a result, he is put in that crowd control. Drake early vanish with the sap potentially here. Will secure the sap. Palomar taking huge damage, and so is Dopamine. And they can just go after whoever they want. They silence Dopamine, going after him now. And Palomar with that vanish should be completely fine. Now finally going to reappear out of stealth. Cheap Shot into Chastise Fear onto Brain, going after Prev here. But still a lot of pressure on the Dopamine, a lot of pressure on the Palomar. Prev looking like he's going to be completely fine in the situation. Dropping to about half HP here. Needs to be careful. Can't cast any shadow spells there. Saved by the Light is going to proc Prev. He's going to catch a big heal. Symbols of Hope as well now used by Wailor. Dopamine should be okay here with that Ray of Hope. Should be able to get him back to full HP, and he will bounce back to full HP. Prev gonna survive a Kidney Shot here, most likely. Palomar getting put in the Kidney Shot. Prev catching some heals here as well in the back line. Silence, stun combo here potentially onto Wailor to get the stun, but no silence. And Dopamine trading out here with Prev. Both DPS here from all the DPS from both teams just having a field day here in the midfield, trying to get an edge. But so far, I would say it's pretty even. They get a silence with the Wailor, and Dopamine using his human racial there on the Kidney. Prev again in a Kidney. Cheap Shot onto Brain, but no follow-up on that Cheap Shot. Means Prev should survive here, and both teams continue swinging.
North America has been all about the KAWHI Empire. Who is going to overthrow their rule in this region? They're just a dominant team, just almost unstoppable. And Novus, the newcomers, are coming in to step up to the plate and give their best swing at this Tyrant team. Are they going to be able to outdo Brain on this Holy Paladin, even in a Holy Priest meta, staying true to his class here? Drake on Rogue and Prev on Shadow Priest. At the moment, they have good pressure on Prev in this position, but at the same time, they're turning it around with a stun onto Wailor, into a hammer, into a Quaking Palm, a bit of an overlap, but Drake is Kidney Shot. Dopamine has managed to escape this assault of KAWHI. Should stay alive. Noah swap onto Palomar with a Fear onto Wailor. Palomar immediately trading out cooldowns, Cloak of Shadows, and Feint on that swap. KAWHI just always remaining deadly at any moment.
Yeah, definitely at this point. But Prev in a little bit of trouble potentially. He does have a lot of his cooldowns left to work with. I would say right now NOVUS definitely in a little bit of trouble. Is going to be Dopamine getting low, but at the same time they're pressuring Prev. Get the Saved by the Light once again, I do believe. So yeah, good pressure, but at the same time now Prev looking to reverse it here on Palomar, who is in a full Kidney Shot, down to around 20% health, but collects the Ray of Hope from Wailor. The Psychic Core though, this is the extended crowd control chain. Could be a double kill. Dopamine and Palomar sub 10% health. Wailor gives a huge heal to Palomar, but Dopamine still in trouble. Finally, the crowd control subsides. Wailor is able to top everyone off, and now this is an opportunity for NOVUS to kind of strike back here a little bit. Getting a Mind Blast onto Dopamine. He's taking a huge hit of damage in just the middle of the map. Kitty shot right now on Prev. Do they have any CC for Whaler? Just waiting, kind of biding their time. Once they can get the CC on Whaler, that's when I think they have a really good opportunity to get that ice block here from Dopamine. The Hammer of Justice does land. Here is the push. A full Psychic Horror, or a full Psychic Scream. Master Spell, is he going to land it? There's Master Spell, as well as the Cauterize. This is a huge push from KAWHI. Dopamine on the run. It looks like he will be okay, but they get some major objectives out of the way and are one step closer to taking down this mage.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Novus right now. Dopamine stuck in a kidney shot. They have a silence with the Whaler. I think that's going to be it. They blind Drake. The pod tender gets the Ray of Hope. Will they keep it alive? That is the question. Whaler actually getting crowd control. It could be a negative Ray here. And Dopamine will come back to life. They will protect the seed. But still, another cooldown there of the checklist. Dopamine has literally nothing. Whaler's mana also close to 0 right now. If Novus is going to win, they need to make something happen quickly. We've seen them in this situation against the Golden Guardians yesterday, being able to pull off a win in this situation. So it's not completely out of the left field here, and they will force out the bubble from Brain here with that combustion swap. But now Dopamine with the alter time, alters back, Whaler in a full Hammer of Justice. This could just be the end of the match here, and Dopamine knows it. He's running for dear life. He gets silenced. Drake connects with the kidney shot, and Dopamine gets absolutely blasted there behind the pillar. And unfortunately for Whaler, he's not able to connect with that Guardian Spirit because of that positioning. And just a great game overall from KAWHI. Really not using that many cooldowns in this matchup. Winning on mana, winning on pressure, and just a dominant performance.
The Novus fleet is blocked pass here. KAWHI's defense still looking as good as ever. Is this going to signal a composition change? Like, what is going to happen here? Because really, other than that Divine Shield when they had nothing left, it did not seem like they got anything of substance done here in game number 1. KAWHI outclassing Novus here in game 1. And you'll see that here in the replay. Look at the cooldown situations. Like, they even get a dispersion from Prev at any point in this game. They still have dispersion. They still have evasion, sacrifice, another blessing of protection, a huge mana lead. They're pushing aggressive, getting cross CC, master smelling ice blocks. Like, it is completely a KAWHI game here in game number 1. And they were desperate towards the end to try and swap. This is when the Wild Seed survived that Ray of Hope, getting huge value, just immuning all damage, pausing all healing. And Whaler was actually somehow able to get healing into it, that it came to life despite being crowd controlled during that time, which maybe could have given them a second chance. And with that second chance, they tried to go after the Paladin in a Hail Mary, and Brain, what I deemed as the most difficult Paladin in the game to kill, blocks it with the Divine Shield and charges forward for a Hammer of Justice. And with that Hammer of Justice, Dopamine gets stunned behind the pillar. Honestly, kind of a misposition on his part. Whaler tried to compensate by blinking in, but could not get there in time. And KAWHI are going to close it out. So it looks like a KAWHI game. Like, could be a 3-0 here. So let's see if Palomar shakes anything up here in terms of composition or specs or strat.
I mean, what really could he do? We could see him go on the subtlety rogue, but we haven't seen many RMPs find success against their team. I think it's really likely Whaler, Dopamine, Palomar kind of just stick with the same thing. Try to just play a little bit cleaner. But yeah, Brain, Prev, and Drake have been kind of a brick wall for a lot of these RMPs. Having a really close series yesterday, but ultimately pulling out ahead. And I'm curious to see how far can they take this composition. And also what this kind of means for the Golden Guardians. I kind of wonder if, with the success we're seeing from KAWHI on the Paladin Shadowpriest Rogue, if that's something we need to see from Golden Guardians in the future as well. Maybe we'll see that in their series upcoming today, because so far this has been the only team with this composition that has looked actually pretty convincing into RMP out of anything we've seen so far.
Yeah, KAWHI is kind of the RMP slayers here in North America, and having Drake on that Outlaw Rogue seems to be kind of enough. Before they used that Asa Rogue, but now Drake, the Outlaw Rogue just looks really, really clean, looks unstoppable. And in that game, I think it was just a KAWHI show. And I think maybe we'll see Novus try the sub. The sub, it's going to give them more offense, less defense on the Rogue. So we might see the Rogue get taken down if they swap. Or they might just try another Outlaw game. But they definitely need to get some kind of more pressure. It felt like for the longest time they were just being punching bags essentially in that match. They're going to go to Tolvir Arena. Why going to lock in the same thing immediately. And now we'll see what Novos decides to do here. Tolvir, maybe we'll see Nazam. But I don't know. We haven't seen any Warlocks just yet since the changes. I don't think we've seen a single Warlock. So we'll see if Nazam gets tagged in or if they're just kind of bluffing and they just want the big map here.
I think Economics tried it. They tried Rogue Druid lock. It didn't really work out for them. But for some reason, this comp as a demo lock, like a demo mage lock, I feel like you could do well into Shadow Priest Rogue on a big map.
Gonna be the
I like to see it. I want to see demo. I think it's like the one spec right now that people are. I know I keep saying it. I said that about Shaman too, but after playing with a lot of Demonology Warlocks this last week, like I really think it has a lot of potential. You have a lot of stuns. You're very durable compared to the other Warlock specs. The one kind of weakness you have is going to be that your pet can die. But I feel like if you're really, really good at managing your pet and resummoning it with your Eye of Kilrog, like yeah, it can live. I mean, we don't really necessarily have to talk about that right now because I don't think we're going to see many Warlocks here today. But I do think it's one of those specs that could be played in the future.
Alamar went sub. He's mixing it up. I think they want to be more aggressive. Like they were originally a sub RMP coming into this, right? A lot of teams shifted to outlaw after finding it. So this is playing into the strengths of what they've got together as a team and what they've got practiced. So it's going to be a major play factor for them. And let's see if their aggression is going to be enough to penetrate KAWHI's defense here in game number 2 on Tolvaron.
Yeah, I like this. Just Novo's style is that aggressive RMP, and that's what we saw in the cups early on as well. The kind of before the outlaw era, it really came into full effect, and they were doing pretty good with it. You know, setting up swaps. We saw it yesterday as well against the Golden Guardians, literally in the same matchup, but with the Shaman healer, of course, instead of the Paladin. So. Quite a difference there, but we've seen them have success with this. They just need to get those big setups. And what I like when Novus plays the sub is that they go after multiple targets. So in the opener, we might see a kidney shot onto Brain. They might commit some damage there and then just sheep him off the kidney shot and go after Prev or somebody else. So they're gonna need to be unpredictable here and try to catch KAWHI off guard with that sub burst. The question is, can they do it? KAWHI being backed up by Brain might be hard to kind of trick him with those swaps, but we'll see if they can pull it off here.
Very excited to see the aggression. This is what I love from Novus. Just play into what got you here in the first place, right? It was just steamrolling people in really fast wins. It's been really clutch from them. That's how they beat Golden Guardians. That's how they even beat Team Liquid in the cup stages the time that they met. So just all-out aggression. They're sending the Venthyr Priest, like, just full aggro, break through this defense, force KAWHI to make a change here, playing to what you've practiced. Just getting slowly grinded down in that last game made me think that they're not going to be able to play an outlaw game in this series and win a match. So here we go. They're going to step up to the plate once again with a complete switch of gears. How is their aggression going to be met by KAWHI? Are they ready?
That really is going to be the question. Let's see if they can break through the brick wall that is KAWHI. Their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, just a lot of defensive cooldowns, and also their aggression. It's just such well-timed crowd control. They pick these moments to just play really, really aggro, and Whaley's going to have to deal with that. I mean, we see some disruption as well. All more on that subtlety rogue. Let's see what he decides to do. It's a cheap shot on Brain. Prev trying to disrupt. Got a Chastise on Drake, the double fear. Who are they going after? A full blind now going after Drake. Drake is going to get the Blessing of Protection, so it's going to be Brain tricketing. Trading out the Blessing of Protection to keep Drake alive, but they're just pushing through. Now full polymorph on Brain. Are we going to see a Master Spell here by Prev? I really like that setup by Novos, and they get some early cooldowns here from KAWHI.
That's exactly what we were talking about. First setup onto Brain, fear him, and swap it over onto Drake and continue that pressure that we just saw. And now they cheap shot onto Brain, another cheap shot onto Brain. They're actually going after Brain right now, taking decent damage here. He's got the Divine Favor. We've seen Brain in these situations just send it. Kind of risky plays, but it has worked out for him in the past. Blinding Light coming out here. Big setup onto Dopamine. Can they get anything out of it, though? They get a Fear onto Whaler. They have a Silence. They have a Panda Racial onto Whaler. Dopamine might proc here. Whaler, I think, might have used his IQD there to break out and connect that Ray of Hope. There's a Siphon, but Dopamine's still going to get full HP. They're swapping to Brain here. Big damage. Mind Control coming in. Mind Games there as well onto Brain, but Brain will survive without using that Divine Shield or a Blessing of Protection, which are the key objectives that Novus were pushing for. So they get denied there on their setup. And now it is going to be KAWHI once again looking to get aggressive on Dopamine. He's going to use his human racial to break out of a stun. And Drake just going to be line of sighting, take that trade. And actually using his Vanish there, resetting some of his cooldowns, gets a cheap shot onto Palomar. And now Brain in a kidney shot. They're going after him. Tricks of the trade onto Dopamine. He's doing a lot of damage here. Full blind though onto Whaler. And KAWHI trying to turn things around here. Brain ready to back him up potentially with a Hammer of Justice. And Dopamine in a lot of trouble. There's an easy Ice Block. Master Spell coming out there with the Aura Mastery. And Dopamine not out of the woods yet. And they get him back up before that Cauterize procs. Whaler connecting with a couple of big heals. Dopamine is going to stay in his line of sight there. And Dopamine will survive another setup there. But slowly but surely, it's reminding me a little bit of what's going on in game number 1. And Novus, they need to make something happen. You need to get a Divine Shield or something from Brain here. He drops Ninja. Is Brain wearing the Prot Legendary? I think that was the Prot Legendary proccing for Brain and saving him rather from using that Divine Shield.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You got an Outlaw Rogue, that's not going to be a target. A Shadow Priest, that's not going to be a target. So where the tank legendary is the Paladin, and you got 3 tanks on your team, I think that makes a lot of sense here for his side. That was a heads-up move, because that was easily a Divine Shield or death if he wasn't wearing it. But another setup, Divine Shield netted this time. Master Spell! Nice play by Whaler! They get the Void Shift from Prev. These all ends on Brain now finally getting some value, but it might be too little too late. Dopamine is left floundering in midfield. His Cauterize is proc. He's burning down rapidly. Is the Guardian Spirit going to be enough to maintain him? 1 second left of the CC chain. Another second left on the CC chain. Whaler gets the Ray of Hope and should get some big heals in a moment here, connecting that Serenity into Dopamine. Going to be going back to full health, giving them another chance to go after Brain. They're going to proc his Prot Legendary again, I think, at this moment, as he dips very low. They proc it around the corner as he turns into the Guardian of Ancient Kings. Now with that proc out of the way, they can swap again. He's been greedy with his trinkets, though. He's got another bop to break a stun, another trinket to break a stun, and his team is still building momentum. It's their turn to counter-attack as Prev is moving in. He pre-Fey Guardian's Brain on the kidney, so he's taking 40% less damage. Nice play by Prev with that Shadow Priest utility. Brain's just easily going to survive that swap, not have to use any other cooldowns because of that play. Now they dismantle Drake. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to push to close the game. They have Silence. They're going for the Silence. Psyfiend is coming up soon. They're trying to overrun Dopamine in game 2 and move to match point. The grappling hook in, connect the kidney shot. Whaler's dodging crowd control from Prev at the pillar, but now he's caught into a kidney. Prev's caught in a cheap shot by Palomar, trying to slow him down, but Whaler's into the blinding light, still crowd controlled for another second as Dopamine blinks away, desperately polymorphing Drake. They stun up Brain. They're going for the kill. Do they have enough damage to take him out here? Mind Games connects, and Brain is going to respect the swap, use a Blessing of Protection, break out of the stuns, and continue to line of sight. Dopamine first aiding across the field, knows that he needs to stay away whenever they have no stun returns, even just sitting down to drink and eat and recover. They still might have a miracle opportunity to take out Brain. I think it's at least 2 more stuns, though. 1 to get his trinket and then 1 to get the kill. Do they have enough time with such limited mana on Whaler and defense on Dopamine, though, to get those 2 attempts? Maybe it's 1 attempt if Brain makes a mistake here, though. They're pushing forward in midfield. They've polymorphed Drake. They're trying to dogpile on top of Brain. He pre-Fleshcraft. He's got a big shield here. Can they cut through the shield and get the kill? Drake is still polyed up. Prev is trying to do what he can here. Defensive blind onto Dopamine from Drake. They know they need to protect that trinket. It's vital for Brain. So defensive blind here was key to keeping Brain's defensive cooldowns. Now they get more time on the clock. It's still another 2, maybe 3 setups away for them to be able to win this game. And Whaler's totally tapped. He's in a Hammer of Justice. 25 seconds on the ice block. Dopamine on the run. Dragon's breathing away Drake. Chastising Drake in desperation to stay alive. Fearing Drake in desperation. He dispels him and he goes for the kill. And KAWHI are likely moving to match point if Whaler gets a Ray of Hope, though. They bomb the Ray of Hope. And there is no hope. Actually, it was Palomar's bomb at the end of the game to try and protect the Wild Seed, but it is not enough. Whaler's tapped on mana, and KAWHI's defense continues to remain uncontested.
I mean, they just made such intelligent decisions. This team is just so prepared. Going for that legendary, it paid off huge. I think it was like 2 times where he would have just outright died if he didn't have it available. And the way they kind of stall for it, even I feel like he baited them to go on him at the beginning, trading out his trinket and a Blessing of Protection in order to keep Drake alive. Perhaps gave Novus this sense that they could go after. So here's the beginning of the game where he trades out his trinket and the Blessing of Protection. And I was thinking, okay, well, this makes a lot more sense now that I know he has the Guardian Legendary on, because they go after him, he's going to have that kind of safety net. And it's just a slow kind of attrition. where KAWHI is able to just live. They do these rinse repeat setups, where maybe they can win in one of those setups, but the consistent pressure they put out as well is also what just pulls them ahead. This is a beautiful Master Spell by Whaler, causing a bit of a panic there. Divine Shield as well as the life swap, but that seemed like it was absolutely needed. So good backup there by Prev, and they kind of just continue the pressure on Dopamine. Dopamine barely surviving here with this Cauterize, as well as that Guardian Spirit. And I mean, as this game just marched on, you can see that Whaler, he has no mana.
Look at Prev. Look at Prev.
Really, yeah.
Right there.
Wait, what
He
happened?
The blind. He deft the blind.
Okay. Yeah, so he deaths the blind. Honestly, Polymorph's trying so hard to connect to Brain, and he's not able to. Like, if we look back at that exact moment, Polymorph's is going back and forth, back and forth. Brain is just line of sighting him on the pillar, and I think Polymorph took himself out of the game for like 12 seconds there, 13, 14 seconds. Meanwhile, his mage just going down. So definitely a bit of an unfortunate circumstance, but yeah, some really beautiful plays coming in from KAWHI.
Yeah, honestly, both teams putting on a bit of a show there, and it just goes to show that, you know, Novus actually, against most Rogue Shadow Priest Paladins there, they will get the kills. You know, they had clean setups, but just Brain, he's just prepared. He knows it's just KAWHI in general. You know, you got Prev playing, you know, Megalomania, playing really offensive when he knows he's not going to be the target, and then when he is going to be the target, he's playing more defensive-oriented build. And then you got Drake being aggressive, playing Assassination, playing Outlaw, whatever he needs. And then you got Brain as well, knowing when he's the target, he's always prepared with that legendary. What were you going to say, Van? It looks like you lit up like a light bulb.
Yeah, I did. Because I was going to say one thing. I was actually going to mention it last match. This is just really good time. We're going to get the new map. So there's a new map available, the Enigma Crucible. We haven't seen it this weekend yet. And I'm really excited that it was picked here by Novus to put it on display, because I actually really like it. I think this is like one of my favorite maps after playing it. So I'm glad it's in play. It's a bit of a smaller map. I believe there's actually 4 pillars, 2 large ones, 2 small ones, 2 large ones, a bit of a smaller playing field in general. But yeah, some interesting line of sight you can pull off. We'll have to see how Novus decides to kind of implement this map to try to find success.
Put KAWHI in an awkward position, right? Get them in unfamiliar territory. Like, that's the best they can hope for, is try and mix it up here against KAWHI. How many games do they have on this? Are they going to be in the right spot at the right time? What I've noticed on this map is that the big pillars, it's basically 3 small ones put together, and there's little corners on each side of it, so you can get stuck in a spot where you might be out of line even on the same side of the pillar. And as Rogue Mage Priest, like, you can really exploit that type of line of sight. So I'm imagining Novus stay with the same comp. It was the most potential we've seen from them so far with these setups onto the Paladin. And they've just got to get better cross CC and remove Drake and Prev when they're setting up on Brain so they can't assist them. If they're getting blinded on their go, like, that was not a good go. They need 3 members in CC every time, and then I could see them winning this game.
Yeah, Novus going to have to be clean with it, and they are going to go with the sub. And what are you curious to see, Ben?
I was going to say I'm curious to see if they're going to go with the sub or the outlaw. So, questions answered. Not curious anymore. It's going to be the subtlety rogue. And I think I kind of wonder. It seemed like even though Brian was running that legendary, going after him seemed like their best chance of success. Like, there's a lot of scary moments in the match, so it's more cooldowns that they have to get through. But it seems like if they can do those setups really, really often, eventually they might be able to kind of find a hole that they can punch through.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's if they're playing the sub, they got to do what they did that in that last game during the opener, going after Brain, swapping to Drake, blinding Brain, continuing the chain, you know, swapping between multiple targets, keeping them guessing. And I think that's exactly how they find those holes when Brain is unsure. Okay, Prev has no dispersion. He could go down. I could also go down. You know, once you get to that situation, that's when mistakes are going to happen. And that's when you can kind of accelerate the game and grab a win. With that said, though, Novus is on match point right now. They've selected the Enigma Crucible, and we'll see if they can turn things around here, or if this is just going to be a 3-0 for KAWHI. KAWHI just on a tear right now here in North America, and they're looking to just remain unstoppable. Can they do it? The gates of the Enigma Crucible are about to open here for the first time in AWC. Let's see if they can pull it off, Sid.
First time Enigma Arena is going to be the first time KAWHI lose here. as they're going to be tested against the aggression of Novus once again. They're pushing towards the pillar of KAWHI, waiting to get crowd control, sap on Brain. They're getting in position. Whaler gets sapped on his way in, though, and he's not going to be able to get his mind games off, which is critical to the opener. It's just going to be Rogue and Mage. Drake is in position to peel. Chastise now onto Drake, trying to keep the aggression going here, but honestly, they did not net what they needed to with that start. Only Divine Protection from Brain. No major cooldowns. They swapped to Drake, though. They don't go for cross on Brain. I feel like that could have been a trinket from Brain if they had a blind on him there. They got Drake so low. So the crowd control is botched a bit here by Novus, and now they're getting cut down. Palomar at half health, having to use Cloak of Shadows, desperately trying to assist his team by stunning Prev. They set up fear on Drake. They're chasing down Brain. He knows it. He's running back behind the pillar. He's gotten a Chastise for his team to get on top of him, but Dopamine's still a bit behind. He gets blinded on his bust. Trinket's out to go for the kill. Brain's getting a Blessing of Protection and Aegis, and line of sight the spell still here. And the Blessing of Protection, more than a fair trade, still has 3 more breakers with his Medallion, Divine Shield, and his Bop, and with the Void Shift from Prev. So 4 more goes at least for Novus. Right now they're being pressured down here with Drake chasing after Dopamine. He's just going to kite towards the outskirts of the map. We don't see many teams actually playing on this part of the map that I've seen on the ladder. He's like pulling just out into these wide open corners. They're going to CC Drake out in the open. This is a really clean setup in terms of crowd control. And Prev actually trinkets. Not to trinket with his Void Shift. He trinkets to fear. So his trinket does stop a go, but typically you're expecting the trinket Void Shift. And it looks like Palomar is trying to ascend, realizing maybe it was the secret weapon, his dress from yesterday, to be the Golden Guardians, but I'm not sure. Palomar's just going to flop here. He's 1% health with Ray of Hope active. It looks like it's positive right now with that Crimson Vial healing into it. Manages to pop him back up to full, but Drake is chasing him down in stealth, dismantling him, preventing him from peeling him while he's building up some damage towards him. Dopamine's trying to poly Drake, and Drake's just line of sighting him here at the singular pillar. They walk and stun each other. Not very often you see rogues actually land a stun like that at the same time on each other. Palomar is just getting beaten up right now by KAWHI. Wow, just got destroyed. KAWHI take it 3-0.
I mean, KAWHI, to me, this team is just so impressive. I mean, they make this composition work. The Shadow Priest Rogue with the Paladin, Brain is just absolutely a monster. And this team reminds me a lot of KUNGARNA. It just seems like they don't really make mistakes. Defensively, there's rarely any overlaps. Their crowd control offensively is rarely ever overlapped. Like, all 3 members are just playing super well defensively, offensively. You can tell they have good communication, and they've been the only team. The only team that I've been convinced that can actually go toe-to-toe with these RMPs is KAWHI. And yeah, they look really, really good in this series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. KAWHI right now looking like the team to beat, as it has been for a couple of years now. And we're going to see that final setup here. And I got to say, Novus here, they've had a rough start to this match. They broke the sheep on Prev when they were going after Brain. They didn't have a crowd control on Brain when they went after Drake. And they've just fallen so far behind. They haven't forced anything. And Palomar here pushes in, but Prev immediately clotheslines with the disarm there on his healer. And he's already low. There's no ray of hope. They're just too far behind to make anything happen. And that's the problem with sub RMP. If you get a bad opener and then your second go is bad as well, you're just super far behind. And it's a comp that thrives off momentum. You get a good opener, you force somebody's trinket. Then after that, maybe you swap to that person, you blind somebody else, or you blind the person that you can open Brain, force his trinket, blind him, and go after somebody else. And then later, 2 people don't have a trinket. You have a smoke bomb. You can find a win that way. Or just with another setup, but there weren't really any openings in this match because the start was bad, and just in general their setups didn't really net anything. And KAWHI are going to take mistakes like that and just snowball it into a win right away.
Absolutely. They're so good at just finding those moments of opportunity and completely capitalizing on them. So KAWHI winning that match 3-0. Novus, unfortunately, not able to continue on with that winning streak that they were able to start yesterday. But, when we speak to this team, they're always a team that says they kind of just are here for fun. They signed up for fun originally. They kept finding that success in the early cups, and they were able to qualify for the circuit. So one thing's for certain, I feel like it's obvious on camera as well that Novus is having a good time. So we'll see how they do in the remaining cups and if they can maybe get some more points moving forward. But one thing's for sure is that KAWHI still remains undefeated, and they're going to continue on with that consistency that we are used to seeing them perform at. So up next, though, we've got a pretty big matchup. It's Golden Guardians, who had a loss against Novus actually yesterday, and Team Liquid. Do you think then we're going to see Double Outlaw again?
I think we could, honestly. I mean, Team Liquid's double outlaws look the best we've seen from really any team. I think at this point they can kind of pick whatever they want, because Golden Guardians has struggled with Rogue Mage Priest. Team Liquid's Rogue Mage Priest with Samayam and Trill also looking really solid. So, and not just that, but Team Liquid also has cleave compositions. They do have Mez. There's different cleave options that they can run as well that Golden Guardians has traditionally struggled with in the past. So I don't know. I don't know what this blind pick is going to look like. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the double outlaw, but there's a lot of options here for Team Liquid. And I think for the Golden Guardians, I think they're going to go with the Shadow Priest Rogue. I really do. I think that's what they're going to be leading with in game number 1.
I definitely would like to see it. So we're going to head to a break before we can find out what exactly these teams do bring out to a blind. So we will see you guys very shortly. Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid coming up next.
leader of the team is me. I'm the leader of the team. Peekaboo is not the leader of the team. This guy can never be on time. He's getting food. He hasn't slept well, so he's going to take a nap. He's in line getting coffee, or sometimes he just doesn't even answer. So I'm not afraid to play a perfect game.
They're doing a YOLO swap on the red. He gets stunned on his trinket again. Absterge with these KO stuns back to back.
I think that's always been something that over the years where I want to play the absolute best. And I don't think the perfect game necessarily exists, but I'm not afraid to try to get to that point.
Big swap on Saji. Get in the water. Take the main get. Peekaboo gets peeled away. Jazz holds on. Find the seam. Advance. 5 more seconds. He needs 5 more seconds. 4 more seconds. 3 more seconds. Not going to do it. The Gosu crew are making it.
I think what helps WoW feel exciting to me is these tournaments. We're just kind of this amazing force, if you will.
No damage coming out of the Gosu crew. What just happened? The Gosu crew making moves.
I think a lot of the times people kind of get in their head about being angry at certain things or complaining. But I think one thing that the whole move community aspires to do and to be is just to enjoy themselves. And I think when I log on, I try to make sure that whatever I'm doing, I'm having the most fun with it. You always know, I feel like, when you watch our team that you're going to have a fun series to watch.
I mean, that's a good question that Peekaboo brings up. Like, can water expire?
From what? I think the container that keeps the water can expire. Like if you buy bottled water, for example, it has an expiration date, and I think it's because the water breaks up the chemicals in the bottle after a certain amount of time, and then it leaks into the water and it becomes undrinkable. I don't think water itself can expire.
All right. Well,
I
there
don't
you
know.
go.
I'm not
There
an
you
expert.
go, Peekaboo. Hopefully he's listening. But that was an awesome video made by the WoW esports team on Absterge, who we will be seeing play up next. It's Golden Guardians facing off against Team Liquid here very shortly. We're kind of getting into it just a little bit before we headed to break. There's definitely a wild card for both of these teams of what exactly it is that they're going to be bringing out to the blind pick in the first game here. Neither of these teams are really dedicated to the comp of the week right now, RMP. So there's really a lot of options that they could be sorting through here, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both of these teams, they have some things that they can work with, but I mean, look at the stats right here.
Yeah,
Team
the
Liquid
O2.
5-0 against the Golden Guardians in matches, and 15 out of 17 games. And these are when you look at that Absterge video when they're fighting at BlizzCon and stuff, these teams were neck and neck a couple of years back, but Liquid have kind of found their stride. They're having, I would say, their best performance in some time now so far in this circuit, and the Golden Guardians kind of having their worst performance so far, I would say. So for Golden Guardians, this would be a big win for them to pick up. And also, we saw 3.5 Men earlier lose, and they're kind of one of the teams that, at the top, they're competing for those top standings. Well, so is Team Liquid. So 3.5 Men right now, they're wearing the Golden Guardians merch. They're shouting the move in the chat, and they want them to win so that they can kind of tie up that scoreline as well.
Most definitely. Let's see what they can do here. Team Liquid definitely on a roll, but Golden Guardians looking to make that comeback here in the circuit against Team Liquid, a team that they've historically had kind of, trouble against. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table here in game number 1.
All right, blind pick's going to be everything here in game number 1. Team Liquid has a command. This is what I'm talking about. Here comes the cleave. Here comes Trill on the Windwalker Monk. This excites me. But this is interesting. Golden Guardians, they're taking a page from KAWHI. They're going to be Absterge on that Paladin, Peekaboo on the Outlaw Rogue, and the cleaves are something Golden Guardians have really struggled with in the past, but Trill could be kind of a vulnerability here on that Windwalker Monk. Let's see what Peekaboo is going to be able to get done. Yeah,
this is kind of... I mean, you called it, Ven. You said we might see Lord Mez tagged in, and we might see some kind of cleave. You can't forget Team Liquid. This is what they were known for. They're not really known as an RMP team. It's just them adapting to recent times here, and it's going to be awesome, actually, to see some DK representation coming in here from the Lord himself. And of course, Trill as well on his Windwalker. WizK probably not too happy seeing this composition when the gates open.
Yeah.
And I think Team Liquid actually kind of dodging a bullet here, because you can see the Golden Guardians. We were complaining about the rest of the Shaman pick yesterday. Absturge here with the Holy Paladin, and we saw KAWHI make some quick work out of RMPs with that Holy Paladin. So I think it's a good pick for the Golden Guardians, but also a good kind of read from Team Liquid.
Why is WizK a gnome? Like, what matchup was he expecting that gnome would be good? Like, I mean, he gets out of Chains of Ice, I guess he might, but he's got Paladin. Why is he gnome? He's got Blessing of Freedom.
Gnomes are awesome.
I mean, I guess, but...
Is he a mecha?
Oh, no. I feel like I've seen this episode before. WizK caught in a leg sweep immediately. Mez just gunning him down. Oh, man. Is he going to get overwhelmed and just die in the opener? They're just gunning for his life right now. The Gnome Shadow Priest, Kyrian, trying to make a play here in game number 1 against Team Liquid, and he is just going to have a pain train all over him throughout. We've seen Windwalkers be the kryptonite of WizK, and Trill knows that's his weakness, locking it in game 1. Nice grip on the kidney here by Sidu onto Trill. This is the boon of Ascended by WizK. I feel like I've literally only ever seen Kyrian S Priest in maybe like an Anbani meme YouTube video. So I feel like Kyrian Shadow Priest is like, I don't know what he's thinking. He's a gnome. He's Kyrian. Like, what is this game 1?
I thought he was playing auto stun. I was like, okay, well, he just gets one shot by spinning crane kick. If he has the auto stun, he might be able to survive, but he's not even playing that. So playing the Soul Steel clamps instead. Let's see what they can get done. There's going to be a Psy Fiend on Trill. Mez not killing it off, just going for the blind here on WizK, the blinding sleet. What can they get done? Looks like Mez and Trill just going to continue to go after WizK. He's playing a gnome. Freedom does get dispelled. Sidu putting out a lot of pressure, but WizK still has the Void Shift. He still has the Dispersion if he needs it. Often just trade it out on that spinning crane kick. That was not the Keepers, and that was not the Bone Dust Brew. So I can't help but feel like WizK may have overreacted to that situation, and now Trill might just have the ability to one-shot him.
Oh, Trill is going for it right now. They have this. They don't have a sacrifice. They have the Blessing of Protection, though. Absturge in a paralyzed. WizK might just get dusted. Absturge trinkets out, realizing what's going to happen, but he gets stunned on the trinket, and he bubbles out, but it's too late. Mez with another clean dragon. You love to see it. We were talking a little bit yesterday about Frost DKs, and Mez is like, oh, you called? Well, here's a triple stun, and they're going to take the game immediately here on the side of Team Liquid. And the Golden Guardians definitely not going to be too happy about that. They were maybe expecting an RMP to come out there, and Team Liquid showing that they have layers and layers of different compositions to pick from.
Yeah, get off the Kyrian Shadow Priest. What were they expecting in game 1? Like double outlaw, I guess? Maybe. Like what is Boot of Ascendant gonna... Yeah, why is it... What is going on? And this is the WizK I'm used to seeing when there's a Windwalker in the game, just always running for his life, just hoping there's a chance to do something, and then just immediately dead, just completely knocked out. Trill rolls over, spinning crane kick. You've seen it before. Fist of Fury flying in onto WizK, and he's just gonna get dunked here with a paralyze over onto Absturge as he trinkets into a dragon stun. Like, I mean, Mez is a key player
So
when he's needed on that Death Knight, which isn't very often, but into the Golden Guardians, like, he is just a menace. He's the big bad wolf for Golden Guardians whenever they see Mez and Trill in the arena together.
Yeah, their head-to-head this year now is 16-2 in terms of matchups, so bit of catch-up going to be needed here by WizK, Absturge, and Peekaboo. I honestly think the main adaptation we're going to be seeing, like if Trill, Mez, and Sidu lock in the Windwalker Death Knight once again, I think we're going to see Peekaboo on the Assassination Rogue. So I think we'll see the Night Phase Shadow Priest and the Assassination Rogue. That's going to give them a lot more of a punch to actually go after Trill in the match, but I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what their plan was here for game number 1, but obviously it didn't work out, and Team Liquid with their cleave is looking really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Team Liquid, the question now remains, what are you going to do here in the blind pick? Because they have, we said it, they have a lot of comps to pick from here. Do they want to go again with the Windwalker DK? Do they want to plan the RMP, use Windwalker DK when they know it's RPS? There is, some things that they need to consider on the side of Golden Guardians. We've seen them play, with their own mage on their roster. We've seen Whiskey playing mage, we've seen Jellybeans playing mage. We've also seen Jellybeans tagged in on his hunter, rogue hunter, things like that. And they are going to blind it and say, well, forces off of it. And now we'll see what the Golden Guardians decide to do here. Could go with a different style, bringing in a mage, bringing in a hunter, or going like Ben said with the assassination rogue. They have some options here. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, maybe they
Ret
go
Hunter was
Thugleaf.
their answer. I
Thugleaf,
think
yeah.
Ret Hunter was their answer. Why don't they just Ret Hunter like they used to in the Cleaves?
I mean, they have to have it practiced first of all, but I would say, they could just log on the red. Maybe Whiskey doesn't have it set up. I'm not sure, but yeah, could be good. Maybe. I think I want to just see the Outlaw Rogue with the Hunter. I think would be what I would like to see the most with Absurge on.
No, didn't we see that? No, we saw that, and Supatis called it. What did you call it? Like a thug cleave meat grinder or something like that.
Yeah.
We saw it on
Walking
Ruins of
Thug into
Lordran
this
during
team, yeah, they got AoE'd to death and died immediately.
Yeah, they
That
died
doesn't mean
instantly
that that's
on
how the
Ruins.
matchup is always supposed to play out, though. You know, they might have a chance.
I mean, Whiskey
Really?
just got destroyed instantly again by a Windwalker. I feel like history is repeating itself here. If the Golden Guardians keep doing this,
It's kind
what
of
was that win-loss record? 17 to
It's
2,
16 to 2
something?
right now.
16 to 2. Like, what are your 2 wins? What were the 2 wins?
Yeah.
Get play whatever you won the 2 wins with, I guess, because
It's
that's a lot of losses.
It's kind of crazy that Team Liquid has been able to reliably play Windwalker Death Knight into Golden Guardians for the whole expansion. Like this is just
3
it.
years.
Yeah,
I
just
feel like.
play Windwalker Death Knight and that's it. And Golden Guardians, they haven't really had an answer. The one time they looked pretty good was the Ret Hunter.
Yeah.
Holy Priest.
Oh, it's back. It's Hunter too. Maybe it's okay. Outlaw Rogue is a lot tankier. Did they play Outlaw Thug when they played last time? Was it?
I think they
was
did,
it
actually.
Outlaw
I want
MM.
to say yes.
Was it Holy Priest too?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, they're either gonna get AoE to death immediately, or they're gonna one-shot someone. There's no way this game doesn't end almost immediately. Okay, like either Trill is erased from the face of the earth by jelly beans, or the entirety of Golden Guardians are being
Is this a
sucked into
sub-2-minute game?
vortex. Yeah, I think
100%,
so.
right? I think
There's
so
no
too.
way. It's way too volatile. Like the Hunter and the Monk are way too squishy for the types of damage that are coming at them. That yeah, this is over quick. And gonna
It's a
be
big
dirty.
map though. I'm thinking 3-minute game.
I'm
Okay.
thinking
Is that not a quick game when you got 15-minute game? Is a 3-minute game not a quick game? What's a
3
quick
minutes
It
game?
is.
quick,
It is a quick game.
You think it's
3
gonna
seconds?
last 2 touch of karmas? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they could also go after Maz with disarm.
Yeah.
They could stun him into disarms as well. There is like both teams have targets that they can one shot, but Team Liquid they can one shot multiple targets at the same time, whereas Golden Guardians can't really do that. And I think that's where the kind of discrepancy happens because Holy Priest, you're gonna Ray of Hope one guy, give him a Guardian Spirit, he's gonna be fine, but what about the other guy who's dying to Chill Streak and all the cleave damage and getting hit by the dragon and just taking AoE damage from the spinning crane kicks? And that can be tough if they're going after Jelly Beans. Peekaboo needs to go after the DPS, and then he's in cleave range. So it could go either way, but I think Team Liquid wouldn't mind this too much.
I don't think they mind it that much. I feel like Team Liquid are pretty happy seeing that the Golden Guardians still have the same options that have only worked 2 games out of 17. I feel like Team Liquid's pretty happy right now, and Team Liquid want to keep that win streak here so they can hide. I think with KAWHI at the moment, are they both undefeated? Am
Yeah.
I think so. Yep.
I think they're actually both undefeated if Team Liquid wins here. I think
KAWHI's
KAWHI is
played one less
behind a
game.
week.
Yeah, they
KAWHI's
are.
played
They're
one
down
less
one
game.
match.
So, but they're still undefeated. Both of them are still undefeated technically if Team Liquid takes this year. So can the Golden Guardians spin it around? It would be cool if they did it with Thug Cleave, like in the video that we saw at Legion, because that comp seemed like it came out of nowhere for them in that year as well. And I don't think anyone expected them to beat Method Black in that tournament. The same way that I don't think many people are expecting them to beat Windwalker DK here. So, are they going to be able to do it with the Hunter Rogue here? Classic Jelly Beans Peekaboo fashion. I'm wondering when Jelly Beans is going to start learning Outlaw. Because Peekaboo and Jelly, like if they both play double outlaw at the high skill cap, I feel like that's a scary team.
You know what? I feel like WizK should still be playing Fire Mage. Like
Yeah,
he was actually
played RMP.
he was getting better. Like he was getting better and better at the Fire Mage, and then he kind of just stopped playing it. But
And he locks in Gnome, Kyrian, Shadow Priest instead. What? What?
Hey, okay, guys, I don't hate too much on gnomes. Okay, like my main is gnome. I respect the fellow gnome.
On TBC,
No, on TBC I gave up playing gnome because on TBC the gnomes are shorter and it affects the line of sight. But on retail, my man is a gnome or kid mage. Yeah.
all right.
Gnome has a place, but I don't think it's that matchup with a Holy Paladin on your team.
I'm not gonna argue with that. It is nice against DKs though, because the gnome racial is one of the only things that actually removes Chains of Ice, since it's a physical snare. And got some stats here for WizK: Red Pala, Fire Mage, Shadow Priest, playing 89% of the games, and definitely the kind of a key piece of the puzzle for Golden Guardians. He's basically always in play, and maybe that's why he's not playing the Fire Mage too much. He has to play so many things: Ret Pala, Shadow Priest. We've seen him on DK, Feral. We've basically seen him on just about anything. It wouldn't surprise me if we see him on an Outlaw Rogue next week. So really anything is possible for WizK. But yeah, we'll see if he decides to maybe swap that Kyrian Shadow Priest for this one.
I am curious to see it, but one thing's for sure, Golden Guardians really struggle with this Windwalker Death Knight. It's kind of been like Kryptonite. Team Liquid with Trill, Mez, and Sea-Doo has just been absolutely dominant. An overall score of 16-2 map score, and I think overall a 5-0 over the Golden Guardians. So Golden Guardians, for them, I think they're coming off a disappointing loss yesterday. So they kind of need to rise to the occasion here. This needs to be the moment where they pick up some steam. You see Trill, obviously a very important member for Team Liquid, has a 95% play rate, playing the Outlaw Rogue, the Windwalker Monk, the Havoc Demon Hunter, basically anything that they need Trill to play. He is willing to play, kind of a melee specialist, and just an overall kind of the king of doing the absolute most damage in the game. So I think that's something he really prides himself on, literally just parsing on the other team. And we'll see if the Golden Guardians can avoid the pink logs in this one.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Trill to go full raiding mode on you, because we've seen some incredible numbers. And we are going to Asherman's Fault, so it's a big map for Jellybeans. Now, exactly what is Jellybeans going to be playing? That's the question. I'm thinking a Resonating Arrow for Jellybeans. I think that's what we've seen him play in the past. And we've seen the burst is absolutely remarkable for the Golden Guardians. You know, they have tricks of the trade. They got the double tap aim shots potentially. So they got a lot of like burst damage to work with. They can definitely kind of surprise one-shot somebody. But Holy Priests are also really good at dealing with that kind of single target one-shotty damage. Things like a MM Hunter, Combustion, etc. Because you have that hard stop. You can just pause someone's HP with that Ray of Hope. And then you're going to have added healing and quickly top somebody off. And then you can rotate that with your Guardian Spirit. Just very effective at dealing with that. Whereas Team Liquid, they have, their setups. They can just rip two people, chill streak bounce, and maybe WizK trades Dispersion, but they just swap the Peekaboo. Or in this case, Jellybeans trades Turtle, and they just swap the Peekaboo and maybe get cooldowns from him as well. So I feel like Team Liquid, if they get enough AoE setups, this is their game to win. But if the Golden Guardians can isolate someone, take him down, most likely going to be Trill, but it also could be Mez. That's how they're going to win.
Okay, let's see if they can connect that damage. They are the Resonating Arrow. They are the double tap. Golden Guardians coming in with the one-shot wonder. You know, no matter what, when you're watching the Golden Guardians, you are in for entertainment, whether it be victory or defeat here. So they're spicing it up here. It's been a Rogue Mage day. Is this Hunter Rug going to be able to blast away Team Liquid, or are they going to get completely destroyed by the cleave of Mez and Trill? They sap Trill right off the bat. Jellybeans moving up in camouflage, waiting for a freezing trap, gets found in stealth, goes to, Sea-Doo Holy Wards the freezing trap. Nice play by Sea-Doo, immuning the crowd control. Now without that CC, his team can get aggressive. They're starting to get on top of Jellybeans, cleaving him down. Jellybeans jumps in, trying to dodge the leg sweep. Kidneys up Trill. They knock Trill away. Jellybeans gets gripped in. This is the blind. This is where we need to see the damage. Where is it? No! Jellybeans gets grapple weaponed by Trill on his resonating arrow. Trill shutting down Jellybeans so hard right now. They grip Jellybeans out in the open. They're trying to get some follow-up pressure with that, but the resonating arrow has faded, and now Jellybeans will have to focus on defense, which is not what you want as Hunter Rogue. You want to be focused on burst and one-shotting. They're trying to take out Trill. Massive aim shot comes out from Jellybeans. C2 is chasing down Absturge, gets a full fear. Grip, double blinding sleep, double leg sweep. Here comes the chill streak. Jellybeans is getting blasted. Peekaboo's getting blasted. Absturge is in a mind control by C2. They do at least look stable here. I'm surprised to not see them get completely decimated from that first round of cooldowns, but Trill still holds onto the Zwen, which it can amplify his damage a significant amount. Absturge just trying to get in position. Golden Guardians need to play around this resonating arrow. It's coming up in 12 more seconds, and Jellybeans is going to need to connect massive damage with it.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Mez getting the double stun right now. They're actually swapping onto Mez. They dismantle him. Big aim shots coming in. Mez cannot death strike himself, so will be vulnerable during those dismantles. The resonating arrow will drop down. Jellybeans trying to snipe Trill right now, but grapple weapon does land. Jellybean's going to be completely shut down for the time being. Can he get another aim shot? Can he get any more damage out? At max range, one aim shot does land. Can he get a second? Paralyzed by Trill. The dismantle into the paralyze. That's going to really limit what Jellybeans can do in this match. If we see that consistent shutdown, I really do worry for the Golden Guardians. Another double stun setup. Good grip there by Absurge, but he is caught into a fear. Good offensive positioning there by C2, allowing him to get some crowd control on Absurge and continue to push. Both healers kind of burning through their mana. We see Strangulate right now on Absurge. Peekaboo trying to find some pressure here onto Trill on that Outlaw Rogue. And I mean, the Windwalker Monk and the Outlaw Rogue going toe-to-toe. I think Peekaboo is going to come out ahead on that one. We're going to be looking for the setups from Trill and Mez, as well as the big explosive damage from Jellybeans. So those are going to be the key moments in the match. Kidney shot right now on Trill. Jellybeans with one huge aim shot. Grip to the safety of the pillar. C2 backs him up as both teams looking to stabilize. But Mez, once again, these dismantles really, really scary here.
Yeah, and they forced him off the pillar here with a big chunk of damage from that resonating arrow. Jellybeans does get disarmed. Trill trades out the Karma. Absurge has no Will of Forsaken and no Trinket. So the next CC chain, they might just kill him. They grip him down. Absurge here with an emergency landing into the clutches of Team Liquid.
Oh.
And they take him down. But Trill, though, no Karma. Needs to be careful. Mez trades out the anti-magic zone right there. Should be enough defense here to kill Trill alive. Trill also trading out his Trinket. They're going for it. They're bouncing the chill streak with the little Kevin there on the side. Can they connect the stun? Absturge super low. The Guardian will proc Strangulate, connect. Just a little bit more damage. And Absturge will fall. Now, is he playing the Res Legendary is the question. I don't think he is.
Think so.
And Jellybeans is going to trade out that turtle. And the rest of the Golden Guardians are going to be bowing out. After that, Absurge will fall to the ground, and it's actually kind of nice to see the Holy Priest try to fly up, and Mez is like, no, come back here. And Team Liquid, they know their win condition. Absurge blocks 2 kills with his Will of Forsaken the first time on that mind control from C2. Second time around, he trinkets. Third time, well, there is no third time, especially when Kevin is betraying you like that.
I mean, it's nice to see Mez. Like, he's a monster when he's in the arena. Mez the monster. It's just in this meta, he's not been too useful with the Death Knight. But for this specific team, he's like the Kryptonite. He's the boogeyman. Like, Golden Guardians don't want to look under the bed. They know Mez is just under there waiting to haunt their dreams. He's in their nightmares. They can't win a series, man. It's so hard for them against Team Liquid. And right here at the end, you can see they swap to Absturge and they absolutely crush him. They see that he used his soul shape. This is a great time to swap to the healer when they can't blink away, and then just completely collapse on him. It's total decimation. I feel like the Golden Guardians is this comp. They need a good opener. And that opener was just not good enough. C2 got to immune crowd control. Jellybeans got disarmed on his cooldowns, and eventually you're going to get comboed out like that. And it's around the 3-minute and 20 mark. So Zico's, I feel like your prediction, 3 minutes, quick game was pretty spot on here between the Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. The question is, do they keep playing the same? I honestly want to see a sub rogue. I feel like sub MM.
Yeah, just more overwhelming damage. It just doesn't seem like the Outlaw is really threatening enough for Trill. They need 2 heavy-hitting targets to really just overwhelm Trill. Because right now, what's basically happening is Jellybeans, when he pops his scary cooldowns, Trill is just immediately rolling in, grapple weapon, paralyze, trading out the Karma preemptively, just trying to avoid getting one shot. And that's like the MM special, is going for those one shots. And outside of those cooldowns, it feels like Team Liquid is pulling ahead in the trades. And right now, I believe that's 17-2 overall match record between these two. Golden Guardians definitely, this is going to be an uphill battle. I don't know what they can do. What composition do we really want to see them run? Maybe Cleave, maybe Jellybeans on Frostmage once again, and Whiskey. I'm not even joking. Like, maybe they need to play Mage Lock or something like that. Something Team Liquid has traditionally struggled with.
Will die instantly. Mage Lock dies. Is Destro? Mage Lock dies instantly.
Maybe he's a Demo Warlock. I don't know.
He's Demo, maybe, but WizKid needs to play Demo now? Or is it Jellybeans that needs to play Demo
sub
now?
RMP.
I think they can play the same thing. I think they can play the same thing, but with a Holy Paladin. I feel like the Holy Priest, first of all, you can't do anything about the grapples. I think defensive up can be a thing.
Yeah.
And the other thing is
like
you
that.
don't actually just instantly die after you trinket like Absterge did if you're a Holy Priest. And it's what I said in the pregame as well. Holy Priest, fantastic at dealing with single target. But when you're dealing with a Frost DK that's cleaving two people, it can be really hard to actually keep up with that pressure. And we saw Absterge, he could deal with it, could block 2 kills with his stun breakers or CC breakers. But then after he didn't have those, he's just an exposed target. Now, if he's a Holy Paladin and they're playing that same thing, I don't think they will, but based on the map. I don't think you want to be an MM hunter on Dalaran. But if they did pick a large map, I think that could give them the extra offense they need, but also help them survive long enough to find those kills. So yeah, we'll see what the Golden Guardians decides to do. Looks like they might be setting up for an RPS here potentially, and they might try to set up like a healer, like a Asa like healer kill maybe, or something like that. I feel like they want to kill Sidu. That's I think so at least.
Is subtlety not good? Like subtlety RPS, we never see it, but could it be good? I feel like subtlety and rogues are the hardest hitting class in the game right now. We saw Waz earlier today, literally just like one shot somebody with like a 40k Abyss. Like the amount of lockdown you have, maybe it would give them more potential. I'm really not sure. I think Golden Guardians and Absurge put a lot of like stock into the Shaman buffs, and I think they practiced a lot of Shaman this week, and it kind of just like didn't work out, unfortunately. So I think we could see him on Paladin, but I think at this point it's more of like a comfort thing. Like how much have they actually practiced on that Paladin? Because I feel like he's gonna have to, if he's gonna play Paladin, he's gonna have to play really, really well. So it's rough. Golden Guardians, lots of possibilities here, but they need to make sure they lock in the right one. I mean, it's a lot of calculating. They only have 10 seconds left. Dalaran Sewers, they set up the small map. What are they going to do?
Well, Absurge picked the Holy Paladin in game number 1, so I think he has been playing it.
Blessing of Summer Holy Pally. I swear to God, Blessing of Summer Holy Pally, double bop aggro, Trill dies through every cooldown. I swear to God, it would work. I swear.
You know what's
go for
actually
a smaller
good?
map, so Trill can't run away. I think that's the line of thinking here. What's that, Evan?
I want to see teams use the Venthyr Rogue more with the Blessing of Summer Paladin. Like I think you're actually right. Like I swear you can't live as a Windwalker monk. You just run in. You can use Ashen Hollow too if you really wanted to. Throw CC onto Sidu, Smoke Bomb, every single cooldown in the game, Resonating Arrow. You basically commit everything but the Shadowy Duel and the Venthyr Covenant ability for rogues, and try to get his trinket. And if you do, you kind of just automatically win with an all-in. I do think there's potential for builds like that. I mean, as cheesy as they are, I think they can work, especially against a team like Team Liquid right now. This composition where you're so limited on immunities, it's basically just Trill's trinket, and if you get that out of the way, you're likely just going to win in a Shadowy Duel. But they're not going to go for a play like that. They're going to be locking in the Outlaw Rogue, Marks Hunter, Holy Priest on a smaller map. I don't know if I like a small map. I feel like this is Team Liquid's map pick.
I wouldn't mind it too much if they played the Holy Paladin. I think what they're signaling right now is that they want to run Trill over. Like in the previous match, Trill would just go behind the pillar with his teleport, and he would just kite a bit. And then when they pop the Resonating Arrow, he would just roll out, disarm, and then they would start to charge. But I feel like if they have a Paladin, they can not only bop the disarm, they can also bop the Karma. It just gives them more options. It gives them more one-shot potential. And if their strategy is to pick a small map where Trill can't escape and try to run him down, I feel like the Paladin might be better. But the Holy Priest with insane throughput could also keep them alive for long enough to potentially win. But we didn't really see that in the last game. So I have my doubts on the Holy pick here. The Golden Guardians trying to make something happen. They've always had a tough time against Team Liquid here in Shadowlands. With that Windwalker, Trill has kind of just been the bane of their existence. I feel like the Golden Guardians have been playing pretty well, but in this case, they are kind of heavily outcomped, and they don't seem to really have a really good answer for this. They've tried a couple of things. We'll see what they decide to change up here for the last game. Is it just the map? Maybe they change some traits or covenants. We'll just have to see what they decide to do here. But Team Liquid only 1 away from a clean 3-0, and gonna be continuing to hold that #1 spot here in North America. What an insane run it's been for them so far.
Yeah, I feel like KAWHI are probably on their heels. I'm really excited for the Team Liquid versus KAWHI. The series is, of course, not over. The Golden Guardians relying on that Hunter, Jellybeans, Peekaboo, Outlaw Rogue, and Holy Priest Absters. This comp in the past has got them on the distance, and it's been able to create upset after upset. Will it be able to defeat the boogeyman Mez that is just lurking beneath the bed, lurking in their closet every night? Nightmares of Windwalker Death Knight creep into their minds. They need this win here if they want to dispel those horrors and curses from their minds. As they move forward, we see Trill posting up with Fleshcraft, Mez Fleshcrafting, waiting for crowd control, charging it at Absturge to stop the sap, but he gets the sap! Critical play by Peekaboo. They're going to start on Mez here with the cheap shot, aim shot from stealth. They break down the Fleshcraft. They throw traps towards the pillar, but a double blinding sleet. Ring of Peace to prevent the life grip. Insane play, but Absturge repositions, but the insta-grip by Mez. Massive damage incoming. Oh, that dragon was almost a triple. Fear on Absturge. Jellybeans is getting crushed on match point right now. Down at 30%, waiting for Absturge to heal, but he's strangulated for 1 more second. Are they going to get the turtle on this push? He's down at 10%, and he's going to go down. Team Liquid, Mez the Boogeyman.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a setup there by Team Liquid. They get the double blinding sleep. Mez has zero hesitation whatsoever. They open up on him. He gets the double blinding sleep. Trill's there, drops the Ring of Peace, and from there it was just momentum, non-stop aggression from Team Liquid. They take down Jellybeans right as he gets the aspect of the turtle off and claim a quick 3-0.
That's rough, man. Poor Jellybeans gets his turtle off, but dies through it. I think it might have been a touch of death that kind of got snuck through at the same time there. And Team Liquid, this game not even going to be a minute here. They make quick work right now of the Golden Guardians. And the Golden Guardians, I don't know what their exact scoreline is, but I'm pretty certain that they need to win every single match from here on out if they're even going to have a chance at qualifying at this point. We're going to see the opener here. Cedar gets sapped. Double aim shot, double blinding sleet, and here they actually trade immediately. Peekaboo trinkets and runs away, but look at the Kevin again, kind of betraying his teammates. Almost triple. Their Absturge barely ducking away from that dragon, and then here Jellybeans with his trinket. Look at the strangulate here onto Absturge as well. Jellybeans doing what he can to kite there, but eventually they clothesline him, and it's actually Sea-Doo that gets the kill there. Maybe was Sea-Doo playing IQD? I think that might have been IQD. I think that was.
He actually killed him with IQD.
I'm telling you guys, IQD is so underrated. And Sea-Doo with another IQD snipe here. He's been the only one who's actually been getting kills with this. This is, I think, his third kill. Yeah, I think it's his third kill during this weekend.
3 games he has killed someone with the IQD trinket, just sniping them. It was a 36k execute.
Yeah, it always crits. So IQD,
it overkilled by 49k damage or something, 43k damage, because he only did 3k damage on the scoreboard. So like that was crazy. Here I'm thinking this is a good opener for the Golden Guardians. Like they got Mez out in the open, they got an aim shot. I love Trill's Ring of Peace. He knows life grip's the only option. So Absturge is like, oh, I can't grip. I need to move. But that baits him out in the open. And then Sea-Doo's like, oh, I can CC you now, and just starts walking towards Absturge to CC him. Like the positioning and play right in the opener for the Windwalker Death Knight was so key. And I mean, this is probably just greed. I guess the only reason he doesn't want a turtle is it's not Zwen. But it's like you already trinketed it anyways, right? And here's the IQD. Where's Sea-Doo?
He throws it. Here it comes.
Where's the Sea-Doo? He's jumping. I see you jumping. He wants to press it. What does it look like?
White projectile.
Sea-Doo?
There. There.
It's literally the
There-
smallest animation ever, and it's so lethal. Like what?
Yeah.
It looks like a moth flying through the air.
Oh, it's a projectile too. So if it's in the air, you
Yeah.
can't turtle it.
Yep.
Look
If you
at
shoot it
Cedu's
before,
face.
and also if you shoot it and it's midair and the target gets healed, it hits so hard that he might get healed and then die from 30% instead.
Yeah.
It's like a projectile that kind of snapshots.
Seems good.
Windwalker DK win. You guys were mentioning the DK yesterday, and chat doubted you
Yeah.
guys. I just wanna put that out there. And now look at us, Team Liquid, 3-0 win against Golden Guardians. So, pretty cool change of events there. And yeah, I mean, Ezekiel, you're totally right. Golden Guardians, they really need those points. They've only won one game so far in the circuit, so that's 3 losses for them. I think if we tally that up, we'll definitely, update you guys once we have a better understanding of that. Here's
There it
also
is.
some details breakdown. There you go.
There's a
36
quantum device.
pounds of damage.
Whew.
Go farm it.
I'm farming it, bro. I'm not farming that.
Super T's, go get your trinket.
You don't
I'm not
want to?
farming
You don't
it.
want to sit?
I've farmed too many trinkets. I'm past farming trinkets.
You paid your dues.
Farming
No
trinkets
more
is the
farming
worst,
dues.
man.
I'm
Yeah,
not
farming
any more
anything is the
trinkets.
worst.
Put
Yeah,
put
trinkets specifically,
IQD on
they
the
never
PvP
drop.
vendor. I'll play it.
It's not gonna happen, man. It's only
Well,
for the brave. It's only for the brave. And Cedu is really making work with this trinket. I mean, it has so many uses, right? Like, you can use it. I mean, we talked about it a lot, but you can use it as an execute. You can use it to break crowd control while also stacking relentless. You can use it as a heal, which is like a lay on hands heal. You can use it to recover mana. It's just it's just the Swiss Army knife of trinkets. It's cool to see people actually using it.
MacGyver trinket.
Yeah.
Just exactly what you need out of nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, definitely made good use of that, as we can see in the points here, 3-0. Well done to Team Liquid. And now we are soon going to be seeing our very last series of the day here, of the weekend as well. It's Powermen versus UNITAS. I mean, what do you guys make of this series? We know UNITAS has been, yesterday they struggled a little bit against Team Liquid. Actually, they were also the last team to play yesterday, and now they're going to be facing off against Powermen Super Ts.
I mean, Unitas, I'm imagining RMP, and it's kind of up to the Powermen. Are they going to retire that Warlock? Are they going to let Thugonomics rest? Or are they gonna try and make it work? Actually, you know what? You know what, Caprice?
Thugbear. What?
You remember Caprice from the Cups? He played Ret Warrior Shaman.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
always smiling. He messaged me yesterday. He was queuing into a Guardian team at 3K and asked me, like, does Guardian die? As if I would know, as if I'd played it since BFA. And I was like, how is he making it work? Like, didn't it get nerfed? And it was like Guardian, Fury Warrior, Holy Priest or something. And there were 3K as that.
Thugbear. Maybe it was
So-
Thugbear.
Thugbear are into RMP. There you go.
I want to see
Yeah,
it.
last time I talked to Thug just to get some insight onto how his team was doing, I feel like they all answer with the same thing, just like they're upset with the meta, they're upset with RMP, and then the next follow up was like, oh, just play Thugbear easy, and he didn't respond. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if there's anything we can infer from that. But either way, I know we're definitely hoping that they switch out the meta a little bit. So curious to see what they do next. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's the last series of the day, and it's going to mark the halfway point for all of these teams to get any points to make it into the Grand Finals. It's Powermen versus UNITAS coming up next. everybody, and welcome back. It's the last match of the weekend kicking off here. It's Power Men versus UNITAS.
Here we go. RMP Mir Thugonomics is going to the bench for some well-deserved rest. He got his team here with massive Chaos Bolts, but Destro is just not the meta anymore. It's time to break out the Pirates here. And UNITAS have been really leveling up on their RMP, so they could be a serious threat for the Power Men. And Power Men can really not afford any more defeats in this circuit stage if they still want to keep their hopes of qualifying into the top 4 in the North American Finals as well as the Cross-Region Finals here. So let's see if Power Men can step it up. Tuna on the Priest, Aang on the Fire Mage. Immediate combustion onto a Brua, roasting him at the moment, but that alter time was sick. But it doesn't matter. They're killing him through. It just doesn't matter what you think. Cauterized procs from a Brua. Amazing start for the Power Men.
Yeah, really, really aggressive opener. They do get the cauterize. Actually surprised they didn't get more there, but a nice alter time from Abrua shuts down a lot of that offense. Still in some trouble here, and he's going to be blinking out of the kidney shot. Aiden's still all over him. Fear out of the polymorph on Tuna. Aang all alone right now. Tuna needs to connect some heals, but in another polymorph, can he connect them? And might need a grip here or something. Aang's just tanking through the damage. Dave's trying to get some pressure rolling on Abrua once again. If they can get the cauterize, that would be great. But no, Aang gets topped off. There is the chastise on Korlik into a fear. Is there anything out? Do they have any more crowd control? Aang could be in some trouble. I mean, this is the crowd control on Korlik, but it's actually Aang that was taking a brunt of the damage. Aiden and Brua just putting out insane pressure in that moment.
Yeah, that was the combustion there of Abrua. Getting some good value. And now full blind onto Tuna. Aang, what are you going to do here? He needs to try to survive. Nice disarm there onto Aiden. They break up the crowd control just for a second. Polymorph being secured here potentially. They get it onto Aiden. And now Aang looking to swap it onto Korlik. Aiden though breaks it up and interrupts it with that kick. And Aang, no cauterize. Actually does have cauterize. It was Abrua that used cauterize, but Aang might proc his cauterize. He's super low. Tuna gets Dragon's Breath and Aang ice blocks and uses the cauterize. That is disaster right now. But Aang now looking to get aggressive with the combustion. Abrua forced into the ice block. Did he have a master spell? Tuna gets kicked on it. And Dazed here looking to potentially close out the match. Do they have any more crowd control? Full blind onto Korlik. And he's going to break out with the IQD. And Abrua will be completely fine in that situation. But now, no cooldowns left. Powerman also very low on cooldowns. This is a race to the finish.
Yeah, let's see who's going to burn down first in game number 1 as Abrua is just channeling Fireball after Fireball. Has his combustion available. Here it comes. Pushing for the kill. Aang gets gripped back to the pillar. Beautiful grip by Tuna here onto Aang. Let's see if he can manage to keep him alive here. Now a polymorph out of the gouge, trying to cut through. 50% remaining hit points, full blind. This could be it for Aang. Dazed is desperate, trying to gouge away Abrua. He dismantles Aiden. He's doing what he can. But a fear now onto Tuna, and somehow, some way, Aang is alive. It's Abrua on the back foot. Are they going to proc him? They proc the Wild Seed. He grips it back to the pillar. They need to finish this Wild Seed here and now. Can he do it? They do. And the Power Men close it out. It got scary in the middle, but they made sure to put the final nail in the coffin, taking game 1.
Beautifully done. I mean, there was a bit of a panic moment there for Aang where his cauterized proc was really low and he got topped, and then a split second later threw out the ice block. But he exited that ice block so quickly, used his combustion to try to get the counter pressure. He evened it up, so all of a sudden Abrua also had no ice block, and from that moment forward they were able to get that pressure rolling, claiming game number 1. I mean, this is massive for Power Men. You wouldn't expect them to really be able to go toe-to-toe in the RMP mirror here, but so it seems like so many teams that don't really main RMP have really just dedicated a lot of time to this composition, and in these outlaw mirrors are pulling out ahead. So maybe we see UNITAS mix it up. They play sub, try to play that to their advantage, but I mean, in the replay here, you can just see how much pressure the Power Men really had.
Yeah, Abrua right there, having to use his cauterize basically 30 seconds in, and then here this is the moment where Aang, he's trying to greet it, but as soon as that cauterize procs, he waits a bit, and as he blocks, he gets a massive Serenity there. So a little bit unfortunate, but Aang with the right call there, and then immediately exits the ice block, pops the combustion, gets the counter pressure. Nice kick there as well on the master spell by Aiden, trying to slow it down a little bit there. They live another setup, and then here Aang in a little bit of trouble. Tuna in that blind, but they get the fear. They don't get a sheep out of it. Dazed there to kind of stop it, and then at this point, it's actually going to be Abrua on the back foot. They get a counter spell there onto Korlik, and they take down the seed. Just nice counter pressure there from the Power Men. And honestly, that looked great for them. They had a great start, and they had a bad defensive overlap, but offensively, it looked really good for them. They kept up the momentum, they kept up the pressure, and they were able to snowball that into a win. So impressive game number 1 for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good sign for Powermen. Like having an outlaw rogue fire mage holy priest comp right now is key, and then just being the king of that, the king of the seas, is going to be important. And if they can beat Unitas, that's definitely putting them up on the totem pole in North America for RMPs and potentially keeping their dreams alive of qualifying into the top 4. We're going to be playing mirrors once again here onto Empyrean Domain, a bit of a bigger map for Abrua to try and kite and stay alive longer. And it just seemed like Aang right off the bat was not shut down enough. Like that first combustion just got so much value. Like how many games do we see the first combustion gets like caught blocked? Like I feel like it's very few, if ever, that happens. So definitely more focus on shutting down the fire mage. And that's what we saw earlier in EU as well with Alec versus Maro, was whoever could shut down the other mage the most won the game. Just stopping as much damage from the fire mage seemed like a key factor to winning the mirror.
Yep. And we'll see who can do that shutdown a little bit better. Powermen playing a really aggressive opening game. I'm curious to see how Unitas is going to adapt. I mean, I would say Unitas in general has been really solid in the RMP mirror, so I could definitely see them battling it back in this one, kind of course correcting after, a not so good game number 1. Unitas also battling it back from kind of a rough series against Liquid yesterday, where they went down 0-3 against a double outlaw rogue. So I'm sure they're looking to kind of redeem themselves here in this series. And RMP really is their thing, right? Like this is a composition that they've been heavily relying on, even when it wasn't. Well, it's been meta, but before everyone was playing RMP, this is something that they were playing. And Daze has really done a great job on that rogue. Aang as well. I'm really impressed with the Powermen in general. Let's see what they can do. It looks like it is going to be Aang on the back foot a little bit here, taking the initial damage. Ring of Fire drops down on Abrua. Can they get the damage rolling? Cheap shot on Aang. Both these mages under fire. It's a full blind on Tuna into a kidney shot. Great crowd control coming in from Aiden. Now a counter kidney shot onto Korlik as Abrua is on the run, using his soul shape, getting gripped across the map, committing a lot of that initial mobility so that early cauterize doesn't proc once again.
Yeah, and so far a lot better defensive play coming out from Unitas. They need to find some nice setups here though. Aiden 30 seconds away on that blind. Aang looking for the Ring of Fire. Based in a kidney shot right now. And Abrua here taking a little bit of damage. It's going to be Aang as well now taking some damage. Both rogues connecting to their target. Holy Ward coming out for Korlik. Double Fear coming out here onto Abrua as well as Aiden. Kidney shot now onto Korlik. And they get crowd control out of that. Doesn't look like they're able to find it. Aang gets counterspelled, and they're not going to find that CC. And now the kidney shot Aang with that counterspell. Tuna with the Holy Ward now. And Tuna just trying to keep a defensive posture here, trying to make sure that his teammates stay alive. But he gets chastised into a full fear. Beautifully done by Korlik. Aang now looking to get aggressive here. Can he get the sheep? He does get a sheep there onto Tuna. But Abrua looks like he is going to be fine for now. Abrua just taking decent amount of damage still. Korlik in a blind, but it's actually Abrua taking huge hits here. He gets sapped as well. Abrua might have to use his ice block here. Alter time comes out. Beautifully timed there. And do they have any more follow-up fear? Ring of Frost. Abrua might have to ice block here. He's trying to be greedy, and greed is not always good, but right now it was good. Abrua will hold on to that cooldown. Gets the Guardian Spirit. And now it could be Aang here on the back foot. How is he going to survive? Tuna put into a kidney shot. Abrua going for the crowd control, gets kicked on it, just going for damage instead, not able to find it. And Aang catches his Guardian Spirit. So both teams somewhat tied up here, forcing out the Holy Priest cooldowns. Mana pretty tied up as well. No team really getting that big CC chain and catching a lead just yet.
Evenly matched in game 2 here. Where are the Powermen going to strike to secure a lead? Abrua interrupted. Aiden in a kidney shot. Is he going to get blasted out here? Korlik's trying to stabilize. Flash heal after flash heal. Abrua now with combustion available has a chance to strike, but Aiden is polymorphed, unable to connect. Ring of Frost on Korlik. Beautiful crowd control in this moment by the Powermen. Clean setup. Abrua is in trouble. Fear out of the Ring of Frost. That's an ice block. Mass Dispel. Are they going to just outright kill him? They're overpowering him with the Dragon's Breath. Big heal comes in from Korlik. I think that might have been the IQD for a heal. It's massive, at least from him. He stabilizes Abrua, but already being down a block, and Powermen seem to be relentless with their aggression. So how are Unitas going to deal with it? Is it going to be more defense, or is it going to be more offense? Is it going to be more Miyagi-Do, or is it going to be more Cobra Kai? They got to make their choice soon here.
Yeah, they definitely do. Big combustion here from Abrua. really trying to push Aang over the edge, and he's just going to trade out the ice block. Wants to hold on to that cauterize. Very, very important that they don't get both of them out of the way. So I think it's a good trade there by Aang. At the same time, Abrua just getting blasted away. He's got the shifting power up. He gets interrupted on it. Guardian Spirit, I believe, actually proc there. Either a big heal coming in from Corlock, but they actually did manage to proc it. And with no ice block, Abrua, this could easily be his cauterized. At the same time, Aang is in trouble. It's a full fear on Tuna. And both these teams still playing aggressive, even though it's scary in this situation. Ring of Fire is going to be dropping down here onto Aang. A counter Ring of Fire comes in from Abrua. And it's just so back and forth between these two teams. 4 minutes has elapsed. We're about 1 minute away from dampening. Tuna getting aggressive with a Chastise into a full fear on Corlick. Abrua is on the run. He's got to hide with that soul shape. No alter time going to be available if Daze can connect. Could easily be the cauterize or just outright end the game. At the same time, though, the counter setup here. Daze gets the kidney shot on to, or Aiden gets the kidney shot on a Tuna as they go after Aang, and both teams just trading blow for blow. Cooldowns coming in. Kidney shot on Corlick once again. Abrua with his combustion really not getting too much damage out. It's actually him on the back foot. He gets feared. What is Abrua going to do? I mean, this could easily be his cauterize. To get the cauterize, can they just push through it? The cheat death doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They get the pod, but it's a full blind on Daze. Do they have the damage to actually take it down? It's going to be a close call. It would be massive for the Power Men if they could drop it, but Abrua holds on. And now Unitas, they have to get it together and start getting a counter setup, and this might just be it. They get the polymorph on Tuna. Can they close it out? A big combustion here from Abrua. They're trying to get the cauterize, but unfortunately they're not able to. Just so back and forth, but now Abrua literally has nothing left to work with.
Yeah, Aang with a beautiful alter time there. That should have been his cauterize, but he's able to hold on. And now it is all about Abrua here. What is he going to do? No cooldowns left. Aang still with that cauterize. No Guardian Spirits for Corlick. One more setup should be able to do it. Aang, though, taking huge hits here from that Ring of Fire. Blinks out of it. Going for some polymorphs here. Trying to slow Aiden down. And they find that crowd control. One more kidney onto Corlick. One more blind. Good to seal the deal here, and they get it, is the question. Aang pushing in, Daze pushing in, kidney shot onto Abrua, big damage coming in here. Corlick grips him. They could maybe get a blink counterspell here. He needs to be careful. That's how the previous match was ended. Aang going for the Ring of Frost, he gets counterspelled on it out of that kidney shot, but Corlick has no mana left. Abrua with the alter time here, trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to alter back to basically full HP here, as he did use it quite early, but he's getting a lot of heals in that alter time, so a little bit of wasted mana there for Corlick, but now Chastise into a full fear. This could be it. And they back it up with the damage. Tuna, though, in a full blind. Aang needs to run here. The blind is connected. Kidney shot onto Aiden. Do they have anything out? Trying to get the Ring of Frost, but Dazed blocks it. And Aang, with excellent kiting here, should be able to walk back to his priest healer here potentially, and potentially get back to full HP, but they're extending the crowd control chain with a fear into a kidney shot, but now finally Aang reconvening with his healer, almost proccing the cauterize, but he does get Guardian Spirit. And speaking of Guardian Spirit, Corlick just got his back and immediately used it off cooldown. Abrua still dangerously low here, Dazed in stealth like a shark in the water, looking for his prey, and Corlick here chasing Tuna right now, trying to potentially land that game-winning fear. He's got it up in 2 seconds here. Corlick playing on the same pillar, kind of signaling he wants to go for that Chastise into the fear, just waiting for his team to get some pressure here. But now Abrua trying to get some crowd control of his own, trying to shut it down. Corlick with the Holy Ward, he gets dispelled though. Abrua dropping dangerously low here. This might just be it. Do they have the damage? They don't have a blind just yet. Tuna on the opposite side of the map really doesn't want to get crowd controlled here. And Tuna with excellent positioning has been able to kind of keep Aang just offensive and allowed him to do whatever he wants, but Aang still in a lot of trouble there, getting the ice block of Abrua though in that race. Tuna is still blinded into a full sheep here as well. Aang needs to keep hiding Daze with a nice kidney shot here, slowing down the offense and potentially holding on to Aang's ice block for just a little bit longer. They don't have the Guardian Spirit as it did proc earlier for Tuna, but Aang will hold on, and Abrua still a long way to go. That might just be it. I think he IQ'd out of that blind there, Corlick. Unless Aang broke it there with the shifting power. Hard to see with that camera angle, but still Ang now on the ropes. Tuna in crowd control. Can they get anything out of that? They get a sheep and a fear. It's overlap. IQD coming out for Tuna, but it's overlap with the ice block. Massive spell coming out from Korlik. Ang super low on HP here. Tuna with no mana left. What can he do here in this situation? Trying to keep Ang aggressive. Ang going for the Ring of Frost. He knows offense is the only way they can win this, but it looks like UNITAS might be able to survive and conquer here in this game at 20% dampening. Both of these teams still fighting it out tooth and nail.
Yeah, let's see who can take it. Aang is hovering so low here. Tuna has 0 mana, 0 heals. They've raced the Cauterize. They're likely to proc the Wild Seed here. Can they finish the Wild Seed? Oh, the Fey Guardians come in on Aang. That last cooldown from Tuna. Is it going to be enough to keep Aang alive? He's in a full blind. There should be no way, but it might be. Aang is at 20% going to proc the Wild Seed. What is Daze going to do to protect it here in a moment, as it is likely to proc? No, it hasn't proc. How has it not proc? How has it not proc? Aang turns it around at 1% health and just absolutely one-taps UNITAS, moving to match point.
Oh, I can't not wait to see the replay for that one. Powerman claimed a very strong game number 2. I mean, Aang, an absolute hero there at the end with the rest of his team as well, surviving a situation where I think most would not. And not only that, as soon as he survives it, they reverse the pressure with a massive combustion, drop a Brua, and just the bat of an eye. And that was just beautiful to see. Some really clutch defensive plays and some beautiful positioning there by Aang.
Yeah, Aang definitely playing this one out just expertly. Consistently just kiting, just surviving every single time he's present in CC. And this is early on where they force the ice block, and Tuna gets a massive spell, getting good pressure here onto Abrua, and almost proccing his Cauterize, but he's able to hold on. Here's another one. Abrua actually proccing here, and this is when they also proc the Wild Seed, but that blind onto Daze from Aiden, and of course the gouge onto Aang here. Aiden just trying to keep the seed alive, mind control onto Korlik, everyone kind of trying to kill the egg and trying to protect it on both teams. They're able to keep it alive, and they are able to eventually grab the win, but it was not very convincing. Abrua getting his ice block back, surviving here, and I think this was towards the final moments here in the match. And with no ice block, he still has the Cauterize, and Abrua pops the combustion. They proc the Cauterize, and Aang with some nice kiting here. Now here I really thought they were going to proc the Wild Seed, but the Symbols of Hope resetting the Fey Guardians, getting the Fey Guardians on the kidney, keeps Aang alive right before Tuna gets crowd controlled, and then he sits a full blind. And at this point you might think the game is over, and rightfully so, but Aang with a nice alter time does get dispelled. He shields and he blinks, gets a new shield here, shifting power, trying to reset his cooldowns. He gets gripped back by Tuna, catches a big heal, and then here comes the turnaround. Combustion gets popped, and nobody is just really ready for this. Korlik doesn't have the cooldowns as well to kind of respond to that, and Aang just turns it around, runs one lap around the corner, rotates his shields, his blinks, and his defensives, gets gripped just in the nick of time, and turns it around. Absolutely fantastic from the Powerman.
I think Aang is putting on a show for like these survival tactics.
Yeah, he
is.
is.
Aang against the Double Outlaw too? I feel like we had maybe welcome it, and Aang had a moment against Double Outlaw where I was like, I couldn't believe that they were still alive, and like really is using the full kit of the mage to be able to stay alive in those moments. They didn't let that Wild Seed tilt them. They kept playing out. I feel like that can tilt you. Like you're like, how did we not win here? We're up every cooldown. This game should have been over. Wild's like, but they didn't let it tilt them. They still just focused on staying alive and found that opportunity. Really clutch save as well from Tuna at the end. Like the Fey Guardians on the stun prior to the blind, and then having Apotheosis to give him free healing because he had 0 mana. He like symbols for the tiniest bit of mana to try and save him too at the end of the game. Right in that last second, he'd have to deal with getting kicked at the same time. Really good game from the Powerman. Now it's the UNITAS need to figure out what they want to do, and what they're going to be able to figure out to get a kill.
It's so hard. A game like that is so. The thing is, like when you look back at a game like that, it's just. I mean, an extra crit could be the difference between winning and losing, right? I mean, Aang barely holding on at 5% for a minute. It felt like so. I mean, for UNITAS, I feel like the biggest thing they can do is just focus on the little things in the match. Continue to play a good game, because I don't think that was a bad game from them. It was just
no, not at all.
Yeah, it was not a bad game. It was just Aang, had some impressive defensive maneuvers, and things kind of just went his way in order to survive. So Unitas definitely can battle it back here, but Powerman's got to be feeling super good. They're up 2-0. And I mean, even if Unitas is able to pick up a point, they're going to have to do it 3 times in a row, which is not going to be easy against the Powermen, because I would say Tuna, Dazed, and Aang are playing a phenomenal series so far.
Yeah, and I really think it's all about the mages. I feel like it's a lot about the Outlaw Rogue kind of setting up and just being consistent, but the Outlaw Rogue is an Outlaw Rogue. He's going to blind stuff, he's going to do damage, he's going to run around, he's going to stop things. And for sure, it's impactful, but I think the kiting, the alter timings, and just in general, how the mages are surviving during these setups, I think that's very key. And I think there is like some layers of difference between a lot of these mages. I'm thinking people like Wealthy Man, Maro, Aang, these guys are surviving, frankly, impossible situations. Like Wealthy Man earlier against Double Rogue, living to 30% dampening, blocking offensively, blocking defensively to help his teammates to peel, and never really needing to use it as a defense for himself. And you can tell these mages, they've been practicing a lot against how to survive, these long CC chains. And I think it's a very, very big factor in how these teams can kind of win. And we saw it as well with Alex team, with the Casual Dads earlier, being able to kind of be behind early on in the mirror, but then not kind of giving in any opportunities to win, and just extending the match and finding an opportunity to win it later on. But with that said, Unitas on match point right now. The Powermen looking to climb up in the RMP power rankings and looking to climb up in the standings and potentially qualify here, upsetting the tournament a little bit. And we'll see if they can do it here with a clean 3-0 on Tolvir.
Oh, Brua already so low on health, just seconds into the game. Korlik is trying to save him. Dazed is chasing him down. Tuna's now in a sap. Here comes Combustion, cauterized before the first minute mark. This is devastating for Unitas here. Their morale is already low going into this game. You can see even on Aiden's face, I think he's shocked. And at this point, how are they going to turn this around, playing behind on a 5-minute cooldown here? Not even a minute into the game, we see a pre-Fey Guardians from Tuna anticipating damage onto Aang, while Dazed is getting ready, building up combo points in the distance, and now moving forward for crowd control. Where's that kidney shot going to be going? He gets Dragon's Breath away. Now Korlik pre-Fey Guardians as well. Tuna's caught in a kidney shot. This is their opportunity, but look where Aang is. He's out of line of sight of a Brua at the moment. He's not going to connect any damage, dropping a ring around the corner. Korlik dodges it, catches a DB, tries to fake the kick on a sheep, doesn't get the fake on the kick. Aiden will secure that. Now Aang is going to fall behind in the kidney shot. We see a Shadow of Death run into the Ring of Frost. Nice play here to try and get aggressive, but Korlik's now into the DR sheep, trying to find his position here to get aggressive. Aang flying damage in, looking for Polymorph, trying to fake out interrupts, fakes the kick of Aiden, sheeps him, blind on Tuna, but Abreu is the one who's low on health. Korlik grips him back to the pillar. Korlik is just struggling to heal right now. He's counterspelled. Abreu has to ice block. Where's the Master Spell from Tuna? Is he going to be able to go for it? Master Spell being casted. Big heal comes in just in the nick of time, but maybe they can kill him through it. Abreu down to half. Once again, no caught, no block, complete dominance from the Powermen here. Unitas needed to turn it around with this sheep. Here comes a Combustion. No, Aang is able to remove it and cancel with Spell Steal. Now Aang has Combustion, man. The Powermen are looking unstoppable in this position. They could easily win. They have blind. They pre-Guardian Spirits. They wait for the Guardian Spirits. As soon as Dazed is out of crowd control, connects this blind. I think it's lights out for Abreu.
It definitely could be. Aang has all the damage available that he needs with the Combustion. Full kidney shot onto Korlik into likely a full blind. Abreu, how are you going to survive this one? This is the Combustion from Aang as he pushes forward. Good positioning from Abreu, though. A beautiful alter time brings him back into the middle of the map. Denies a lot of that damage. It was such a good play there by Abreu. One of the only reasons why he survived through that extended crowd control chain, but still so far on the back foot. There's no cauterize. There's no ice block. Counterspell on Korlik. And I don't think Abreu is going to be able to defy death. What is happening? Somehow blinking behind the pillar. He's on 1% health. The Blazing Bear is the only thing keeping him alive, and he will get a drop. Daze takes him down. Powerman 3-0 over Unitas. Kind of a dominant series here from them. A really impressive performance.
Why weren't they playing this the whole time?
Well, they were playing Destrolock with ergonomics, which was pretty good as well. I mean, let's be honest, Powerman is it's as a new roster. These guys have been doing some work here, and what a game 3 they had just now against Unitas. That was an absolute stomp from start to finish, forcing Cauterize a couple of seconds into the match, finding more opportunities to get the ice block, get the kill there at the end as well. Really, really clean defense from Abrua there at the end, but just wasn't enough. That CC chain was just too powerful. And this is in the opener, literally, Abrua immediately forced into his cauterize. Then here is when he had to ice block Korlik, getting counterspelled at one of the worst times possible into a full ice block there, into a full fear onto Korlik. And Korlik, I think, had to use his IQD in that exchange as well. So really forcing out just all the major objectives. Fear onto Tuna out of that chastise, and this is where Abrua did that beautiful alter time, going into the room and teleporting back and outranging everyone. But then he's still just getting absolutely fried here from Aang, just doing so much damage. And then another counterspell snuck in by Aang into a chastise, into a fear. And then here, I like what Tuna does. He just dispels that blazing barrier there so they can just get the kill cleanly. And then Dragon's Breath as well into Korlik. Make sure he doesn't Ray of Hope, the Seed, or any shenanigans like that. And Power Man, what an insane performance! This is the most dominant RMP mirror we've seen today, I think.
It's always a new RMP. I swear, every time we play, we're like, wait, is this the best RMP? It feels like there's a new one. Like, who's gonna level up?
Yeah, what's
next
your
week?
ranking
Who's the
now,
top?
Zico?
Good luck.
Ranking now. I'm getting called out here. Let me think. After the performance today of 3.5 men, do we give them the top spot?
I don't think you can.
Or who gets the top spot? Is Cloud9's RMP? I think they climbed the ranks a little bit. Right?
You beat 3.5 men. I think you do, right?
Well, I don't think they climbed over 3.5 men, but they climbed like some ranks, you know? Like, sure.
Okay.
I think we don't have enough data points yet. I wouldn't be able to make a. I mean, we can look here.
I think this is what we're looking at.
Okay.
I think 3.5 men. I'm gonna still give them the top spot. They had a bad day, but I think they hold on to the top spot. Unitas were in the second spot, but I think Unitas is gonna have to lose a rank, and I think Cloud9 actually takes that second spot, and Team Liquid maybe in third.
Even after
Or
Power Man,
Man? You think Power Men are only fourth?
Maybe Power Man third, Team Liquid fourth. But Novus is the only RMP that can play sub and actually make it look really good. But at the same time, they're outlaw. It didn't look that good. Yeah, I think that's what we do. We put Power Man on third. We put Team Liquid as the fourth strongest RMP. But it doesn't matter because let's be honest, their Windwalker DK is insane. They have double outlaw as well to just farm all the RMPs. And Novus. We're gonna make Novus the worst RMP right now. The RMP competition is high in NA. Everybody's has been putting in practice here.
Now here's a question: how do you rate all of them up to Kungana, Zika?
Oof.
Well, I think Kungana. Why do I pronounce it like you guys do? By the way, you guys are messing. I'm Kungana, which is the way you pronounce it, not Kungarna. I think those guys are probably a couple of levels above the rest. You guys are ruining my accent here.
So sorry to our.
I
to our
I swear,
fellow
playing
Swedes.
games on the internet, like I'm Canadian, and playing games on the internet with Americans means I just sound like the most American Canadian.
Yeah.
I swear.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, casting with you guys all day, I start to say Canadian things. It happens. It happens. But
That last spot.
Ooh.
It's almost like a
competitive.
5-way tie almost.
it's very
That's-
close.
That's
because
so odd. What? How is this? When does this ever happen? I feel like we have we have Golden Guard, we have Unitas in fourth at 1 and 3. I think those icons are there. We go. We have Golden Guardians at 1 and 3, Novos at 1 and 3, Unitas at 1 and 3, Cloud9 at 1 and 2, and Powerman at 1 and 2. So I mean, obviously Team Liquid is way ahead right now. KAWHI, I don't think you could say Team Liquid is further ahead than KAWHI, really,
One
in any
last
kind of
game.
fair way. They don't have equal games. So I'd say KAWHI and Team Liquid relatively tied right now. 3.5 men. They're a bit ahead, but everyone else is. What's going on? How does I feel like this is like? I guess that just means everyone's kind of beating each other with these RP mirrors.
yeah, I mean, it definitely makes for a confusing, I guess, hierarchy for the North American region. But that does indicate that these teams are all very well evenly matched, and the level of competition, at least within those spots that we're seeing so close to each other, is very good. Obviously, like you've said, Team Liquid, KAWHI, well ahead. So I wonder if we end up ending the circuit in North America with this similar of a point breakdown. But we can also take a look over at Europe. I wonder how that is shaping up and if we have that many ties also. But we know that KUNGARNA and SK, they continue to dominate in that region, and there it is right there. So kind of similar structure though, if you don't count Delirium.
Or Delirium.
I mean, I'm just looking at the numbers.
Delirium could have a comeback. I swear, Ret Warrior is actually good.
Yep.
It's just RMP is rough. So if they can get some of the non-RMP teams, which is like 2 teams, okay, they're out. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fair thing to say though, in some situations for teams if they're kind of in that middle segment, because it's random. It's not a bracket. There's not really seeding in the round robin format. So some teams could have played teams that are more easy for them and gotten all those wins, and then some could have just played a couple of teams in a row that are going to be historically difficult. So it's not over until it's over. So I think there are teams that could certainly make a comeback. There are teams that are right on the cusp of making that top 4 to the grand finals, that will make a significant change of points towards the end of the week. Towards the end of the circuit. But there are definitely some teams, Ben, that have that are definitely on North America and Europe kind of rising to the top very quickly.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And it's, to be honest, it's a lot of the teams you would expect. I mean, KUNGARNA, SK Gaming, I feel like when we see those 2 teams go head to head, that's going to be super interesting. At this point, I feel like it's undoubted. There's no doubt in my mind that KUNGARNA is the best RMP, I would say, in the whole world. So KUNGARNA, absolutely dominant with that composition. This is their meta, and I'm curious to see what SK Gaming is going to be able to do in order to beat them on their meta. I mean, these 2 teams have had a rivalry for quite some time. We'll see if they can kind of rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and also look at that. Here's the schedule for next weekend. It looks like we're finally getting a KUNGARNA versus SK Gaming matchup as well.
Oh, that's big. There's going to be a lot on the line there. Regional pride.
Well.
Oh, in the same week.
Yeah, in the same day.
Oh, you can't miss the next week. The next week is going to be insane. Both top dogs.
And
haven't lost.
Cloud9 Powerman for Zico's power ranking of RMPs.
Oh, that's perfect. That's when we can get a good kind of grasp on the RMP rankings there as well. So there's going to be a lot at stake next week. Next week is really going to be heating up. And I think next week also there's going to be some teams that kind of lock in their qualifications. Mm-hmm. I think KUNGARNA probably already are locked in, but next week we're going to kind of know this, very, very decisively. Some of the teams that won't make it and some of the teams that will make it. And here we got the format. Region divided into 2, or circuit divided into 2 regions. That's why we're playing, 4 games EU, 4 games NA, or 4 games EU, 3 games NA, and then 4 games NA, 3 games EU on the other day. And of course, you get 1 point per win. Top 4 goes to the grand finals, and also will qualify to the Cross-Region Tournament, which is a EU versus NA kind of online tournament. You can see about that here. So top 8 teams from AWC Grand Finals invited. That means top 4 EU, top 4 NA, double elimination, best of 5. And it's going to be kind of like now how the loser picks their map, and then the winner picks comp, and then the loser picks their comp. You're going to have that kind of same advantage if you lose playing with ping. So you're going to play on NA servers, and then if you lose, you play on EU servers as an EU team, for example. And yeah, game 1 advantage, higher seed. Losing team gets advantage following game, and this will be the weekend after the AWC Grand Finals. So there's some big name players that you want to see at this, like Peekaboo versus Waz. That's like a favorite. My barber was talking about that. Telling me that that's proof that Peekaboo is the better rogue than Waz, because he saw at BlizzCon like 2017 Peekaboo winning. So there's a lot of bragging rights with that.
I want to see more than anything KAWHI against the European teams. Because KAWHI has kind of made quick work of North America. Like they're dominating North America. Let's just be honest. For the last couple of years, I want to see how they contend with the European teams, and if they can kind of continue that level of dominance, or if the European teams are going to be able to kind of end their reign of terror in WoW.
Yeah, and you're not the only one that has that sentiment as well. I mean, we interviewed Chaz earlier in the Cups. He kind of said the same thing. He really wants to see his team face off against KAWHI. So I think with that cross-region tournament after the Grand Finals, there's going to be a lot of questions answered that we've had for quite some time because we've had to play these tournaments online. So super excited for that. Make sure you're tuning in next week. As we saw in that schedule, a lot of really cool games are going to be happening for both days, and I think a lot of like we've said already, a lot of top 4 spots are going to be solidified. So make sure you're tuning into that. Make sure you subscribed here and you are tuning in next weekend, youtube.com/warcraft at the same time at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Also make sure you're following us on Twitter at WOW Esports. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, and we will see you next week.